Chapter 1. The Wasteland of Severed Roots stretched in every direction like the carcass of a world that had given up on itself. Cracked earth ran in jagged lines beneath a sky the color of old bruises, and the wind tasted of ash and something sharper. Ozone, maybe, or the aftertaste of qi that had curdled in the soil centuries ago. Wei Liang Chen walked through it because he had no choice. 37 outer sect disciples of the Hollow Peak sect had entered the Wasteland trial at dawn. Most of them had already turned back, their spiritual senses warning them of the dead zones ahead, where cultivation roots went dormant and qi refused to circulate. The smart ones had gathered their token fragments near the perimeter, where the wasteland still had enough residual energy to sustain a foundation-forging cultivator for a few hours. Wei Liang Chen did not have a cultivation root to go dormant. He had walked for 6 hours straight, deeper into the dead zone than any other disciple had ventured, because the token fragments near the perimeter had been claimed within the first 2 hours. If he returned empty-handed, Elder Sha Dongming would strip his outer sect privileges. The small room near the kitchens, the scraps of spiritual food that the inner disciples discarded, the access to the training grounds after midnight when no one cared enough to chase him off. His legs burned. His throat was raw. The last of his water had run out 2 hours ago, and the canteen bounced against his hip like a hollow accusation. One more ridge, he told himself. He had been telling himself that for the past 3 ridges. The wasteland did not care about his persistence. It offered him nothing but dust and the distant shimmer of heat mirages that looked like lakes but dissolved when he drew close. He climbed the next ridge on his hands and knees, fingers scraping against stone that crumbled like stale bread, and when he reached the top, he saw the formation. It sat in the basin below, a geometric pattern etched into the earth itself, lines of faded silver that pulsed with a light so weak it might have been his imagination. The formation was massive, at least 200 meters across, and at its center, a cluster of token fragments glowed like scattered embers. More than enough. More than he needed. Wei Liang Chen slid down the ridge face, ignoring the way the loose stone scraped his palms bloody. He hit the basin floor at a stumbling run and crossed the formation's outer ring without thinking. The silver lines flared beneath his feet, not brightly, but with a kind of recognition, as if the formation had been waiting for someone to step inside. The air changed. It went from dry and dead to thick and heavy, pressing against his skin like wet cloth. His breathing slowed involuntarily, and the edges of his vision darkened. Residual formation, he muttered, forcing himself forward. It's been dead for centuries. There's nothing left to activate. The formation disagreed. The silver lines erupted with light that seared his eyes shut. The ground beneath him buckled, tilted, and dropped away entirely. He fell, not far, maybe 5 meters, but he landed badly, his right ankle folding beneath him with a sound like a green branch snapping. Pain exploded up his leg, and he screamed into the dust. When he opened his eyes, he was in a pit. The formation's center had collapsed into a subterranean chamber, and the token fragments that had drawn him in were embedded in the walls around him like glowing teeth. Above, the wasteland sky was a circle of bruised purple, already dimming as the formation's disturbed energy resettled into the broken lines. His ankle was wrong. Not just sprained. The bone was visible through the skin, a white shard poking through torn flesh. Blood pooled beneath his foot, black in the dim light. Wei Liang Chen pressed his back against the chamber wall and took inventory with the detached calm of someone who had grown accustomed to things going wrong. Right ankle, broken, compound fracture. He could not climb out. Water, none. Spiritual energy, he had none to begin with. Rescue. The trial lasted 3 days. No one would search the deep wasteland. Time until exposure killed him. 8 hours, maybe 12 if the chamber stayed cool. He was going to die in a hole in the ground, and the Hollow Peak sect would record his name on the casualty list with the same indifference they had shown him for the past 18 years. The blood kept coming. It spread across the chamber floor in a thin sheet, finding the cracks in the ancient stone and filling them like dark rivers on a map no one would ever read. His heart rate was climbing. He could feel it in his temples, in the base of his throat, a desperate drumming that grew more frantic as his body recognized what his mind had already accepted. He was not afraid. That surprised him. He had expected fear, the animal terror of a creature bleeding out alone in the dark. Instead, there was a kind of tired clarity, as if the approaching end had stripped away everything unnecessary and left only the raw fact of his existence. He had never cultivated, never formed a qi root, never felt the spiritual energy that his peers wielded as casually as breathing. He had memorized every cultivation text in the outer sect library, could recite the 13 foundations of qi circulation in his sleep, had mapped the theoretical meridian pathways across his own body with such precision that the sect physicians had mistaken his drawings for actual diagnostic charts. None of it mattered without a root. "What a waste," he whispered. The blood reached the formation lines embedded in the chamber floor. They lit up, faintly, weakly, but they lit up. Wei Liang Chen watched with detached fascination as the light traveled along the geometric patterns, his own blood serving as the conductor for energy that had lain dormant since before the sect was founded. The pattern was different from the one above. Older. The lines were not silver but gold, and they did not pulse. They breathed, expanding and contracting with a rhythm that had nothing to do with his heartbeat. The light reached the chamber's center, directly beneath where he sat, and the ground grew warm. His vision was going. Blood loss had pushed past the point of compensation, and the world was narrowing to a tunnel. The gold lines, the dark walls, the distant circle of sky. His heartbeat was a whisper now, each beat further apart than the last. 5%. His life force had dropped to 5%. He knew this not because he could measure it, but because something in the deepest architecture of his being, something beneath thought, beneath instinct, beneath the meat and bone of his mortal body, recognized the threshold. The gold lines blazed white. The chamber vanished. The pain vanished. The wasteland, the sky, the blood, all of it fell away like a curtain pulled from a window, and behind it was nothing. Not darkness. Not void. Nothing. The absolute absence of everything. A blankness so total that his mind could not process it as a space. It was the canvas before the painting, the silence before the word. And then, in the nothing, something spoke. Not in words. Not in sound. The communication was structural. It rearranged the architecture of his thoughts so that meaning appeared in his mind fully formed, as if it had always been there, and he had simply failed to notice. Threshold met. Life force below required minimum. Soul architecture compatible. Initiating bond system inscription. Wei Liang Chen tried to speak, to ask what was happening, but he had no mouth in this place. No body. He was pure awareness floating in a sea of white nothing, and the voice, the intelligence, the thing, was riding on him. He could feel it. Not pain, but pressure, an enormous, patient, infinitely precise pressure that pressed symbols into the fabric of his soul like a seal into hot wax. Each symbol burned cold, settled, and became part of him in a way that his theoretical knowledge of cultivation had never managed. Destined bond system, inscription complete. 7 realm keys identified. 7 fragments required. Purpose, resonance seal assembly. Warning, the primordial cage has been monitored for 3,217 years. Current status, stable but degrading. Your role is not optional. The white nothing cracked. Color bled back into reality like water seeping through stone. First the gold of the formation lines, then the dark of the chamber walls, then the red of his own blood spreading across the floor. His body reassembled around his awareness, and with it came the pain. But the pain was different now. His ankles still screamed, but beneath the scream was a hum, a low, steady vibration that ran through every cell of his body like a tuning fork struck against the bedrock of existence. His blood was still pooling, but it was pooling slower. His heartbeat was still weak, but it was steady. And in the corner of his vision, where nothing had been before, a translucent interface flickered into being. Destined bonds system, active host, Wei Liang Chen bonds formed. 07th current rank, mortal shell, 1/12th, nearest realm key, 4.3 kilometers, northwest status, critical, seek medical attention. Bond formation unavailable below 15% life force. Wei Liang Chen stared at the interface for a long time. His mind, trained by 18 years of methodical study, cataloged every detail, the formal language, the numbered rankings, the distance measurement, the clinical assessment of his condition. Then he looked at his ankle, at the bone protruding through his skin, at the blood that had painted the ancient formation lines red. Medical attention, he said to the empty chamber. His voice was a rasp, in the middle of a dead zone, with a compound fracture. You want me to find medical attention? The system did not respond to his sarcasm. It simply pulsed once, a gentle flare of light in the interface, and added a new line. Suggestion, the nearest realm key possesses medical knowledge. Direction, northwest. Distance, decreasing. Decreasing. Someone was coming toward him. Wei Liang Chen closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the pain had not lessened, but the hum in his bones had grown stronger, and the blood had stopped spreading. He tore a strip from his outer robe and wrapped it around his ankle with hands that shook only slightly. The bone would not set, not without a physician or a cultivator with healing techniques, but the bleeding could be slowed. He used 2 of the token fragments embedded in the wall as makeshift splints, wedging them against the bone and binding them tight. It took him 20 minutes to stand. Another 10 to find handholds in the chamber wall. The formation lines had dimmed again, but enough light remained to show him the rough stone, the cracks where roots had once pushed through, the ledges where centuries of erosion had carved steps that were almost, but not quite, usable. He climbed. Each movement sent a bolt of white agony through his leg, and by the time he dragged himself over the lip of the pit, his vision was spotting black and the system interface was flashing a warning he did not bother to read. The wasteland sky had darkened. Dusk or approaching storm. He could not tell which. The air was cooler now, and the wind carried the scent of rain that would never fall in a dead zone. Northwest. The system said northwest. Wei Liang Chen crawled. When crawling became too slow, he fashioned a crutch from a dead root and limped. When the crutch broke, he crawled again. The hum in his bones kept him conscious when his body wanted to shut down, and the system interface pulsed steadily in his peripheral vision, a small, persistent light in the gathering dark. 4.3 kilometers became 3.8, then 3.1, then 2.4. At 1.7 kilometers, he heard the sound of stone breaking. It was not the dry crack of natural erosion. It was violent, the sharp, deliberate splitting of formation stone under directed force. Someone ahead was destroying something, or something was being destroyed. At 0.9 kilometers, he smelled qi. Not the dead, curdled remnants that haunted the wasteland, but living qi, warm and sharp, and carrying the unmistakable signature of foundation forging cultivation. Someone was fighting, or healing, or simply existing with enough spiritual energy to push back the dead zone's suppression field. At 0.3 kilometers, he found her. A voice spoke from the white space behind his eyes, not the system's formal tone, but something older, something that had been waiting far longer than 3,000 years. And it said a single word that rearranged everything he thought he knew about the world. Chapter 2. Lin Suyin was pinned beneath a collapsed formation pylon, and she was not panicking. That was the first thing Wei Liang Chen noticed. Not the blood matting her hair, not the shattered stone pressing against her ribs, not the fading glow of the defensive formation she had thrown up to keep the worst of the weight off her chest. He noticed that her eyes were clear, focused, and calculating. She was a foundation forging cultivator, rank 3, one of the few inner sect disciples who had bothered to learn Wei Liang Chen's name. Not out of pity, Lin Suyin did not traffic in pity. She had learned his name because he had corrected an error in a formation diagram she had been working on, and she was the kind of person who respected competence regardless of its source. Wei Liang Chen, she said, her voice strained but controlled. You look terrible. You're trapped under a building. A pylon. A formation pylon. There's a difference. She shifted slightly, and her defensive formation flickered. The substructure collapsed when I tried to extract a token fragment. Turns out this formation is linked to something deeper. My chi destabilized it. He limped closer, his broken ankle screaming with each step. The pylon was massive, 3 meters of crystallized formation stone resting on a bed of shattered supports. Lin Suyin's barrier held the worst of the weight, but the barrier was weakening. He could see it in the way the light dimmed at the edges, contracting inward like a dying candle. How long can you hold it? 20 minutes. Maybe 15. I can't lift that. I know. I'm not asking you to lift it. She turned her head, wincing, and looked at him directly. There are 6 support fragments along the base. If 3 of them are repositioned to the load-bearing points, the pylon's weight redistributes, and I can slide out. I mapped the stress lines before it fell. Wei Liang Chen studied the pylon's base. Even with one working ankle, he could see what she meant. The crystallized stone had fractured along geometric planes that corresponded to the original formation's structural logic. It was not random debris. It was a puzzle, and Lin Suyin had already solved it. Show me the points. She directed him with precise, economical words. No wasted breath, no unnecessary description. She told him where to place his hands, how to angle the fragments, which direction to push. He worked with his fingers and his mind, ignoring the pain in his ankle, ignoring the blood seeping through his makeshift bandage, focusing on the mechanical reality of stone and leverage. The first fragment moved easily. The second required him to brace against the pylon itself, his shoulder pressing into the crystallized surface while his hands shoved the fragment into its new position. The third was buried under rubble, and he had to clear 2 meters of broken stone before he could reach it. His fingers bled. His ankle throbbed with a heartbeat of its own. The system interface pulsed in his peripheral vision, and he saw the distance reading change. Nearest realm key, 0 kilometers, present. He pushed the third fragment into place. The pylon groaned. The stress lines shifted, and the weight redistributed exactly as Lin Suyin had predicted. The crushing pressure on her barrier dropped by half, and she used the opening to drive a concentrated burst of qi into the remaining supports, shattering them outward in a controlled explosion that showered Wei Liang Chen with dust and pebbles. She rolled free, gasping, one hand pressed against her ribs. Her robes were torn, her hair was matted with blood and dust, and a long gash ran from her left temple to her jaw. But she was alive, and she was already channeling healing qi into her worst injuries with the practiced efficiency of someone who had been hurt before and learned to deal with it. "Thank you," she said, not perfunctorily. She met his eyes and said it like she meant every syllable. "You solved the puzzle. I just moved the pieces." Moving the pieces is the hard part. She looked at his ankle and her expression shifted from gratitude to concern. "That's compound. How are you walking?" "Badly." She moved toward him, and the system interface flared. Realm key identified. Lin Suyjin designation. Mortal realm key, bond 1 of 7, resonance fragment. Dormant. Present in soul architecture since birth bond status. Unbonded note. Bond formation requires mutual experience of genuine sacrifice or shared mortal risk. Bond cannot be forced, coerced, or artificially accelerated. The key must choose. Wei Liang Chen read the notification 3 times while Lin Suyjin knelt beside him and began examining his ankle with gentle, practiced fingers. Her qi brushed against his skin, warm, precise, carrying the scent of mountain herbs that reminded him of the sect's medicine garden. "I can set this," she said, "but it's going to hurt. It already hurts. It's going to hurt more." She positioned her hands on either side of the break. "On 3. 1, she set it on 1. The bone snapped back into alignment with a sound like a branch being pushed through wet clay, and Wei Liang Chen's vision whited out for 3 seconds. When it returned, Lin Suyjin was already wrapping his ankle in a qi-infused bandage, her face set in concentration. "You said on 3, he managed. "If I said on 1, you would have tensed. On 3 gives you 2 beats to brace. On 1 is before you expect it. Less resistance, cleaner set." She tied off the bandage and sat back. "You'll be able to walk in an hour. Not well, but you'll walk." The system pulsed again. Bond formation conditions, partial. Shared mortal risk established. Mutual sacrifice pending. Current bond resonance, 12%. 12%. He wondered what constituted the remaining 88. "Wei Liang Chen," Lin Suyjin said. She was watching him with an expression he could not read. Curiosity, maybe, or something deeper. "What are you doing this far into the dead zone? You don't have a cultivation route." "Token fragments." The outer perimeter was already picked clean. "So you walked 6 hours into a dead zone with no qi, no defensive techniques, and no way to call for help, because you needed token fragments to keep your bunk assignment?" "When you say it like that, it sounds unreasonable. It sounds like something I would do." She paused. "That's not a compliment. It means we're both idiots." Despite everything, the pain, the blood, the system inscribed on his soul, the knowledge that the universe had apparently drafted him for a purpose he did not yet understand, Wei Liang Chen laughed. It was a short, rough sound, more surprise than humor, but it was real. Lin Suyjin's expression softened. Just slightly. Just enough to notice. "We should move," she said. "My barrier signature will have been detected by any cultivator within 5 kilometers, and I'd rather not explain why I was pinned under a pylon to anyone who might report it to the elders." They moved. Wei Liang Chen leaned on a new crutch that Lin Suyjin had fashioned from a formation strut, and she walked beside him with one hand hovering near his elbow in case he stumbled. The dead zone stretched around them, but her qi created a small bubble of warmth and light that pushed back the oppressive stillness. As they walked, he considered whether to tell her about the system. The notification had said the bond could not be forced. It had said the key must choose. That implied honesty was not just ethically preferable, it was structurally necessary. If the bond required genuine connection, then hiding something this fundamental would undermine the very foundation it needed. But the system had also said something about a primordial cage, a resonant seal, and 7 realm keys. And Wei Liang Chen had been an outcast long enough to know that the truth, shared prematurely, could be more dangerous than silence. He decided to wait. Not to lie. He would not lie to Lin Suyjin, but to understand what he was dealing with before he asked her to understand it too. Lin Suyjin. When the pylon collapsed, you said your qi destabilized the formation. But foundation forging qi shouldn't be enough to collapse a structure that's been stable for centuries. What kind of formation was it? She was quiet for a dozen steps. "I don't know. It was older than anything in the sect archives. The geometric patterns were wrong. Not broken, but wrong. Like they were designed according to rules that don't match current formation theory. Pre-classical. Maybe. Or parallel. A different tradition entirely. She glanced at him. You noticed? I noticed the formation in the pit I fell into. The geometry was gold, not silver. The proportions followed a base 7 system instead of base 12. Lin Suyin stopped walking. Base 7. 7 radial points, 7 concentric rings, 7 layers of nested inscription. Everything divisible by 7. 7 nested realms, she murmured. Then she shook her head. That's a cosmological myth. The 7-realm model was discredited 300 years ago. Wei Liang Chen said nothing. The system interface pulsed in his peripheral vision, and a new notification appeared. The 7-realm model was not discredited. It was suppressed. The individuals who suppressed it had reasons. Those reasons are no longer valid. He filed that away for later. They reached the wasteland's edge as the last light bled from the sky. The perimeter checkpoint was manned by 2 outer sect disciples who looked bored enough to ignore the details of their arrival. One more pair of trial participants stumbling back from the dead zone, too exhausted to be interesting. Wei Liang Chen handed over his token fragments. The checkpoint disciple counted them, raised an eyebrow at the quantity, and stamped his trial card without comment. Lin Suyin walked with him as far as the outer sect dormitory before pausing at the path that split toward the inner sect quarters. Get that ankle looked at properly, she said. I said it well, but you need a physician to verify the qi healing took. I will. She nodded, turned to go, and then stopped. Wei Liang Chen. Yes. The formation you found, the one with the base 7 geometry. Don't tell anyone about it. Why? Because the last person who reported a pre-classical formation in the wasteland was Elder Shah's research assistant. That was 4 years ago. He's not in the sect anymore. She met his eyes. He's not anywhere anymore. She turned and walked up the inner sect path without looking back. Wei Liang Chen stood in the gathering dark, his ankle aching, his body exhausted, his soul carrying an inscription that had not existed 6 hours ago. The system interface glowed softly, a persistent companion in the corner of his vision. Bond resonance, 14%. Increase detected following shared vulnerability and mutual truth. Lin Suyin's resonance had spiked, not from his actions, but from hers. She had warned him about Shah. She had chosen to protect him with information she could have kept to herself. The system was right. The bond could not be forced, but it could be earned, one honest act at a time. He limped toward the dormitory, and in the back of his mind, something vast and ancient and patient registered the movement of a single piece on a board it had been watching for over 3,000 years. Chapter 3. 3 days after the Wasteland trial, Wei Liang Chen woke to the sound of his own heartbeat. Not the normal, background rhythm of a living body at rest. This was louder, deeper, as if his heart had doubled in mass overnight, and each contraction sent ripples through tissue that was learning to carry something heavier than blood. The hum that had settled into his bones during the formation chamber had grown stronger, and when he pressed his fingers against his wrist, he could feel 2 pulses, his biological heartbeat, and beneath it, something slower and more deliberate. The system interface flickered into focus as he sat up. Morning status report bond resonance. Lin Suyin 14% chapter 4. They returned to the wasteland at midnight. Lin Suyin had mapped the patrol rotations with the same meticulous attention she brought to formation work. Every shift change, every guard's habitual deviation from protocol, every shadow pocket along the route from the intersect quarters to the wasteland perimeter. She moved through the darkness with the confidence of someone who had done this before, and Wei Liang Chen followed her lead, his wrapped ankle protesting each step. The dead zone swallowed them in silence. Without the daylight to soften its edges, the wasteland was a landscape of pure negation. No ambient qi, no spiritual signatures, no sound beyond their footsteps and the dry whisper of wind through dead roots. Lin Suyin maintained a qi shell around both of them, a thin, invisible membrane that kept the dead zone suppression field from sapping her spiritual energy. It cost her a steady stream of foundation forging qi, and Wei Liang Chen could see the faint sheen of effort on her forehead. You're burning reserves fast, he said. I've been stockpiling for 3 months. I have enough for 6 hours. We need to be back before the dawn patrol. 5 hours, then. Plenty. The formation chamber was exactly where he had left it. A collapsed pit in the basin floor, surrounded by the remnants of the silver formation that had activated when he stepped onto it. In the moonlight, the silver lines were invisible, but the gold lines in the chamber below emitted a faint, steady glow that spilled from the pit's mouth, like light leaking from beneath a closed door. Lin Suyin crouched at the edge and looked down. That's active. After 3 days with no energy source, that formation is still active. It's been using my blood as a conductor. I bled quite a lot. Blood doesn't sustain formation energy for 3 days. Not mortal blood. She looked at him. Something changed when the inscription happened. Your blood isn't purely mortal anymore. He had suspected as much. The accelerated healing, the twin pulse in his heartbeat, the hum in his bones, all of it pointed to a fundamental alteration of his physical composition. The system had inscribed itself on his soul, and the inscription had bled into his body. They descended together, Lin Suyin lowering herself with practiced precision while Wei Liang Chen managed a controlled slide that was more graceful than his first tumble. The chamber was as he remembered it, stone walls, embedded token fragments, gold formation lines painted with his dried blood. But there were differences. The blood had dried into the formation's grooves, and instead of dimming, the gold lines had incorporated it. The pattern was brighter, more defined, and in the areas where the most blood had pooled, new lines had appeared, extensions of the original geometry that branched outward like roots. "It's growing," Lin Suyin said. She knelt beside one of the new lines, her fingers hovering millimeters above the surface. "The formation is using your blood to expand. Wei Liang Chen, this is a living formation. I've read about them in Kang's journal, but I've never seen one. What does a living formation do? It adapts. It responds. She pressed her palm flat against one of the gold lines. The entire formation blazed with light, not the gentle glow of stored energy releasing. This was a detonation of illumination that filled the chamber like a second sun, turning the stone walls white and casting Lin Suyin's shadow in sharp relief against the ceiling. The gold lines pulsed in a rhythm that Wei Liang Chen recognized, the same rhythm as the hum in his bones, the same slow breathing he had described to her that morning. And the system interface erupted with notifications. Bond formation event. Accelerating realm key 1. Lin Suyin has made direct contact with the system's anchor formation. Resonance fragment. Activating bond resonance. 19%, 34%, 51% stabilizing at 54% warning. Bond formation cannot complete without mutual sacrifice under mortal risk. Current conditions do not meet threshold. Bond will stabilize at current level until conditions are met. Lin Suyin pulled her hand back as if burned. The formation's light dimmed but did not extinguish, settling into a warm, steady glow that was brighter than before her touch. "What was that?" she demanded. "The formation recognized you. It didn't just recognize me. It pulled. Something inside me moved toward it." "Toward?" She looked at him. "Toward you." The bond resonance was at 54%. More than half. The system's assessment was clinical, mutual sacrifice under mortal risk required for completion. But the experience Lin Suyin was describing was anything but clinical. "I need to tell you something," Wei Liang Chen said. "Something I held back this morning." "Tell me." He told her everything. The system interface, the bond mechanics, the 7 realm keys, the resonance seal, the primordial cage. He spoke without embellishment, without interpretation, laying out the facts as the system had presented them to him, and letting her draw her own conclusions. When he finished, Lin Suyin sat against the chamber wall with her knees drawn to her chest, and her arms wrapped around her shins. She did not speak for a long time. "The primordial cage," she said at last. "A prison for something that almost ended existence. And I'm carrying a fragment of the lock inside my soul. According to the system. According to the system." She pressed her forehead against her knees. "And the bond, the thing that pulled when I touched the formation. That's the first of 7 connections you need to form to complete this seal." "Yes, but it requires your choice." The system was explicit about that. "I can't force it, coerce it, or accelerate it. If you walk away right now, the bond stays at 54% and nothing further happens." "What happens to the cage if the seal isn't completed?" The system answered before he could. "The primordial cage is degrading. Current stability estimate, 43 years before critical breach. Seal completion is not the only potential response, but it is the one the heavenly Tao has prepared." 43 years, Lin Suyin said. "That's within our lifetimes." "Yes. And the thing inside it, the void sovereign, it almost ended existence. Before time was properly recorded, according to the system." She raised her head. Her eyes were bright, not with tears, but with the fierce, focused intensity that Wei Liang Chen had come to associate with Lin Suyin at her most engaged. "I'm not walking away," she said. "But I'm not completing this bond tonight, either. I need to understand it first. I need to study what Kang wrote. I need to verify what I can and flag what I can't. That's reasonable. It's not about being reasonable. It's about being responsible. If I'm carrying a piece of a cosmic lock, I'm not going to hand it over just because an ancient system says I should. I'm going to understand what I'm doing and why." Bond resonance, 57%. Increase detected following principled assertion of autonomy. Note: the heavenly Tao respects informed consent. Wei Liang Chen almost smiled. The universe, apparently, approved of Lin Suin's stubbornness. They spent the next 2 hours in the formation chamber. Lin Suin mapped every line, every geometric relationship, every extension that his blood had catalyzed. She compared the patterns to diagrams in Kang's journal and found correlations that strengthened with each comparison. The formation was a fragment of something much larger, a network that, if Kang's theories were correct, spanned the entire wasteland and possibly extended beneath the hollow peak sect itself. Wei Liang Chen watched her work and considered the footprints the system had flagged. 2 unknown observers. He had not mentioned them to Lin Suin yet, because he wanted to investigate before adding another source of anxiety to an already overwhelming situation. But the system had other ideas. Alert! 2 spiritual signatures detected at formation perimeter distance. 400 meters, stationary rank estimate. Spirit Veil, rank 4. Qi Gathering, rank 2. Affiliation, unknown emotional state. Watchful, deliberate, we're not alone, Wei Liang Chen said. Lin Suin's head snapped up. Where? 400 meters. 2 cultivators. One is Spirit Veil, the other is Qi Gathering. How do you know that? You don't have spiritual sense. The system tells me. He paused. It also says they were here before. During my trial. 2 sets of footprints around the chamber while I was unconscious. Lin Suin stood, her chi shell tightening around both of them. We need to leave. Now. They climbed out of the chamber in silence, Wei Liang Chen's injured ankle protesting every handhold. At the top, Lin Suin scanned the wasteland with her spiritual sense, a broader, less precise version of what the system was telling him, and shook her head. I can feel them. Just barely. They're not moving to intercept. They're observing. That's worse. Interceptors have simple goals. Observers have plans. They moved south, away from the signatures, following Lin Suin's memorized patrol schedule back toward the sect perimeter. The dead zone resisted their passage. The air pressed against them like wading through deep water, and Lin Suin's chi shell flickered twice before she reinforced it with a sharp exhale. At the perimeter, they separated. Lin Suin took the intersect path, and Wei Liang Chen limped toward the outer dormitory. He was 10 steps from the dormitory door when the system pulsed. Bond formation event. Critical realm, key 1. Lin Suin is under spiritual attack. Distance, 212 meters. Intersect path attacker. Unknown, rank 4+, Spirit Veil minimum, bond resonance, 57%. Fluctuating. Wei Liang Chen turned and ran. His ankle screamed. His lungs burned. He had no cultivation, no techniques, no weapons. Nothing but the desperate certainty that the woman who had set his broken bone and shared her mentor's secrets was being attacked 200 meters away, and he was the only one who knew. He found her in the garden between the inner and outer sect buildings. She was on her feet, her defensive formation deployed in a shimmering half-dome around her, and 3 figures in dark robes were circling the barrier with the practiced patience of predators who knew their prey's shield would fail. One of them was Spirit Veil. The other 2 were Qi Gathering, low rank, but sufficient to maintain a suppression formation that was slowly draining Lin Suin's barrier. Wei Liang Chen did not think. He picked up a garden stone, a heavy, decorative rock the size of his fist, and threw it at the Spirit Veil cultivator's head. The rock hit the cultivator squarely between the shoulder blades. It did no damage. A mortal's throw against the Spirit Veil's passive chi defense was like throwing a pebble at a wall, but it accomplished something more valuable. It broke their concentration. The suppression formation faltered. Lin Suin felled it and struck, a concentrated lance of foundation forging chi that punched through the weakened formation and caught one of the Qi Gathering cultivators in the chest. He went down, gasping, his robe smoking. The Spirit Veil cultivator turned toward Wei Liang Chen. In the garden's dim light, his face was a pale oval beneath his hood, and his eyes held the cold, professional assessment of someone deciding how much force to waste on an insect. The rootless one, the cultivator said. You have no part in this. She's my friend. She's a complication. Stay out of it, and you'll walk away. Wei Liang Chen picked up another stone. No. The Spirit Veil cultivator raised his hand, and a tendril of dark chi coiled around his fingers. It was not a combat technique. It was a restraint, designed to immobilize without killing. Clean, professional work. The tendril lashed toward Wei Liang Chen, and Lin Suin's barrier shattered outward in a wave of light and force that caught all 3 attackers like leaves in a hurricane. She had dropped her defense deliberately, sacrificed protection for offense, and the resulting explosion of stored chi sent the Spirit Veil cultivator tumbling across the garden and slammed the 2 Qi Gathering disciples against the far wall. The cost was immediate. Lin Suin staggered, her spiritual reserves guttered, and blood ran from her nose in a thin line. She had emptied herself. For him. The system blazed. Bond 1. Sealed mutual sacrifice under mortal risk. Confirmed Lin Suin sacrificed her defensive barrier to protect the host. Host confronted mortal rank opponents without cultivation to protect the key. Resonance fragment. Merged foundation resonance. Active passive cultivation speed. X3 note. The cage has noted the first bond. The light was not visible to anyone else. Wei Liang Chen knew this because the attackers were already scrambling to their feet, and their eyes showed confusion but not recognition of what had just occurred. The bond's formation was a spiritual event, inscribed in soul architecture, invisible to anyone without the system's interface. But Wei Liang Chen felt it. A warmth in his chest, a deepening of the hum in his bones, and a sudden, startling awareness of Lin Suin. Not her location or her emotional state, but her presence, as fundamental and undeniable as his own heartbeat. Run, Lin Suin said. She was swaying on her feet, but her eyes were clear. The patrol will respond to the qi discharge. We need to be in our quarters when they arrive. They ran. Wei Liang Chen's ankle held. The accelerated healing had done its work, and the bone bore his weight without complaint. They separated at the path junction, and he made it to his cot with 30 seconds to spare before the patrol alarm sounded. He lay in the dark, listening to the distant shouts of investigation, and felt the bond humming in his chest like a second heart. The system's final notification of the night glowed softly in his vision. The cage has noted the first bond. The sovereign is not yet aware. This will change. Elder Shah's eyes would narrow at the cultivation readings. Wei Liang Chen was certain of that now. Because foundation resonance meant his body was finally, after 18 years of silence, beginning to cultivate. And Shah would want to know why. Chapter 5. The first sign of foundation resonance came at dawn. Wei Liang Chen woke to a sensation he had spent 18 years reading about and never experiencing. The slow, rhythmic pull of ambient qi entering his body through pathways that had not existed the day before. It was nothing like the dramatic breakthroughs described in cultivation texts. There was no explosion of light, no dramatic transformation, no moment of transcendent awareness. It was more like breathing, the same involuntary, life-sustaining process he had always performed, but now carrying something extra. The system confirmed what he already felt. Previous, mortal shell, 1/12. Current, qi gathering, 2/12. Foundation resonance active. Cultivation speed X3 note. At standard X1 speed, this rank transition would require 3 months. At X3, it completed overnight. Your meridian pathways are unconventional. They follow the system inscription rather than natural qi channels. His meridians were different. That was significant. Standard cultivation opened the body's 12 natural qi channels in a specific sequence, each channel corresponding to a different aspect of spiritual energy. Wei Liang Chen's channels had not opened. They had been carved. The system's inscription had etched new pathways into his spiritual architecture, and qi was flowing through them like water through irrigation channels. He could feel the difference. Natural channels curved and branched organically, following the body's physical meridian lines. His were geometric, straight segments connected at precise angles, following a base 7 pattern that he recognized from the formation chamber. He was not cultivating like other people. He was cultivating like a formation. The morning passed in a haze of sensation and adjustment. Every breath drew in qi. Every heartbeat circulated it through the inscription channels. Every minute of stillness allowed the energy to settle deeper into his body, strengthening bone, sharpening senses, accelerating the already rapid healing of his ankle. By noon, he could feel Lin Suin, not as a direction or a distance. The system had provided that information since the bond was first detected. This was different. He could feel her emotional state as a faint overlay on his own consciousness. Her steady focus during her afternoon training, the brief spike of anxiety when she passed the garden where the attack had occurred, the warm pulse of something he could not name when she thought about the bond. She was thinking about the bond. He could feel that too. The system registered his confusion. Note: emotional resonance is a natural consequence of Bond 1. The host and key share a persistent low-level empathic connection. This connection deepens with proximity and mutual intent. It cannot be used for surveillance. The key is equally aware of the host's emotional state. Equally aware. So Lin Suin could feel him too. Could feel his wonder, his apprehension, the careful way he was cataloging every new sensation. He spent the afternoon in the library annex, cross-referencing Kang's journal with the outer sex formation texts. The overlap was minimal. Kang had been working from primary sources that the outer sect library did not contain, but the fragments he found were enough to construct a partial framework. The seven-realm model was real. The primordial cage existed. The first cultivators had built it at the cost of their own advancement, locking away something so dangerous that they had engineered a self-maintaining prison and then scattered the keys to its reconstruction across the fabric of reality. And someone, the heavenly Tao itself, if the system was to be believed, had pre-selected 7 women across those realms to carry the resonance fragments. Not at random, not through inheritance or bloodline. Each fragment had been placed in a soul that met specific criteria the system had not disclosed, and that Wei Liang Chen could not deduce from the available texts. He was deep in his research when the system pulsed with an alert he had not seen before. Warning, Elder Sha Dongming. Approaching distance, 300 meters rank. Heaven Gate, 7/12. Emotional state, suspicion, controlled anger, calculated interest context. Sect cultivation monitors flagged anomalous qi absorption in the outer dormitory. Elder Sha is investigating personally. Wei Liang Chen closed Kang's journal and tucked it into the inner pocket of his robe. The cultivation texts went back on the shelves. He was sitting at the table with nothing but a basic formation theory primer open in front of him when Elder Sha Dongming appeared in the library annex's doorway. Sha was a tall man, lean and angular, with features that looked like they had been carved from granite and then left in the rain for a decade. His cultivation rank, Heaven Gate, rank 7, radiated from him in waves of controlled pressure that made the air itself feel denser. He wore the elaborate robes of a senior elder, dark red with gold embroidery that depicted climbing serpents, and his hands were clasped behind his back in the posture of a man who expected the world to arrange itself around his preferences. Wei Liang Chen, Sha said. His voice was precise, each syllable placed like a stone in a wall. The rootless one. Elder Sha. Wei Liang Chen stood and bowed. Protocol required it. Survival demanded it. I received a curious report this morning. Sha entered the room without waiting for an invitation. His spiritual pressure preceded him like a physical force, pressing against Wei Liang Chen's chest and making each breath slightly harder. The sect's cultivation monitors detected qi absorption in the outer dormitory. Significant qi absorption. The kind of absorption that suggests a qi gathering breakthrough. That is curious. It is. Particularly because the outer dormitory houses 7 disciples, and 6 of them were already at qi gathering rank or above, which means the absorption came from the 7th. Sha's eyes, dark, flat, analytical, fixed on Wei Liang Chen. From you, Elder, I have no cultivation root. The physicians have confirmed this repeatedly. The physicians are idiots. Most people are. Sha took another step closer. His spiritual pressure increased, and Wei Liang Chen felt it like a hand pressing against his sternum. I, however, am not. Show me your wrist. It was not a request. Wei Liang Chen extended his hand, and Sha seized his wrist with fingers that felt like iron clamps. A tendril of Heaven Gate qi invaded his meridian system, or tried to. The system reacted instantly. Foreign QI detected. Heaven Gate rank response. Inscription channels rerouting to standard display mode. Effect. External examination will detect qi gathering rank and unconventional meridian structure. System inscription and bond resonance are shielded. Sha's qi probed for 15 seconds. His expression shifted through several phases, confusion, interest, deeper confusion, before settling on something that looked almost like hunger. You have meridians, Sha said. Unconventional ones. They are not natural channels. They were formed recently, within the past week. He released Wei Liang Chen's wrist. How? I don't know. Don't lie to me. I'm not lying, Elder. I woke up this morning and felt qi for the first time. I don't know why. Sha studied him for a long moment. The spiritual pressure intensified, then abruptly withdrew. The elder straightened, and his expression became a mask of professional neutrality. Late-onset root formation is not unheard of, Sha said, as if reciting from a text he found beneath his standards. Rare, but documented. You will report to the Intersect Assessment Hall at noon tomorrow for a formal evaluation. Do not discuss this with anyone. Yes, Elder. Sha turned to leave, then paused. One more thing. Were you in the Wasteland during the trial 3 days ago? Yes, Elder. I retrieved token fragments from the Deep Zone. The Deep Zone. Something flickered behind Sha's eyes. Near any formations? I fell into a pit. There were some old lines on the walls. I didn't pay them much attention. I was focused on not bleeding to death. Sha's gaze held for 3 heartbeats. Then he nodded, once, and left. Wei Liang Chen stood in the empty library annex and let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. The system interface displayed a new notification. Elder Sha Dongming. Threat Assessment Rank. Heaven Gate, 7/12. Far exceeds host's current capability affiliation. Hollow Peak Sect, Senior Elder, Suspected secondary affiliations, unknown intent. Investigating anomalous cultivation activity. Current theory, late-onset root formation. Risk high. If Xia connects the qi absorption to the wasteland formations, he will pursue aggressively. Recommendation, maintain low profile. Bond resonance is shielded but not invulnerable to sustained rank 7+ examination. The cage has noted the first bond. The system had told him that last night. The cage was aware. The sovereign was not, yet. But Elder Xia was aware. And Elder Xia was right here, within arm's reach, with the rank and the resources and the inclination to dig deeper. Wei Liang Chen needed to get stronger. Fast. Foundation resonance provided AX3 cultivation multiplier. At standard speed, reaching foundation forging, rank 3, would take 6 months. At X3, he could reach it in 2 months. But 2 months felt like an eternity when Xia was already suspicious. He needed a plan. A real plan, not just survival instincts and luck. He sat down, opened the formation theory primer to a random page, and began to think. By the time the evening bell sounded, he had the outline of a strategy. It was not elegant. It was not safe. But it was the best he could construct with the resources available to a newly minted chi-gathering cultivator with a target on his back and a cosmic inscription on his soul. He would use the formation chamber. The living formation in the wasteland had accelerated his cultivation once. There was no reason it could not do so again. If he could spend even a few hours per night within the formation's resonance field, the X3 multiplier might compound with the formation's own energy to produce advancement that would give him enough power to survive Xia's scrutiny. It was risky. The formation had nearly killed him once, and the 2 unknown observers were still out there. But the alternative was waiting in the outer dormitory for Xia to decide that late-onset root formation was not a sufficient explanation. He left the library annex as the last light faded from the sky. The system pulsed one final notification. Realm key status update Lin Suyin, bond sealed. Resonance stable. Emotional state, determined. New system entry detected. The cage has noted the first bond. Monitoring expanded. Second key location, Spirit Peaks region, 340 kilometers northwest. Status, dormant. The second key, already identified. Already waiting. But first, he had to survive Elder Xia and the assessment that would come at noon tomorrow. Chapter 6 Foundation Resonance was a river, and Wei Liang Chen was learning to swim. In the 5 days since the bond had sealed, his cultivation had accelerated at a rate that terrified and exhilarated him in equal measure. Qi gathering, the first true cultivation rank, should have been a plateau, a stable foundation from which to begin the slow work of opening meridians and building spiritual reserves. Instead, his unconventional channels were drinking qi like parched earth swallowing rain, and each morning brought measurable advancement. The system tracked it with clinical precision. Day 5, Cultivation Progress Rank, Qi Gathering, 2/12, 78% to Foundation Forging Threshold Cultivation Speed. X3, Foundation Resonance, plus X1.4, Formation Chamber Resonance Sessions, Effective Speed. X4.2 time to Foundation Forging at current rate. 9 days note. This rate of advancement is anomalous. Standard Qi Gathering to Foundation Forging transition averages 6 months. Your projection is 14 days total. He told Lin Suyin about the acceleration on the 3rd day, during one of their now nightly visits to the formation chamber. She had listened with her characteristic intensity, asked 6 precise questions, and then spent 2 hours mapping the interaction between his inscription channels and the formation's resonance field. It's recursive, she said, her fingers tracing the gold lines. The formation feeds energy into your channels. Your channels process it and emit a resonance frequency. The formation responds to the frequency and increases its output. It's a feedback loop. Is it sustainable? For now, but feedback loops have a ceiling. When you hit foundation forging, the channel architecture will need to restructure to accommodate the new rank's energy density. If the loop continues during that restructuring, it could overload, or it could catalyze a clean transition. I don't have enough data to predict which. She looked at him with an expression that combined professional interest with personal concern. We need to be careful. We are being careful. Wei Liang Chen, you are sleeping 3 hours a night, spending 4 hours in a dead zone formation chamber, and attending mandatory outer sect duties during the day while hiding a cultivation rate that would make inner sect prodigies weep with envy. That is not careful. That is controlled recklessness. You're here too. I'm the reckless one. I thought we established that. He smiled. She pretended not to notice. The bond had changed their dynamic in ways that were difficult to articulate and impossible to ignore. The empathic connection was constant, a low hum of mutual awareness that provided emotional context for every interaction. When Lin Suyin was frustrated, Wei Liang Chen felt a tightening in his jaw. When he was anxious, she felt a flutter in her chest. It was not intrusive, exactly, but it was intimate in a way that neither of them had expected. They had not discussed it directly. There was an unspoken agreement to focus on the practical: cultivation advancement, formation research, Xia avoidance, and let the emotional undercurrent settle at its own pace. The formal assessment had gone better than expected. Wei Liang Chen had appeared at the Intersect Hall at noon on the prescribed day, submitted to a thorough examination by 3 mid-rank physicians, and received a formal diagnosis of late-onset spontaneous root formation, unconventional channel structure, qi gathering rank confirmed. The physicians had been professionally intrigued but not alarmed. One of them had wanted to publish a paper. Xia had observed the assessment from the gallery. His expression had not changed throughout. When the physicians delivered their findings, he had nodded once and left. But the system told Wei Liang Chen what Xia's face did not. Emotional reading: Elder Xia Dongming suspicion, elevated satisfaction, moderate. Diagnosis provides cover for further observation intent, long-term monitoring. Xia has instructed his personal spy to track Wei Liang Chen's movements. Xia's spy was a third-year outer sect disciple named Peng, a quiet, unremarkable young man who blended into crowds like a stone blends into a riverbed. Wei Liang Chen had identified him on the second day. The system's proximity alerts combined with Peng's repeated appearance at unlikely locations made the surveillance obvious once you knew to look. He told Lin Suyin. She had smiled, not a pleasant smile, and said, "Then we give him something to report that's true enough to satisfy Xia and boring enough to discourage further investigation." They created a routine. Every morning, Wei Liang Chen studied in the library annex. Every afternoon, he practiced basic qi circulation in the outer sect training grounds, deliberately keeping his visible advancement slow and steady. Every evening, he ate in the dormitory and retired early. The spy reported diligence. Xia, apparently, was not displeased. But the real work happened at night, in the formation chamber, where Lin Suyin's qi shell hid their signatures from everything except the 2 unknown observers who seemed content to watch from a distance. On the 6th morning, Wei Liang Chen met Lin Suyin at the library annex and found her waiting with a look he had not seen before: sharp, focused, but underlaid with something the bond translated as reluctant excitement. "I found something in Kang's journal," she said without preamble. "Something I missed on the first 3 readings." She opened the journal to a page near the back, where the handwriting was smaller and more hurried, as if the author had been racing to get the words down before they escaped. Kang discovered that the formations in the Wasteland are nodes in a network that extends beneath the entire Hollow Peak sect. He mapped 7 nodes. The one in the chamber is Node 1, the activation node. But there are 6 others, each corresponding to a different aspect of the resonance seal's function. 7 nodes. Base 7. Yes. And here's the part that matters. She pointed to a passage underlined 3 times. Node 2 is beneath the inner sect's forbidden archive. Kang believed it contained historical records about the first cultivators, not copies, originals. Documents that predate the sect's founding by millennia. The forbidden archive. The same archive that Xia controlled access to. The same archive that was locked behind 3 layers of formation security and accessible only to senior elders and their designated researchers. That's where Xia's research assistant found the pre-classical formation report, Wei Liang Chen said. And that's why he disappeared. Kang thought Xia discovered the network independently and has been studying it for years. The formations, the cage, the keys, Xia knows about all of it, or at least suspects. That's why he reacted to your cultivation anomaly. He's been waiting for something like this. Wei Liang Chen sat back and considered the implications. Xia was not just a suspicious elder. He was a player in the same cosmic game, operating with incomplete information and dangerous intent. What does Xia want? Power, Lin Suyin said flatly. Kang's journal has a section near the end, the last entry before he was removed from the sect. Xia told Kang directly. The primordial cage contains energy that no living cultivator has accessed. If it could be siphoned, not opened, siphoned, a cultivator could advance beyond the normal rank structure. He wants to tap the cage like a well. He wants to drink from a prison containing something that almost ended existence. Yes. The system registered this conversation with a notation. Threat Assessment Update. Elder Xia Dongming Intent Revised. Exploitation of primordial cage energy for personal advancement. Risk level. Critical note. Xia's plan requires either a completed resonance seal or direct access to the cage's energy pathways. The host represents both an obstacle and an opportunity to Xia. 6 days of quiet advancement. 6 days of careful routine and hidden nightly sessions. And now the landscape had shifted again. Sha was not just watching. He was waiting. And the question was whether he was waiting for Wei Liang Chen to become useful or to become a threat worth eliminating. How long do we have? Wei Liang Chen asked. Sha's spy reports weekly. Next report is tomorrow. Lin Suyin closed the journal. After that, Sha decides how much attention to invest. If the report says boring and slow, we get another week. If it says anything interesting, it says boring and slow. We've made sure of that. We have. But Sha didn't get to Heaven Gate by trusting spy reports. She paused. There's something else. The spy, Peng, he reports to Sha, yes. But I did some digging. Peng also sends messages outside the sect. I intercepted one yesterday. Where does it go? I don't know yet. The message was encoded, a cipher I haven't broken. But it was sent by courier bird to somewhere southeast of here. Southeast. Not Spirit Peaks, which was northwest. Somewhere else entirely. The two observers in the wasteland, Wei Liang Chen said. They were southeast of the formation chamber. Lin Suyin's expression hardened. Sha's spy is reporting to someone else. And that someone else has people in the wasteland watching us. The bond pulsed between them. Her anxiety sharp and precise. His own concern heavy and deep. They sat in the library annex with Kang's journal between them and the weight of multiple conspiracies pressing down on what had been, until 6 days ago, a simple story of survival and discovery. We need to access the Forbidden Archive, Wei Liang Chen said. Before Sha's next move. Before the second organization, whoever they are, decides that watching isn't enough. The archive is behind 3 formation locks. I'm foundation forging. I can break 1, maybe 2. The third is elder grade. Then we don't break them. We use the network. He tapped Kang's journal. Node 2 is beneath the archive. If the nodes are connected, and the base 7 geometry suggests they are, then the formation chamber can provide access to node 2. Lin Suyin stared at him. Then she shook her head, not in denial but in reluctant admiration. You want to use the living formation to tunnel beneath the sect's most secure building. I want to use the formation network the way it was designed to be used. The nodes existed before the archive, before the sect, before Sha. We're not breaking in. We're accessing something that was built for people exactly like us. People with cosmic inscriptions and unlocked realm keys. People who were chosen to understand the cage. The bond hummed. Lin Suyin's reluctance softened, replaced by the same fierce curiosity that had driven her into the wasteland and kept her studying Kang's journal through sleepless nights. Tonight, she said, after Peng makes his rounds. Tonight. She stood, tucked the journal away, and paused at the door. Through the bond, Wei Liang Chen felt a complicated blend of emotions. Determination, fear, trust, and something warm and unnamed that she was not yet ready to acknowledge. Wei Liang Chen. Yes. If this goes wrong, it won't. If it does, I want you to know that I chose this. Not because of the system, or the resonance, or the cage. Because you were honest with me when lying would have been easier, and because the evidence demands investigation. She held his gaze. I chose this. Bond resonance, stable. 72%. She left. Wei Liang Chen sat alone in the library annex, the warmth of the bond steady in his chest, and began planning the most dangerous night of his very short cultivation career. The spy's report would go out tomorrow. They had 12 hours. And Sha's spy reported not just to the elder, but to another organization entirely, one that had placed watchers in the wasteland, tracked the formation's activation, and was now receiving intelligence about Wei Liang Chen's every move from inside the Hollow Peak sect itself. Chapter 7. The underground passage between Node 1 and Node 2 was not a tunnel. It was a corridor. Smooth walls of crystallized formation stone rose on either side, their surfaces inscribed with gold lines that pulsed in rhythm with the hum in Wei Liang Chen's bones. The floor was level and unbroken. No rubble, no erosion, no sign that 3,000 years had passed since the last person walked this path. The formation network was self-maintaining, the same recursive feedback that powered his cultivation, keeping the infrastructure in pristine condition. Lin Suyin walked beside him, her chi shell extended to cover both of them. In the corridor's golden light, her face was set in the expression of controlled amazement that he was learning to recognize, the look of someone encountering evidence that confirmed theories she had studied for years. This is first cultivator architecture, she said, her voice hushed with reverence. Not derived from it, not inspired by it. This is their work, maintained by their original formations for over 3 millennia. Kong was right. Kong was right about everything. I wish he could see this. She ran her fingers along the wall, and the gold lines brightened at her touch. The formation recognizes me. Since the bond, It treats me as authorized. The system confirmed her observation. Network access, authorized host. Wei Liang Chen, system bearer, companion. Lin Suyin, realm key 1. Bonded, network status, 7 nodes, 1 active, node 1. 6 dormant current path. Node 1, node 2 estimated travel time. 12 minutes they walked in silence. The corridors hummed surrounding them like the inside of a bell after the strike. Wei Liang Chen used the time to check the system's cultivation progress. He was at 89% of the foundation forging threshold, close enough that he could feel the approaching transition as a pressure in his chest, like a held breath about to release. The corridor ended at a circular chamber, smaller than the one beneath the wasteland, but constructed from the same crystallized stone, with the same 7-pointed geometric pattern on the floor. The ceiling was low, barely 2 meters, and in its center, a formation array glowed with steady golden light. Beneath the array, embedded in the stone floor, was a sealed compartment. That's node 2, Lin Suyin said. She knelt beside the compartment and studied the seal. Kang's journal described this, a preservation seal, designed to maintain the contents in their original state. It's not a lock. There's no key. You just ask. Ask. The journal said the nodes respond to intent. If your purpose aligns with the network's design parameters, it opens. Wei Liang Chen placed his hand on the seal. The gold lines brightened, and he felt the formation reading him. Not his chi, not his cultivation rank, but his intent. His purpose. The deep, structural honesty of what he wanted and why. He wanted to understand the cage. Not to exploit it. Not to fear it. To understand it. So that when the time came to make a choice, and the system had made clear that a choice was coming, he would make it with full knowledge. The seal dissolved. The compartment opened to reveal a collection of documents. Not paper, not silk, but sheets of crystallized chi that had been compressed into a form durable enough to survive millennia. Each sheet glowed faintly, and the writing on them was not ink but energy, characters that had been inscribed with the same precision as the formation lines on the walls. Wei Liang Chen picked up the first document. The characters rearranged themselves as he watched, shifting from an ancient script he did not recognize into modern standard. The system was translating. Document retrieved. First cultivator archive. Node 2 classification. Historical record. Class A title. On the construction of the cage and the selection of keys, the document was long and dense. Wei Liang Chen and Lin Suyin read it together, shoulder to shoulder in the golden light, and what it told them changed everything. The primordial cage had been built by 7 cultivators of the highest rank, rank 12, primordial, who had sacrificed their cultivation progression to create a self-sustaining prison for the Void Sovereign. The cage was not a physical structure, but a formation of unimaginable complexity, woven into the fabric of reality itself. It existed in all 7 realms simultaneously, anchored by 7 resonance points that corresponded to the 7 realm keys. The keys had been selected by the Heavenly Tao, the universe's governing intelligence, based on criteria that the document described as soul compatibility with the cage's harmonic structure. Each key carried a fragment of the cage's resonance pattern, encoded in her soul architecture at birth. The fragments were inert until activated by a genuine bond with the system bearer. The system bearer was not pre-selected. The Heavenly Tao chose the bearer at the moment of activation, when a compatible soul's life force dropped below 5% within a formation node. The bearer's role was not to open or close the cage, but to assemble the resonance seal and present existence with a choice. A choice, Lin Suyin repeated. Not his choice. Existence's choice. Keep reading. The document continued. The choice was structured as follows. When all 7 fragments merged into a complete resonance seal, the bearer would be able to perceive the cage directly, not as a formation, but as a living system. He would be able to communicate with the Void Sovereign, and he would have 3 options. 1. Reinforce the cage, extending its stability for another 3,000 years. 2. Release the Sovereign, undoing the first cultivator's work and allowing the entity to re-enter existence. 3. The document was damaged here. A section of crystallized chi had been deliberately removed, leaving a gap that the system could not translate because there was nothing to translate. The third option is missing, Wei Liang Chen said. Deliberately removed. Look at the edges. They were cut, not broken. Someone took that section out after the document was created. Why remove the third option? Because someone didn't want the bearer to know about it until the right moment. Lin Suyin looked at him. Or because the third option is too dangerous to leave in a document that might be accessed by anyone with the right intent. Wei Liang Chen stared at the gap in the document. The system was silent. No notifications, no translations, no helpful context. Whatever the third option was, The system either did not know or was not ready to share. They spent another hour in the Node 2 chamber, reading the remaining documents. Most were technical, formation specifications, resonance calculations, energy density measurements. But 3 were personal, letters from the first cultivators to whoever would eventually read them. The first letter said, "We built something we hoped would never be needed. We were wrong." The second letter said, "The sovereign is not evil. It is existence without structure. Our mistake was assuming that structure and goodness are the same thing." The third letter said, "If you are reading this, then the Tao has chosen someone. Trust the process. Do not trust us. We were not perfect. Do not trust the sovereign. It does not yet know what it is. Trust the choice. The choice is the point." Wei Liang Chen read the third letter 3 times. Then he placed the documents back in the compartment, and the seal reformed over them. "We need to leave," Lin Suyin said. "Peng's rounds end in 2 hours." They walked back through the corridor in silence. The golden light accompanied them, steady and warm, and the hum of the formation network surrounded them like a lullaby sung by the architecture of reality. At the chamber beneath the wasteland, they climbed out into the dead zone's cold air. The stars were bright overhead. Without ambient qi, the wasteland's atmosphere was perfectly clear, and the sky was a vast, dark canvas scattered with light. Wei Liang Chen. "Yes. The spy, Peng, his next report goes out tomorrow. Even if it says, boring and slow, Sha is going to want more. He has formation research of his own. He'll connect the dots eventually. I know. We should think about leaving." The word hung in the air between them. Leaving. Abandoning the only home Wei Liang Chen had ever known. The narrow cot, the refuse heap, the library annex with its outdated texts. Abandoning the sect that had tolerated his existence for 18 years without ever valuing it. "Not yet," he said. "I'm 9 days from foundation forging. Once I reach rank 3, I'll have actual combat capability. Right now, if we leave and something goes wrong, you're the only one who can fight. I've been the only one who can fight for 6 days. That hasn't stopped us. It stopped me from sleeping." She almost smiled. Through the bond, he felt her amusement, brief, sharp, tinged with the same affection she always tried to hide beneath pragmatism. 9 days, she said. Then we reassess. They separated at the sect perimeter. Wei Liang Chen limped toward the dormitory, and the spy, Peng, already in position at the corner of the kitchens, noted his return with the same blank-faced attention he had shown every night for the past week. The system's final notification appeared as Wei Liang Chen laid down on his cot. Cultivation progress, 89% to foundation forging bond resonance, stable at 72% spy activity. Peng, report composition detected. Contents unknown. Secondary recipient, message dispatched via courier bird. Direction, southeast. Sha spy had already sent his report. Not tomorrow, tonight. The weekly schedule was a cover. Peng was reporting in real time, which meant someone southeast of the Hollow Peak sect now knew that Wei Liang Chen had been active tonight. They did not know about the corridor, the node, the documents, but they knew he had moved. Wei Liang Chen stared at the ceiling. The hum in his bones was louder tonight, the formation's resonance blending with the bond's warmth and the system's steady presence. 3 layers of information, 3 frequencies of awareness, all of them telling him the same thing. Time was running out faster than he had calculated, and the spy who watched him was already reporting every detail to a second master he had never met. Chapter 8. On the 7th day, Wei Liang Chen broke into the Forbidden Archive. Not through the formation network. That route provided access to Node 2, which was beneath the archive, not inside it. The actual archive was a separate structure, a windowless building of reinforced stone and layered defensive formations, located in the center of the intersect compound. 3 formation locks secured its single entrance, and only Elder Shah and 2 senior archivists held the authorization keys. Wei Liang Chen did not use the entrance. The archive's foundation was stone, but the stone was not solid. It had been quarried from the same mountain that housed the sect, and the mountain's geological composition included veins of formation-reactive crystal, the same crystal that composed the first cultivator network's corridors. Node 2's chamber sat directly beneath the archive's floor, separated by 3 meters of rock in the archive's defensive ward. The ward was designed to repel spiritual intrusion from above and from the sides. It was not designed to repel intrusion from below, because no one in the sect's history had possessed the means to approach from below. The formation network was that means. "This is either brilliant or insane," Lin Suyin said, watching as Wei Liang Chen pressed his palm against the Node 2 chamber's ceiling. The gold lines responded, brightening where his skin contacted the stone, and he felt the formation reading the rock above, mapping its density, its composition, the ward's energy signature. The ward ignores the formation crystal veins, he said. It was calibrated to block spiritual intrusion, not geological resonance. If I pulse my inscription energy through the crystal veins, I can create a temporary resonance window in the ward, a gap small enough to miss, big enough to climb through. You've been planning this. Since I read Kang's journal. He mapped the crystal veins on page 47. I read page 47. It was a geological survey, with formation-reactive crystal deposits marked in red. Lin Suyin looked at him with an expression that the bond translated as a complicated mix of admiration, exasperation, and something she would describe as professional respect, but which felt warmer than that through the empathic link. Go, she said. I'll maintain the chi shell from here. You have 20 minutes before the ward cycles and detects the resonance window. He went. The resonance window was exactly as he had theorized, a narrow gap in the defensive ward, aligned with a crystal vein that ran from node 2 straight up through the archive's foundation. Wei Liang Chen pulled himself through a space barely wider than his shoulders, his inscription channels flaring with each contact against the ward's edges, the system warning him in terse notifications each time he came within centimeters of triggering the defensive formation. He emerged in the archive's basement level, a space he had not known existed, filled with sealed containers, dust, and the faint scent of ancient ink. The archive above was enormous. 3 floors of shelved documents, formation-preserved texts, sealed research papers, and the collected knowledge of 12 generations of Hollow Peak sect scholarship. Wei Liang Chen moved through it with the methodical precision of someone who had spent 18 years learning the difference between thorough and rushed. He was not looking for the cage documents. He had those from Node 2. He was looking for Sha's research. He found it on the 2nd floor, in a locked cabinet that his inscription channels opened without resistance. The lock was a standard elder-grade formation seal, designed to respond to Sha's chi signature. Wei Liang Chen's inscription channels did not replicate Sha's signature. They bypassed the lock entirely, treating it as a formation node and requesting access with the same structural intent that had opened the Node 2 compartment. The cabinet contained 7 years of notes. Sha's handwriting was sharp and angular, matching the man himself, and his research was meticulous. He had independently discovered the formation network, mapped 3 of the 7 nodes, and reached a conclusion that made Wei Liang Chen's blood run cold. Sha believed he could siphon energy directly from the primordial cage by activating the network nodes in a specific sequence. His calculations showed that this would not require a complete resonance seal. A partial activation, using 1 or 2 realm key fragments, would create a temporary conduit between the cage and the physical world. A temporary conduit that Sha intended to channel through himself. The notes included a timeline. Sha had been waiting for a catalyst, a system bearer or a realm key activation, to provide the initial resonance pulse that his calculations required. Wei Liang Chen's awakening and Lin Suyin's bond had provided exactly that. Sha had not been investigating Wei Liang Chen out of suspicion. He had been investigating because Wei Liang Chen's activation was the first step in Sha's plan. The next step was already in motion. The notes referenced a meeting, scheduled for 3 days from now, at coordinates that corresponded to a location southeast of the sect. Sha was meeting with representatives of the organization that Peng's courier birds reported to, the same organization, presumably, that had placed observers in the wasteland. The meeting's purpose was simple. Sha would deliver the cultivation data from his examination of Wei Liang Chen, and the organization would provide the formation disruption techniques necessary to force a realm key extraction. Force a realm key extraction. Take the resonance fragment from Lin Suyin's Soul by Violence. Wei Liang Chen read the passage 3 times, his hand steady despite the horror coiling through his chest. Then he memorized the meeting coordinates, replaced the notes exactly as he had found them, and descended through the resonance window to the Node 2 chamber. Lin Suyin was waiting with her chi shell taut and her eyes sharp. 12 minutes. You cut it close. Sha is planning to extract your resonance fragment by force. The words dropped between them like stones into still water. Lin Suyin's expression did not change, but the bond flooded with a surge of cold, clear fury that made the air between them crackle. Tell me everything. He told her. The 7 years of research. The partial activation plan. The meeting coordinates. The forced extraction. When he finished, Lin Suyin was very still. The fury had not diminished. It had compressed, becoming something denser and more dangerous. We have 3 days, she said. We have 3 days before Sha meets with the external organization. But his plan requires my cultivation data from the assessment, which he already has, and formation disruption techniques, which he doesn't have yet. So the meeting is the bottleneck. If we can prevent Sha from obtaining those techniques, his plan stalls. Or we leave before he gets them. Or we leave. They looked at each other in the golden light of the Node 2 chamber. The bond hummed between them, and Wei Liang Chen could feel Lin Suyin running calculations. The same rapid, precise analysis she applied to formation work, now directed at survival. Leaving is the better option, she said. If we stay and try to prevent the meeting, we're opposing a Heaven Gate Elder with 2 Qi-gathering cultivators. If we leave, we gain distance and time. I agree. But leaving means abandoning the formation network. Nodes 3 through 7 are here. Nodes 3 through 7 are dormant. We can't activate them without advancing further. She paused. The formation chamber, Node 1, has given you everything it can at this rank. You're 9 days from foundation forging regardless of location. 7 days. The acceleration has increased. 7 days, then. We find somewhere safe, you break through to foundation forging, and then we figure out the next bond. The system pulsed. Strategic assessment option. Depart Hollow Peak sect risk. Moderate. Sha's surveillance will detect departure within hours. Benefit. High. Distance neutralizes Sha's extraction plan. Note. Bond 2 Realm Key, Feng Xiao, is located in the Spirit Peaks region, 340 kilometers northwest. This direction is opposite to Sha's meeting location. Recommended departure route, northwest. Northwest. Toward the second key. Away from Sha's allies. 7 days, Wei Liang Chen said. We prepare for 3, leave on the 4th. That gives us a window before the meeting. That's cutting it close. Everything about this is close. We work with what we have. Lin Suyin nodded. The fury in the bond was still present, but it had been joined by something else. The sharp, clean resolve of a woman who had made a decision and would not be moved from it. They climbed out of the formation chamber and crossed the dead zone under a sky that seemed wider and darker than before. At the sect perimeter, they separated with a nod that carried more weight than any words. Wei Liang Chen returned to his cot and lay in the dark, his mind racing through logistics. 3 days to prepare. Supplies, route planning, contingencies for pursuit. He had no resources, no allies beyond Lin Suyin, and no combat capability worth mentioning. But he had the system. He had the bond. And he had a head start that Sha did not know about. The spy Peng was already in position, noting Wei Liang Chen's return. The report would go out by morning. But the report would say what every other report said. The rootless one returned to his cot at the expected time, displaying no unusual behavior. By the time the report reached Sha, Wei Liang Chen would be 3 days closer to foundation forging and already planning the departure. The system's final notification of the night was brief. Sha has left the sect with 3 armed disciples. Destination, southeast. Departure time, 2 hours ago. He was already gone. 3 days early. The meeting was happening now, not in 3 days. Wei Liang Chen sat up in the dark, his heart pounding, and reached for the bond. Lin Suyin was already awake. He could feel her shock. She had sensed the same realization through the empathic link, his spike of alarm translating into her awareness as clearly as a shout. Sha was gone. The meeting was happening now. The 3-day window had evaporated. They had tonight, maybe tomorrow, and then Sha would return with the techniques he needed to tear the resonance fragment from Lin Suyin's soul. The spy at the corner of the kitchens was still watching, but the man he reported to was already gone. Chapter 9 Foundation Forging was supposed to take 7 more days. Wei Liang Chen reached it in 1. Not through normal cultivation. Not even through the X 4.2 accelerated rate that the formation chamber provided. He reached it through desperation, which, as it turned out, was the most efficient catalyst in existence. He spent the entire night in the formation chamber. Lin Suyin maintained the chi shell from the corridor entrance while he sat in the center of the gold line pattern and opened every inscription channel simultaneously. The pain was extraordinary, like having his spiritual architecture stretched on a rack, but the feedback loop between his channels and the formation surged past its previous ceiling and kept climbing. The system tracked the progression with notifications that came faster and faster. 89%, 91%, 94%, 97%, 99% threshold reached. Foundation forging transition initiating. Warning, channel restructuring in progress. Do not interrupt chi circulation. Warning, pain is expected. Duration, 3 to 7 minutes. It lasted 11 minutes. Each minute felt like an hour, and each hour felt like having his bones replaced with molten glass. His inscription channels, the geometric, base 7 pathways that the system had carved into his soul, expanded, deepened, and solidified into permanent structures that could bear the energy density of foundation forging rank. When it was over, he opened his eyes to a world that looked different. Not visually. The chamber was the same, gold lines, stone walls. Lin Suin's concerned face peering through the corridor entrance. But his perception had shifted. He could feel the qi in the air, not as a vague, background sensation, but as a tangible substance with texture and weight. He could feel the formation's energy as a current flowing through the gold lines. He could feel Lin Suin's qi shell as a warm membrane, and beyond it, the dead zone suppression field as a cold, heavy blanket. Rank update previous. Qi gathering, February 12th. Current. Foundation forging, March 12th. Channel architecture, stabilized. 7 primary channels, 49 secondary channels, 343 tertiary channels. Note, standard foundation forging operates 12 primary, 72 secondary. Your architecture is unconventional, but fully functional. Combat assessment, capable of engaging spirit veil opponents with formation-enhanced techniques. Wei Liang Chen, Lin Suin said. She had entered the chamber and was kneeling beside him, her hand on his shoulder. Through the bond, he felt her relief, sharp and fierce, cut with residual worry. Your channels just restructured. I could see it through the bond. It looked like a building being rebuilt while someone was still living inside. It felt like that too. Foundation forging. In 14 days, starting from nothing. She shook her head. No one will believe this. Good. The fewer people who believe it, the safer we are. They left the formation chamber as dawn began to lighten the wasteland sky. The plan had changed. Sha's early departure had compressed their timeline, and foundation forging had given Wei Liang Chen capabilities he needed to finalize the escape. In the Node 2 chamber, they retrieved 3 documents from the archive that detailed the 7 nested realms, the cosmological structure that the system had referenced and that the sect's mainstream scholarship had dismissed as myth. The documents were clear. The 7 realms were not metaphorical. They were literal, nested layers of reality, each with its own qi ecosystem, its own cultivation traditions, and its own realm key. The first realm, the mortal realm, where they currently existed, was the outermost layer. Each subsequent realm was deeper, denser, and more dangerous. Spirit peaks, Wei Liang Chen said, studying the second realm's description. The spirit realm, that's where the second key is. Spirit peaks is a region, not a realm, Lin Suin said. But the document suggests that certain geographical locations serve as transition points between realms. Spirit peaks might be where the mortal realm is thinnest, where the spirit realm bleeds through. Which would explain why the second key is there. He read further. The document included a cosmological map, a nested diagram of 7 concentric circles, each labeled with a realm name and a brief description. The mortal realm was the outermost. The void threshold was the innermost. And at the very center, a point labeled simply the cage. But there was a page missing. The document jumped from the description of the spirit realm to the Qi realm, skipping what should have been a transitional section about the boundary between them. A torn page, Lin Suin said. Kong mentioned this in his journal. The cosmology text has a missing page. Who tore it out? Kong didn't know. The text was already damaged when he first accessed it. The system provided context. The torn page contains information about the transition mechanism between realms. This information was removed by the second organization approximately 40 years ago. The second organization. The one Peng reported to. The one with watchers in the wasteland. The system knows about the second organization, Wei Liang Chen said. It says they removed the torn page 40 years ago. What organization? The system hasn't identified them yet. Lin Suin's expression tightened. Then we're operating with a known unknown. We know they exist. We know they have agents in the sect. We know they removed critical information about realm transitions. We don't know who they are, what they want, or how many of them there are. We know one more thing. They've been watching since the system activated, and they haven't attacked. Yet. They sat in the Node 2 chamber, surrounded by 3,000-year-old documents and the golden light of first cultivator formations, and planned their departure from the only home Wei Liang Chen had ever known. The plan was simple, because simplicity was all they could afford. They would leave through the formation network, Node 1 opened to the wasteland, and from there, they would head northwest towards Spirit Peaks. The dead zone would mask their spiritual signatures for the first 30 kilometers, and by the time they reached the wasteland's edge, they would have enough of a lead to outpace pursuit. The risk was Sha's return. If the Elder came back before they reached the wasteland's edge, his Heaven Gate cultivation would allow him to track them easily. If the second organization decided to intervene, the outcome was even less predictable. We leave tonight, Wei Liang Chen said. As soon as Peng settles into his observation post, he watches my cot until midnight, then switches to the dormitory entrance. During the switch, we have a 4-minute window. I'll liquidate my intersect resources this afternoon. Spiritual food, healing pills, formation materials. Everything that's portable. Don't sell anything. That leaves a trail. Take what's yours and leave the rest. She nodded. Through the bond, he felt her emotional state shifting from crisis response to operational calm. The steady, focused mindset of someone who had accepted the situation and was now fully engaged in solving it. One more thing, she said. The 7 nested realms. The document described them as literal layers of reality. Yes. If that's true, then the realm keys aren't just women with fragments in their souls. They're anchors. Each key is rooted in her realm, connected to its chi ecosystem, sustained by its energy. What does that mean for us? It means that finding the second key requires entering the spirit realm, or at least the boundary zone where it overlaps with the mortal realm. Spirit peaks. 340 kilometers. At Foundation forging movement speed, we can make it in 6 days. 6 days of travel through territory that Sha would be actively searching. 6 days of evading a Heaven Gate elder and an unknown organization with agents inside the sect. Then we'd better not waste time, Wei Liang Chen said. They left the Node 2 chamber. The formation corridor glowed gold around them, and the system pulsed steadily in Wei Liang Chen's peripheral vision. Spirit Veil Threshold, 67%, estimated 21 days at current rate. Bond Resonance, Lin Suin Stable, 72% nearest realm key. Feng Xiao, 340 kilometers northwest, Dormant Threat Assessment. Elder Sha, location unknown, estimated return 24 to 48 hours threat assessment. Second organization, location unknown, intent unknown. The 7 nested realms stretched out before them like layers of a dream, each one deeper and stranger and more dangerous than the last. And somewhere at the center, locked in a prison built by cultivators who had given up everything to contain it, something vast and ancient was watching. The torn page was a mystery. But so was the third option from the Node 2 documents, the deliberate gap in the resonance seal's choice. Someone had removed both pieces of information. Someone who did not want the bearer to have the complete picture. Wei Liang Chen filed that thought away and focused on the immediate task, leaving the only home he had ever known, with nothing but a cosmic inscription, a single bond, and the trust of a woman who had chosen to walk into the unknown beside him. Chapter 10. They discovered the spy's second master by accident. It was the afternoon before their planned departure, and Wei Liang Chen was making his final pass through the outer sect dormitory, retrieving the few possessions worth carrying, memorizing the layout of the place he would not see again, when the system pulsed with an alert that stopped him mid-step. Proximity alert. Peng, spy, distance, 14 meters, approaching from southeast. Emotional state. Anxiety, urgency, concealed fear note. Peng is carrying a formation-encoded crystal. The crystal's energy signature matches the observers detected in the wasteland. Peng was coming to the dormitory, not to observe. His observation post was the corner of the kitchens, 30 meters south. Coming to the dormitory meant direct contact, and direct contact was not part of the spy's usual protocol. Wei Liang Chen sat on his cot and opened a cultivation text, projecting the appearance of a student absorbed in study. His inscription channels were primed, Foundation forging energy circulating through the base 7 pathways with a readiness that had not existed a week ago. Peng entered through the main door. He was a thin young man with forgettable features, the kind of face that slid out of memory the moment you looked away. He carried a small pack and wore the standard outer sect robes, and he walked with the careful, measured steps of someone trying not to draw attention. He passed Wei Liang Chen's cot without looking at it. That alone was suspicious. Peng always looked. Every report relied on observation, and breaking the pattern meant something had changed. Peng went to his own cot, for beds down, and sat. He reached into his pack and withdrew a crystal the size of a thumb joint, translucent, glowing faintly with an energy that the system immediately classified. Crystal analysis type. Formation encoded communication crystal origin. Unknown. Not hollow peak sect manufacture function. Two-way communication with a paired crystal current state. Active. Incoming signal detected source. Fixed location, 67 kilometers southeast. Peng held the crystal to his ear. Wei Liang Chen's foundation forging senses, still new, still developing, could not hear the words, but the system's enhanced perception caught fragments. Confirmed. Sha departed early. The target's cultivation has accelerated beyond projections. Resonance signature detected by the library's outer monitors. The mortal key is bonded. Repeat, the first bond is confirmed. The Grand Architect wants both of them moved to the spiral stage facility within 72 hours. Wei Liang Chen's blood went cold. The Grand Architect. The system had no file on that name, But the context was unmistakable. This was the leader of the second organization, the one that had placed watchers in the wasteland and torn a page from the cosmology text. And they wanted him and Lin Suyin delivered to a facility. Within 72 hours, he kept his eyes on his cultivation text and his breathing steady. Through the bond, he sent Lin Suyin a pulse of urgent alarm. Not words, not specific information, just the raw emotional signal that something had changed and changed badly. Her response came back immediately, sharp, focused, questioning. Peng finished his crystal communication and tucked the device back into his pack. He stood, adjusted his robes, and walked out of the dormitory without a backward glance. Wei Liang Chen waited 60 seconds, then followed. He tracked Peng through the outer sect compound using the system's proximity detection, maintaining a distance of 40 meters, far enough to avoid visual detection, close enough to keep the spy within sensor range. Peng moved through the compound with practiced efficiency, following a route that avoided the main paths and kept to the service corridors that connected the outer and inner sect buildings. The spy stopped at the communications tower, a small, unremarkable building near the sect's eastern wall that housed the courier bird roosts. Wei Liang Chen could not follow him inside without being seen, so he waited outside, leaning against a wall with his cultivation text open, and let the system work. Communication detected Peng has dispatched a courier bird. Direction, southeast. Crystal analysis complete. The formation-encoded crystal is a shattered mirror sect design. Origin, Grand Architect Wieland's workshop. The second organization is the Shattered Mirror Sect. Shattered Mirror Sect. Wei Liang Chen searched his memory. 18 years of reading every text in the outer sect library had given him an encyclopedic knowledge of cultivation, world geography, and politics. The Shattered Mirror Sect was a mid-tier organization based in the Southern Territories, known for formation research and, importantly, for their aggressive acquisition of pre-classical cultivation artifacts. Their leader was a figure known only by the title Grand Architect, and their reputation was one of ruthless efficiency tempered by genuine scholarly interest. They were not conquerors. They were collectors, and they had been collecting information about the primordial cage for at least 40 years. Wei Liang Chen found Lin Suyin at the training grounds, where she was running through sword forms with the mechanical precision of someone whose mind was entirely elsewhere. He waited until the nearest observers were out of earshot, then spoke quietly. Shattered Mirror Sect. Their leader is called the Grand Architect. They want us moved to a facility within 72 hours. Peng has been reporting to them as well as Xia. Lin Suyin's sword form did not falter. Her emotional state, through the bond, was a controlled fury that she channeled into each precise movement. Xia's plan and the architect's plan, she said between strokes. Are they coordinated? I don't think so. Xia wants to siphon the cage's energy. The architect wants, I'm not sure. The crystal communication mentioned both of them, and a spiral stage facility. They want to contain us, not use us. Contain us for what? Study. Observation. The Shattered Mirror Sect collects pre-classical artifacts. We might qualify. I am not an artifact. No, you're a realm key. That's worse. She finished her sword form, sheathed the blade, and faced him. In the training ground's harsh afternoon light, her expression was the same one she had worn when the pylon collapsed on her. Clear-eyed, calculating, and completely unwilling to die. We leave tonight, she said. I know. The 4-minute window during Peng's switch. Peng reports to the Shattered Mirror Sect. If he notices we're gone, he won't notice if he's unconscious. Wei Liang Chen looked at her. You want to incapacitate a spy who reports to 2 separate organizations, neither of which will take kindly to losing their source. I want to buy us 6 hours. After that, it doesn't matter what they think. She was right. Every hour of head start was another 30 kilometers between them and pursuit. 6 hours could mean the difference between escape and capture. Formation-based, he asked. Sleep formation. I can set one on his observation post. When he sits down for his midnight shift, it activates. He sleeps until dawn. We're gone before he wakes. And the courier birds? I'll release all of them. Standard wind scatter. They'll fly in every direction. By the time someone catches one and sends a message, we'll be in the deep wasteland. Wei Liang Chen considered the plan. It was clean, efficient, and relied on Lin Suyin's formation skills, which were the strongest tool in their limited arsenal. Do it, he said. The rest of the afternoon passed in taut preparation. Lin Suyin assembled her formation components and packed them into a travel kit that hung from her belt. Wei Liang Chen gathered supplies, dried food, water purification tablets, a compass, 2 sets of spare robes, and a medical kit that he had assembled from the outer sect's meager stores. He also retrieved Kang's journal from its hiding place in the library annex. The journal was too valuable to leave behind, and too dangerous to let fall into Sha's hands. At dusk, they ate separately, maintaining the routine that Peng expected. Wei Liang Chen sat at the end of the long table and ate rice porridge and pickled vegetables for what he suspected was the last time. The porridge tasted the same as it always had, bland, slightly overcooked, faintly bitter from the pickle's brine. He did not feel nostalgic. The Hollow Peak sect had given him a roof and an education and 18 years of invisible existence. It had also harbored an elder who planned to tear the resonance fragment from Lin Suin's soul and a spy who sold information to an organization that wanted to cage them like specimens. He owed the sect nothing, and the sect, he suspected, would not mourn his departure. At midnight, Peng settled into his observation post at the corner of the kitchens. Lin Suin's sleep formation activated 3 seconds later, a subtle pulse of qi that the spy never felt. He slumped against the wall, eyes closed, breathing deep and regular. 6 hours. They moved through the sect in silence, following the route to the wasteland perimeter that they had used for a week of nightly excursions. The courier birds went up in a chattering cloud when Lin Suin opened their roost and scattered a wind dispersion pellet, a formation trick that sent the birds spiraling in every direction, confused and panicked, carrying no messages to anyone. The wasteland swallowed them in darkness and silence. They entered through the perimeter gap they had been using and walked northwest, the dead zone suppression field wrapping around them like a cold blanket. Lin Suin's qi shell held steady, and Wei Liang Chen's foundation forging senses pushed outward, scanning for pursuers. Nothing. The wasteland was empty. The 2 observers that had haunted the formation chamber's perimeter were gone, withdrawn, perhaps, or repositioned. They walked through the night. Wei Liang Chen's ankle was fully healed, and foundation forging energy sustained his body far beyond mortal endurance. Lin Suin matched his pace without effort, her foundation forging rank keeping her fresh and alert even as the hours passed. At dawn, they had covered 40 kilometers. The wasteland's edge was visible ahead, a line of scrub vegetation that marked the boundary between the dead zone and the living world. "How do you feel?" Lin Suin asked. It was the first words either of them had spoken since leaving the sect. "Free," Wei Liang Chen said. The word surprised him. He had not planned to say it. But it was true. The weight of 18 years of invisible existence had lifted sometime during the night, replaced by something he could not name, but that felt like the first breath after being underwater. "Good," Lin Suin said. And through the bond, he felt her smile even though her face did not change. The system pulsed. Departure confirmed distance from Hollow Peak sect. 41 kilometers estimated pursuit window. 6 hours. Peng's sleep formation. Spirit Peak's distance. 299 kilometers. Northwest note. Peng also reports to a second organization, the Shattered Mirror sect. Their leader, the Grand Architect, has located 2 realm keys. One is you. The other is unknown. 2 realm keys located. One was Lin Suin. The other, the second key, Feng Xiao, and Spirit Peaks? Or someone else entirely? The wasteland's edge was 10 minutes ahead. Beyond it, the living world waited. Forests, rivers, towns, and the vast, complicated terrain of a cultivation world that had no idea a cosmic prisoner's cage was slowly cracking. Wei Liang Chen adjusted the pack on his shoulders and walked toward the scrub line. Behind him, the Hollow Peak sect was a dark silhouette against the dawn sky, already shrinking with every step. Ahead, the system displayed a new notification. Bond 2, Realm Key. Feng Qiujio location. Spirit Peaks, 299 kilometers northwest status. Dormant note. The Grand Architect has identified Feng Qiao independently. His agents are already in Spirit Peaks. Bond 2 location now lit up. Pursuit convergent. Window, 7 days. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. Chapter 11. They ran. Not the desperate, stumbling flight of fugitives. Lin Suin would not permit that. She set a pace that was sustainable but relentless, foundation forging qi circulating through her legs in a pattern that Wei Liang Chen recognized from the advanced movement texts he had studied. He matched her as best he could, his own inscription channels providing a crude approximation of the same technique. The landscape beyond the wasteland was a revelation. After 18 years within the Hollow Peak sect's stone walls and the Dead Zone's spiritual void, the living world hit Wei Liang Chen's foundation forging senses like a wave. Qi was everywhere, in the soil, in the trees, in the insects that hummed through the tall grass. Every breath drew in energy that his inscription channels processed automatically, maintaining his cultivation even while running. They covered 60 kilometers before noon, following a route that Lin Suyin had plotted using Kang's journal and her own knowledge of the regional geography. The route avoided major roads, sect territories, and spiritual monitoring stations, threading through forests and river valleys where the natural chi density was high enough to mask their signatures. Sha will return to the sect by tonight, Lin Suyin said during a brief rest stop beside a stream. When he finds us gone, he'll interrogate Peng. Peng doesn't know where we went. Peng knows we've been visiting the wasteland at night. Sha will check the formation chamber. He'll find the corridor. He'll find Node 2. Wei Liang Chen had considered this. The nodes are sealed. They respond to intent, not force. Sha can't open them without the right purpose. Sha is Heaven Gate. He's 3 ranks above us. If he can't open them normally, he'll try to break them open. Will that work? Lin Suyin paused, her water canteen halfway to her mouth. I don't know. The first cultivator architecture is incredibly durable, but 3,000 years of degradation might have created vulnerabilities. And Sha's been studying the network for 7 years. Then we assume he gains access eventually. What changes? Nothing, strategically. The documents confirm what we already know, the cage, the keys, the seal. What Sha does with that confirmation depends on his goals. His goal is to siphon cage energy, which requires a realm key fragment, which requires us. Lin Suyin drank, wiped her mouth, and stood. So his plan stalls regardless. He can't siphon without a fragment, and we're taking the fragments with us. They resumed running. The afternoon brought them into the foothills of the Scarlet Range, a low mountain chain that separated the Hollow Peak sect's territory from the broader cultivation world. The terrain grew rougher, the forest thicker, and the ambient chi denser. Wei Liang Chen's cultivation advanced steadily. Foundation resonance continued to provide X3 speed, and the rich chi environment added its own boost. By evening, his inscription channels had deepened by a measurable degree, and the system estimated 16 days to Spirit Veil, down from the previous 21. They made camp in a cave at the base of a cliff, concealed by a chi dispersal formation that Lin Suyin assembled in 12 minutes. The formation scattered their spiritual signatures across a 50-meter radius, making them indistinguishable from the ambient chi of the forest. We need to plan for the long term, Lin Suyin said, arranging dried rations on a flat stone. Not just the next 6 days. If the Grand Architect has agents in Spirit Peaks, then finding the second key won't be simple. It was never going to be simple. No, but I mean tactically complex. The Shattered Mirror sect has resources, formation specialists, intelligence networks, combat teams. We're 2 foundation forging cultivators with a head start. We have the system. The system provides information and cultivation bonuses. It doesn't fight for us. Not yet. Wei Liang Chen pulled up the system interface and studied the Bond 2 entry. But each bond adds capabilities. Bond 1 gave us foundation resonance. Bond 2, if it completes, grants something called Soul Echo. What does Soul Echo do? The system describes it as the ability to sense cultivators' emotional states and hidden intentions. Lin Suyin sat back and considered this. Emotional detection would be extremely valuable against the Shattered Mirror sect. If we could read their agents' intentions before they acted, it requires forming the bond with Feng Qiao first, which requires finding her, earning her trust, and establishing the conditions for mutual sacrifice under mortal risk. While evading Sha, the Shattered Mirror sect, and whatever else is waiting in Spirit Peaks. They looked at each other across the flat stone, dried rations between them, the cave's darkness pressing in from all sides. Through the bond, Wei Liang Chen felt Lin Suyin's emotional state. The same complicated blend of determination, fear, trust, and unnamed warmth that had become her constant signature since the bond sealed. I want you to know something, she said. When we left the sect, when we walked away from everything I've known for 6 years, I didn't hesitate. I noticed. I want you to understand why. It wasn't because of the system or the bond or the cosmic stakes. Those are reasons to act. They're not reasons to trust. She met his eyes. I trust you because you've been powerless your entire life, and it didn't make you cruel. Most people, in your position, would have become bitter. You became methodical. That's rare. Wei Liang Chen did not know what to say. The bond hummed between them, and he knew she could feel his response. The deep, aching gratitude of someone who had spent 18 years being invisible and had finally been seen. Thank you, he said. It was not enough. Nothing would be enough. But she nodded, and the bond pulsed with understanding. They slept in shifts. Wei Liang Chen took the first watch, sitting at the cave entrance with his foundation forging senses extended into the darkness. The forest was alive with small movements, animals, insects, the slow migration of chi through root systems and water channels. No spiritual signatures. No pursuit. Not yet. He was halfway through his watch when the system delivered a notification that made him sit up straight. Strategic Update Hollow Peak Sect Activity detected via Formation Network Residual. Elder Sha Dongming has returned to the sect. Time: 3 hours ago. Sha has interrogated Peng. Peng's status: incapacitated, non-lethal. Sha has accessed the Formation Chamber. Node 1. Method: forced entry via Heaven Gate, Qi saturation. Node 1 status: damaged but functional. Sha has not accessed the corridor or Node 2. The network's security protocols engaged when forced entry was detected. Current Sha location: Hollow Peak Sect, Intersect Compound. Estimated pursuit initiation: 6 to 12 hours. Note: Sha has dispatched 3 disciples. Direction: northwest. Speed: Foundation forging maximum. 3 disciples. Northwest. Coming for them. Wei Liang Chen woke Lin Suyin. She went from sleep to full alertness in 2 seconds. A cultivator's trained response. Sha sent 3. Foundation forging rank. They're behind us. How far? The system doesn't have exact positions, but they left the sect 6 to 12 hours after us, and they're moving at Foundation forging maximum. We've been running at Foundation forging sustainable. Their maximum is faster, but burns more energy. They'll close the gap during the day and slow down at night. She was already packing. We need to increase pace. For 6 more days? For as long as it takes. She paused. Or we find a way to discourage them. How? Lin Suyin's smile was thin and sharp. I'm a formation specialist, Wei Liang Chen. I can make the terrain behind us very unfriendly. They left the cave before dawn. Lin Suyin spent 20 minutes at their campsite, not erasing their traces, but enhancing them, setting a series of formation traps along their back trail that would activate when a cultivator's qi crossed them. Not lethal, not even harmful, but disruptive: confusion formations, misdirection arrays, feedback loops that would cycle a pursuer's own qi back at them and scramble their spiritual sense for hours. These are nasty, Wei Liang Chen observed. These are educational. By the time Sha's disciples reach spirit peaks, they'll have a thorough understanding of what happens when you chase a formation master through unfamiliar terrain. They ran northwest. The Scarlet Range gave way to rolling hills, and the hills gave way to a broad river valley that the regional maps called the Broken Mirror Corridor, a strip of fertile land between 2 mountain ranges that served as the primary route between the central cultivation territories and the Spirit Peaks region. The corridor was populated. Small towns dotted the riverside, and sect outposts monitored the traffic with the casual efficiency of organizations that had been doing the same thing for centuries. Wei Liang Chen and Lin Suyin avoided the outposts and skirted the towns, following animal trails and dry stream beds that kept them hidden. At noon, they found the gate locked. Not a physical gate, a spiritual one. A formation barrier stretched across the corridor at its narrowest point, a shimmering wall of qi that was invisible to mortal eyes, but blazing to anyone with foundation forging senses. The barrier was maintained by a Hollow Peak Sect outpost, a small fortification built into the corridor's southern cliff face. Sha sent word ahead, Lin Suyin said. She stood behind a boulder, studying the barrier with professional interest. That formation is a detection net. Anyone who crosses it registers on the outpost's monitoring array. Can we go around? The corridor is 2 kilometers wide at this point. The barrier covers the entire gap. Over the mountains? The mountains are too steep for foundation forging. We'd need spirit veil movement techniques to cross. They were trapped. The gate was locked, the mountains were impassable, and behind them, 3 foundation forging disciples were closing the gap with every hour. Wei Liang Chen studied the barrier. His inscription channels perceived it differently than Lin Suyin's standard meridians. Where she saw a formation wall, he saw a web of energy lines, each one connected to a monitoring node in the outpost above. The barrier has gaps, he said. Not physical gaps, temporal ones. The formation cycles through monitoring pulses every 4 seconds. Between pulses, there's a window of approximately 0.3 seconds where the detection sensitivity drops by 90%. How can you see that? The inscription channels process formation energy differently. I can feel the cycle. Lin Suyin looked at him with an expression that combined professional awe with personal annoyance. 0.3 seconds. That's enough time to take 1 step. 2, if we time it perfectly. We need to cross 2 kilometers in 0.3-second increments with 4-second waits between each. That would take hours. Yes. Sha's disciples would reach us before we finished. He paused. Unless we don't cross at the barrier point. The detection net covers the corridor, but does it extend underground? Lin Suyin's eyes widened. The formation only covers the surface and the air above. Standard defensive architecture, nobody tunnels. Nobody without formation skills. She looked at him. Then she looked at the ground. Then she looked back at him. and through the bond, he felt the same fierce, reluctant excitement she had shown in the Node 2 chamber. I need 30 minutes and a lot of qi. It took 45 minutes. Lin Suyin carved a passage through the subsoil using a formation technique she adapted on the fly, a compression array that pushed earth aside and stabilized the resulting tunnel with hardened qi. The passage was narrow, dark, and claustrophobic, but it extended 30 meters beneath the barrier and emerged on the other side in a copse of dense brush. They crawled through. The barrier above them pulsed with detection energy that never touched them. They emerged dirty, cramped, and victorious on the far side of the gate that Shah had locked against them. The system pulsed. Gate bypass confirmed Hollow Peak's sect detection net. Not triggered pursuit status. 3 disciples approaching barrier. Estimated arrival, 4 hours. Note, the disciples do not know about the tunnel. They will reach the barrier and request passage. This requires authorization from the outpost commander. Estimated delay, 2 to 3 hours. 6 hours of additional lead time. Lin Suyin's formation traps on the back trail plus the barrier delay meant that Shah's pursuit was falling further and further behind. They were going to make it to Spirit Peaks. But the system's next notification tempered his relief. Alert! Shattered Mirror Sect activity detected in the Broken Mirror Corridor. 6 operatives, minimum Spirit Veil rank, moving northwest on a parallel path. They are not pursuing. They are preceding. Destination, Spirit Peaks. The Grand Architect has already sent his people ahead, and they know exactly where Wei Liang Chen and Lin Suyin are going. Chapter 12. The tunnel was 30 meters of compressed earth and hardened qi, but the real passage they needed was 300 kilometers of open territory between the barrier and Spirit Peaks. They emerged from the brush on the far side of the detection net covered in dirt and breathing hard, and Lin Suyin immediately began destroying the tunnel entrance. If they find the passage, they can follow us through, she said, her formation energy dissolving the hardened qi supports. The earth groaned and collapsed in on itself, filling the tunnel from both ends. Now they have to go through the outpost. They ran. The Broken Mirror Corridor opened into a wider valley system as they pushed northwest, the terrain shifting from cultivated farmland to wild forest. The ambient qi thickened with every kilometer. They were approaching the boundary zone where the mortal realm's energy began to blend with something deeper and older. Wei Liang Chen felt it in his inscription channels first. The base 7 geometry of his spiritual architecture resonated with the deeper qi like a tuning fork responding to its natural frequency. His cultivation accelerated measurably. The system registered the change with a clinical notation that made Lin Suyin shake her head in disbelief when he shared it. Your effective cultivation speed is now x 5.3, she said. In 3 months, you'll be at Spirit Veil. In 6, Meridian Burst. This is not normal. Nothing about this has been normal since I bled on a gold formation. They made camp that night in a hollow beneath an ancient pine whose roots formed a natural shelter. Lin Suyin's qi dispersal formation went up in 8 minutes. She was getting faster, her skills sharpening with each deployment. 240 kilometers to Spirit Peaks, she said, studying the regional map she had memorized before leaving the sect. At our current pace, for more days. The Shattered Mirror operatives are on a parallel path. They'll arrive before us. Not necessarily. They're traveling openly, using main roads. We're cutting through terrain. If we push harder tomorrow, we can close the gap. Wei Liang Chen considered the tactical situation. 6 Spirit Veil operatives, each outranking both of them. The Shattered Mirror Sect's agents had formation disruption techniques, tools specifically designed to counter formation specialists like Lin Suyin. We need intelligence, he said. Not just distance. We need to know what we're walking into. The system provides strategic overview, but limited tactical detail. I know where the second key is. I don't know what Spirit Peaks looks like, who controls it, or what defenses Feng Xiao has. Lin Suyin was quiet for a moment. Kang's journal has a section on Spirit Peaks. It was a major research site for pre-classical formation studies before the region became scattered, independent sects, wandering cultivators, no central authority. Scattered means no one controls it. Scattered means everyone wants to control it, and no one has managed. It's dangerous in a different way than Hollow Peak. Not organized danger, but chaotic danger. They spent the evening studying Kang's notes on Spirit Peaks. The region was a cluster of mountain peaks surrounding a central basin, each peak home to a small sect or cultivation community. The basin itself was a qi nexus, a point where ambient energy concentrated to levels that made it ideal for formation work, which was why the region had attracted formation specialists for centuries. Feng Xiao, according to the system, was a wandering formation master from the scattered Spirit Peaks region, known for building traps and escape routes. That suggested someone who operated independently, relied on her own skills, and had reason to be cautious. She builds traps and escape routes, Lin Suyin said. That's someone who's been hunted before. Or someone who expects to be hunted. Both, probably. A wandering formation master in a region with no central authority and multiple competing sects? She's been navigating danger her entire career. Which means approaching her will require care. It means approaching her will require her permission. Someone with those skills doesn't get found unless she wants to be found. The next 3 days were a blur of movement and vigilance. They pushed their pace to foundation forging maximum for stretches, then dropped to sustainable speed to recover. Lin Suyin's formation traps continued to litter their back trail, each one more sophisticated than the last. Wei Liang Chen's cultivation advanced steadily. The boundary zones enriched qi, pushing his inscription channels toward the spirit veil threshold. On the second day, they encountered the first sign of the Shattered Mirror sect's presence, a village with fresh footprints in the dust, the kind made by formation-hardened boots. The villagers were subdued, answering questions about travelers with the careful non-answers of people who had been instructed to say nothing. On the third day, they found an abandoned camp. 6 bedrolls, arranged in a tactical pattern around a cold fire pit. Formation residue on the ground, the same Shattered Mirror sect design that Peng's communication crystal had used. They're ahead of us, Lin Suyin confirmed. By about 12 hours. Moving towards Spirit Peaks. Moving toward Fengqiao. The system provided an update that evening. Bond 2 status update realm key. Fengqiao, Spirit Peaks, 78 kilometers northwest status. Active. Fengqiao's resonance fragment has responded to the proximity of the system bearer. Bond formation window. Open. Estimated duration. 7 days from first contact. Note. Shattered Mirror sect operatives have established a perimeter around the Spirit Peaks basin. 6 confirmed, 2 additional suspected. Additional note. Fengqiao is aware of the perimeter. She has not left the basin. She was aware. She knew they were coming, the Shattered Mirror sect, at least, and she had chosen to stay. That was either confidence or defiance, and based on her profile, Wei Liang Chen suspected it was both. On the 4th day, they reached the Spirit Peaks. The mountains rose from the landscape like teeth, sharp, dark, and crowned with mist that carried qi so dense it was visible as a faint shimmer in the air. The central basin was hidden behind the outer ring of peaks, accessible through a series of narrow passes that wound through the rock like veins through a body. Wei Liang Chen stood at the entrance to the nearest pass and felt the Spirit Peaks qi wash over him. His inscription channels sang. The base 7 geometry of his spiritual architecture aligned with the energy frequency of the boundary zone like a key turning in a lock. Cultivation update proximity to spirit realm boundary zone. Significant cultivation acceleration. X 5.3 x 6.1 spirit veil threshold. 12 days. Revised from 16. Note. The Spirit Peaks region exists at the overlap between the mortal realm and the spirit realm. Your inscription channels are attuned to both. We need a way past the Shattered Mirror perimeter, Lin Suyin said. She was scanning the pass with her spiritual sense, her expression tight. I can feel their formation anchors. They've set monitoring arrays at each pass entrance. Same type as the Hollow Peak barrier? Similar principle, different execution. These are more sophisticated. They don't just detect, they track. Once we cross, they'll know our exact position. Wei Liang Chen studied the monitoring arrays through his inscription channels. The Shattered Mirror sect's formation work was impressive, layered, redundant, and self-repairing. Standard disruption techniques would not work. But the arrays were designed to detect standard cultivation energy. His inscription channels were not standard. I can create a resonance shadow, he said. My channels operate on a different frequency than normal meridians. If I pulse at the formation's natural frequency, the array will read me as ambient qi, part of the background, not a person. And me? I'll extend the shadow to cover both of us. It requires physical contact, our hands. Lin Suyin looked at him. Through the bond, he felt her amusement, warm and genuine, cutting through the tension. How convenient, she said. The cosmology is what it is. She took his hand. Her grip was strong, her fingers calloused from years of formation work, her qi warm against his skin. The bond flared briefly, not with new resonance, but with a strengthening of the connection that already existed, like tightening a rope that was already secure. Wei Liang Chen pulsed his inscription channels at the monitoring array's frequency. The energy harmonized, and to the formation sensors, they became invisible. 2 foundation forging cultivators disguised as a patch of slightly dense ambient qi. They walked through the pass hand in hand, surrounded by mist and the hum of a boundary zone between worlds. The Spirit Peaks Basin opened before them, a vast, circular valley surrounded by sharp peaks, filled with qi so dense it was almost liquid. Structures dotted the slopes, small sects, hermitage caves, formation workshops, training grounds. It was a community of cultivators who had chosen independence over the organized hierarchy of the major sections. And somewhere in the basin, a wandering formation master named Feng Qiao was waiting. The system displayed the final notification as they entered the basin. Spirit Peaks Basin, entered Shattered Mirror Sect perimeter, bypassed Feng Qiao distance, 11 kilometers, Central Basin Bont 2 window, 7 days note. A disciple has spotted Lin Suin's empty quarters at Hollow Peak Sect. Sha now knows she departed with you. His disciples have been recalled from pursuit and reassigned. New threat vector. Sha is not pursuing. He is repositioning. Lin Suin's empty quarters. The discovery confirmed what they already knew. Their departure was no longer secret, and the Hollow Peak Sect now considered them fugitives. But Sha was not pursuing. He was repositioning. That meant he was planning something different, something that required patience rather than speed. Wei Liang Chen filed the information away and focused on the immediate task. 78 kilometers of enriched qi, a basin full of independent cultivators, 6 shattered mirror operatives on the perimeter, and somewhere ahead, a woman whose soul carried a fragment of a cosmic lock. They needed to find her before the architect's agents did, or better yet, let her find them. Chapter 13, The Underground Qi Conduit was not what Wei Liang Chen expected. He had anticipated something like the first cultivator corridor beneath the Hollow Peak Sect, engineered, precise, maintained by ancient formations. What they found beneath the Spirit Peaks Basin was organic. Natural qi channels carved by millennia of energy flow, twisting through the bedrock like rivers through limestone, their walls smooth and slick with condensed spiritual energy. Lin Suin had found the conduit entrance on their second day in the basin, tucked behind a waterfall in the central valley. Her formation expertise had recognized the flow patterns instantly, concentrated qi moving underground at high velocity, following channels that connected the basin's peaks in a web of natural energy infrastructure. This is what makes Spirit Peaks special, she said, running her hand along the conduit wall. The qi condensation glowed at her touch, blue-white and warm. The entire basin is sitting on a natural formation, not man-made, but geological. The peaks are resonance points, and the conduits are the channels between them, like meridians in a body. Exactly like that. The basin is alive, Wei Liang Chen. It's a cultivation organism. They had entered the conduits to escape the Shattered Mirror Sect surveillance. The operatives' monitoring arrays covered the surface, every path, every clearing, every building, but they did not extend underground. The natural qi flow masked spiritual signatures more effectively than any formation Lin Suin could construct. The conduits were narrow in places, forcing them to crawl, and wide in others, opening into chambers where the qi was so dense it formed visible pools on the floor. Wei Liang Chen's inscription channels processed the energy automatically, and his cultivation accelerated with each hour spent underground. Feng Qiao uses these, Lin Suin said, pointing to marks on the conduit wall, small, precise cuts in the stone that formed a navigation system. Arrows, distances, hazard warnings. She's mapped the entire network. How do you know it's her? The notation system. It uses base 7 geometry. Wei Liang Chen stopped walking. Base 7. Look. Lin Suin traced one of the marks with her finger. 7-pointed star. 7 concentric rings. The same proportional system we found in the Wasteland formations. Feng Qiao knows about the first cultivator geometry. She's been living on top of a natural formation that uses the same principles. She may have reverse-engineered it independently. Lin Suin paused. Or she may know more than we think. They followed the navigation marks through the conduit network, moving deeper into the basin. The qi grew denser, the conduits wider, and the marks more frequent. They were approaching something, a convergence point where multiple conduits met. The convergence chamber was beautiful, a natural dome of crystallized qi, its ceiling studded with formations that glowed like stars, its floor a smooth expanse of condensed energy that reflected the light above like a mirror. 3 conduits opened into the chamber from different directions, and in the center, a formation array of extraordinary complexity pulsed with steady, rhythmic energy. The formation was base 7. Gold lines on blue-white crystal. The same proportions as the first cultivator network, adapted to natural qi architecture. And sitting beside the formation, cross-legged on a cushion of condensed qi, was a woman. She looked up when they entered. She was small, barely reaching Wei Liang Chen's shoulder, with sharp features, dark hair cut short and practical, and eyes that held the focused intensity of someone who spent her days building structures that could kill. She was also at Spirit Veil rank. Wei Liang Chen could feel her cultivation, a rank above his own, steady and controlled, her meridians flowing with the same base 7 geometry that characterized the formation beside her. "You're early," she said. Wei Liang Chen and Lin Suyin exchanged a glance. "You were expecting us?" Lin Suyin asked. "I was expecting someone." The conduit network has been resonating differently for the past 3 days, a new frequency that matches the old geometry. That's either a first cultivator echo or a living system bearer. She looked at Wei Liang Chen directly. "And since the first cultivators are dead, you must be the bearer." Realm Key identified. Phone QIO designation. Spirit Realm Key, Bond 2 of 7, Resonance Fragment. Active, responding to System Bearer Proximity Bond status. And bonded note. Feng Xiao has been aware of the resonance pattern in the conduit network for years. She has built her formation work around it without understanding its origin. "My name is Wei Liang Chen. This is Lin Suyin. I know who she is. Her chi signature is threaded through yours." Feng Xiao stood. She was wearing practical clothes, loose trousers, a belted tunic, tool pouches on every surface. Her hands were calloused, her nails short, her posture that of someone who could shift from stillness to motion in a heartbeat. Foundation resonance. Bonded realm key. And you're broadcasting it through my conduit network like a signal fire. Can others detect it? Not from the surface. But the Shattered Mirror Sex agents have been trying to tap into the conduits for 3 days. They know the network exists. They don't know how to access it, yet. Lin Suyin stepped forward. "We came to warn you. The Shattered Mirror sect has operatives surrounding the basin. Their leader, the Grand Architect, knows about the realm keys. He knows about you." Feng Xiao's expression did not change. "I know. They sent a negotiator 2 days ago. Polite woman. Very reasonable. Offered me protection in exchange for cooperation. I declined." "What kind of cooperation?" "She didn't specify. But I can read formations, and the monitoring arrays they've deployed are designed to track resonance patterns, not cultivation energy, resonance. They're looking for the fragments." The system confirmed this. Shattered Mirror Sect. Monitoring array analysis type. Resonance tracking. Targets realm key fragment signatures. Effective range. Basin perimeter and surface limitation. Cannot penetrate natural chi conduit status. Active, self-repairing note. The Grand Architect has invested significant resources in this deployment. He is treating the Spirit Peaks operation as high priority. "How long have you known about the resonance?" Wei Liang Chen asked. Feng Xiao studied him for a moment. Her emotional state, readable through the system's proximity detection, but not yet through soul echo, which required Bond 2, was layered. Curiosity on top, caution beneath, and something deeper that the system flagged as recognition. 3 years, she said. The conduit network started humming differently 3 years ago. I traced the change to the convergence point and found this. She gestured at the formation array. It was dormant. Dead, I thought. But the geometry was unlike anything in modern formation theory. I spent 2 years reverse engineering it, and when I finally activated a small section, the entire network came alive. You activated a first cultivator formation node. Is that what it is? The geometry matches texts I found in a ruin north of here. Fragments, mostly. 7-pointed structures, base 7 proportions. I built my own work around the principles. Lin Suyin was already kneeling beside the formation array, her fingers tracing the gold lines with the reverence of a scholar encountering a primary source. "This is incredible. You adapted first cultivator geometry to natural chi architecture. The formation is using the conduit network as its channel system. It's as if you built a cultivation technique for the mountain." Feng Xiao almost smiled. "That's exactly what I did." They spent the next hour in the convergence chamber. Wei Liang Chen told Feng Xiao about the system, more than he had told Lin Suyin initially, because Feng Xiao's understanding of the formation principles meant she could process the technical details without the same learning curve. Feng Xiao listened. She asked sharp, specific questions. She did not agree or disagree. She cataloged. "So I'm carrying a piece of a cosmic lock," she said when he finished. "And you're the locksmith. I'm the person the heavenly Tao chose to assemble the lock. And if I don't want to be assembled, then the bond doesn't form. The system is explicit. It requires your choice." Feng Xiao looked at Lin Suyin. "Did it require yours?" "It required my choice," Lin Suyin confirmed. "The bond sealed during a moment of genuine mutual sacrifice. It could not have been forced." "And what did it cost you?" The question was direct, almost blunt, and Lin Suyin answered it the same way. "Everything I had. My defensive barrier, my sect affiliation, my home. I gave up my safety to protect him, and he had already given up his safety to protect me." The bond sealed because we chose each other over self-preservation. Feng Xiao was quiet for a long time. The convergence chamber hummed around them, the formation array pulsing with steady golden light, the conduit network carrying qi through the mountain's bones. I need time, she said. Not to decide. I decided when I saw the geometry activate 3 years ago. I've known something was coming. I need time to prepare. We may not have much time, Wei Liang Chen said. The Shattered Mirror sect is closing in. And behind them, Elder Shah from our former sect. Let me worry about the Shattered Mirror. This is my mountain, and they're standing on my formations. She stood and began walking toward one of the conduit exits. At the threshold, she paused and looked back. 2 things. First, your inscription channels are broadcasting constantly. The resonance is beautiful, but it's loud. I can dampen it through the conduit network, but on the surface, you'll need to learn control. And second, the woman who came to negotiate for the Shattered Mirror sect, she wasn't just a negotiator. She was a formation master. Better than good. She recognized my work immediately and told me it was derived from the first cultivators. She said the Grand Architect has located 2 keys. Wei Liang Chen exchanged a look with Lin Suyin. The system said the same thing. One is you. The other is not Lin Suyin. The negotiator mentioned a 3rd key in the Eastern Territories. Someone the architect has been observing for years. A 3rd key, already located by the Shattered Mirror sect, already under observation. The system pulsed. Note, the Grand Architect's intelligence is partially correct. Bond 3 Realm Key, Yuan Mei, is located in the Azure Tide Sect Territory, Eastern Region. The Architect's operatives have been monitoring her for approximately 2 years. Bond 3 Resonance, Dormant. Distance, 890 kilometers east. 3 keys. 3 organizations with interests. And the clock was ticking on all of them. Feng Xiao disappeared into the conduit, her footsteps fading into the hum of the mountain. Wei Liang Chen and Lin Suyin stood in the convergence chamber, surrounded by gold light and the weight of implications that grew heavier with every new piece of information. She said she decided 3 years ago, Lin Suyin said quietly. She's been waiting. She's been building. Every formation in this mountain, the navigation marks, the conduit mapping, the convergence array, she built it all because she felt something coming and decided to be ready. Wei Liang Chen looked at the formation array, Feng Xiao's 3 years of work, adapted first cultivator geometry, a living formation that used the mountain itself as its medium. The system chose well, he said. Through the bond, Lin Suyin's response was warm and complex, agreement, respect, and the faintest edge of something that might have been protectiveness. It chose all of us, she said. 2 disciples waited at the conduit exit with weapons drawn, but they were not Shattered Mirror agents. They were Feng Xiao's people, stationed to guard the convergence point, and they lowered their blades when they recognized the resonance signature that Feng Xiao had allowed to pass through her network. The real battle was coming. But for now, they were inside the mountain, shielded by a formation master's 3 years of preparation and the natural qi channels of a living landscape. The system's final notification of the night was simple. Bond 2 formation window, 7 days. The clock is running. Chapter 14. The Shattered Mirror sect attacked on the 3rd day. Not with subtlety, with overwhelming force. 8 operatives moved simultaneously from 4 different points along the basin perimeter, deploying formation disruption techniques that targeted the conduit network's surface exits. The disruption arrays were sophisticated, designed to collapse the natural qi channels from outside, sealing the underground network like filling tunnels with concrete. Feng Xiao's response was immediate and devastating. The conduit network was not just a transit system, it was a weapon. 3 years of formation work had turned the mountain's natural qi channels into a defensive grid that could redirect energy, amplify resonance, and focus concentrated qi bursts through specific exit points. When the Shattered Mirror operatives activated their disruption arrays, Feng Xiao activated hers. The mountain rumbled. Qi geysers erupted from 6 hidden vents, throwing 2 operatives 30 meters into the air. The disruption arrays shattered as the conduit network's internal pressure overwhelmed their containment. Formation feedback loops cycled the operatives' own energy back at them, scrambling their spiritual senses and leaving them stumbling blind across terrain they no longer recognized. Wei Liang Chen watched from a ridge above the basin, his foundation forging senses tracking the battle's progress. Lin Suyin stood beside him, her own spiritual perception stretched to its limit. She's not fighting them, Lin Suyin said, threading through her professional assessment. She's teaching them. Every response is exactly proportional, enough force to neutralize, not enough to kill. She's demonstrating that the mountain is hers. More than that, she's demonstrating capability without escalation. If the Shattered Mirror sect is rational, they'll recalculate. The battle, if it could be called that, lasted 20 minutes. When it was over, 8 operatives were sitting in the basin's central clearing, their disruption arrays destroyed, their spiritual senses slowly recovering, and their pride comprehensively dismantled. None of them were seriously injured. Feng Xiao appeared at the clearing's edge, standing on a rock outcropping with her arms crossed. She did not speak. She did not need to. The lead operative, a woman Wei Liang Chen recognized from the system's threat assessment as a spirit veil formation specialist, stood and bowed. "We withdraw," she said. "With the Grand Architect's apologies. Tell the architect that the next visit won't be this gentle," Feng Xiao said. The operatives withdrew. Within an hour, the monitoring arrays along the basin perimeter began deactivating, their formation anchors extracted and packed. By evening, the Spirit Peaks basin was clear. Wei Liang Chen found Feng Xiao in the convergence chamber afterward. She was sitting beside her formation array, and for the first time since they had met, she looked tired. Not physically, the mountain's qi had sustained her easily, but emotionally. The focused intensity that characterized her had softened into something more vulnerable. "That was the 3rd time they've come," she said without looking up. "The first was scouts. The second was the negotiator. This was the military option. And the 4th won't be military. The architect adapts. Next time, he'll use leverage." "What kind of leverage?" "I don't know yet, but he'll find something. People like him always do." Wei Liang Chen sat across from her. The convergence chamber was quiet, the conduit network humming at its normal frequency, the formation array pulsing gold. "You've been fighting alone for a long time," he said. 3 years. It doesn't have to stay that way." Feng Xiao looked at him. The system's proximity detection read her emotional state. The same layered complexity he had sensed on their first meeting, but deeper now. The caution was still there, but it had been joined by something that the system flagged as resonance. Not the bond's mechanical alignment, but genuine emotional recognition. "I felt something when you entered the basin," she said. "Through the conduit network. A frequency I'd been listening for since the convergence array activated. It felt like the geometry coming home. That's the resonance fragment responding. I know what it is now. You explained it clearly." She paused. "What I'm trying to say is that it didn't feel foreign. It felt like something I'd been carrying had finally found its pair." The bond resonance pulsed. Bond 2 resonance. 23% increase detected. Mutual vulnerability and shared knowledge of isolation. 23%. The bond was forming, slowly, through genuine connection rather than cosmic mechanics. Feng Xiao was not Lin Suyin. Where Lin Suyin had approached the bond with analytical rigor and principled decision-making, Feng Xiao was approaching it through the lens of her 3 years of solitary preparation. The recognition that something she had been building toward was finally arriving. "I'm not going to rush this," Feng Xiao said. "But I'm not going to run from it either. Take the time you need." She nodded. Then she stood, brushed the cave dust from her trousers, and held out her hand. "Come, I'll show you the conduit network properly. If you're going to use my mountain, you should understand it." He took her hand. Her grip was different from Lin Suyin's, calloused in different places, stronger in the fingers, lighter in the palm. A builder's hand. They walked into the conduit network together, and the mountain hummed around them like a living instrument. But behind the mountain's song, in the frequencies only the system could detect, a new signal was emerging, faint, distant, and cold. The proto-harmonic strike that Wei Liang Chen had unconsciously used during a moment of crisis in the convergence chamber, a resonance attack that Feng Xiao had recognized immediately. "That is a first cultivator technique," she had whispered, and her eyes had held not fear, but recognition. The technique was waking up, and with it, the attention of entities far more powerful than the Shattered Mirrors sect. Wei Liang Chen followed Feng Xiao deeper into the mountain, and in the system's interface, a notification appeared that he chose not to read until he was alone. First cultivator technique detected. Proto-harmonic strike origin. Resonance seal fragment interaction. Bond 1+ system inscription. Classification. Pre-classical combat art. Dormant in system architecture status. Partially active. Untrained. Uncontrolled node. Feng Xiao recognized this technique. She has seen it before, in archived texts that the system did not know existed. "That is a first cultivator technique," Feng Xiao had said. And she was right. Chapter 15 2 days of travel through the Spirit Peaks conduit network had changed Wei Liang Chen in ways that went beyond cultivation advancement. The boundary zone's enriched qi, processed through his inscription channels at an effective speed of x 6.1, had pushed him to the edge of Spirit Veil. He could feel the rank threshold approaching. The same pressure that had preceded foundation forging, but deeper, more structural, as if his spiritual architecture was preparing to integrate a new dimension of awareness. Lin Suyin noticed first. Your chi signature is shifting, she said during a rest stop in one of the conduit chambers. They had been traveling separately from Feng Qiao, who was conducting her own assessment of the shattered mirror sect's withdrawal. The frequency is rising. When did this start? This morning. The inscription channels are cycling faster. Spirit Veil is close. Days, not weeks. She studied him with the expression he had come to know well, analytical concern wrapped in something warmer. Through the bond, he felt her pride tangled with worry. Each rank transition has been faster than the last, she said. Chi gathering to foundation forging took 14 days. Foundation forging to Spirit Veil will take. What, 10? The inscription channels are accelerating the acceleration. I know. Do you know what that means for the transition itself? Foundation forging restructured your channels in 11 minutes instead of 7. If Spirit Veil compresses the same way, it will be intense. It will be dangerous. Spirit Veil integrates the soul with the body's chi system. Your soul already has the system inscription on it. If the integration process conflicts with the inscription, then we deal with it. He met her eyes. I've read every text on Spirit Veil transition. I know the risks. You've read texts about standard Spirit Veil transition. Nothing about your situation is standard. She was right, and she was worried. And through the bond, he could feel that her worry was not abstract. It was specific, personal, rooted in the connection they shared and the knowledge that his pain would be her pain. I'll be careful, he said. You'll be reckless, and I'll be careful for both of us. He did smile at that. She almost smiled back. They emerged from the conduits onto a high ridge overlooking the basin. The spirit peaks stretched in every direction, their summits wreathed in chi mist, their slopes dotted with the small structures of independent cultivation communities. From this height, the basin was a bowl of concentrated energy, its surface shimmering with the blue-white glow of the boundary zone. The shattered mirror sect's monitoring arrays were gone, but the system detected residual formation signatures at 3 points along the perimeter, passive observation nodes, less sophisticated than the original arrays but harder to detect. They're still watching, Wei Liang Chen said. From a distance. The architect is patient. He'll wait for an opportunity. They found Feng Qiao at the convergence chamber, hunched over a workbench she had assembled from conduit stone. She was building something, a formation component that glowed with the distinctive gold of first cultivator geometry. What is that? Lin Suyin asked. A resonance dampener. If Wei Liang Chen's channels are broadcasting as loudly as I think they are, the Spirit Veil transition is going to send a signal that every formation-sensitive cultivator within 500 kilometers can detect. I wasn't broadcasting before, you were. You just didn't notice because you were underground. Feng Qiao held up the dampener, a small disc of crystallized qi, inscribed with 7-pointed patterns. This will contain the signal during your transition, but I need to calibrate it to your specific frequency. She approached him and held the dampener against his chest. The gold lines flared, and Wei Liang Chen felt the formation reading his inscription channels, mapping their geometry, measuring their resonance, building a containment pattern that matched his unique spiritual architecture. Hold still, Feng Qiao said. Her fingers pressed the dampener against his sternum, and the proximity of her touch sent a pulse through the bond resonance that the system immediately registered. Bond 2 resonance. 31% increase detected. Physical proximity during spiritual calibration. Formation geometry alignment between key and host. Feng Qiao pulled back, the dampener configured. If she felt the resonance pulse, she did not mention it. This will hold for one transition, she said. After that, you'll need to learn to control the broadcast yourself. I'll learn. I'll teach you. After. The word after carried weight. After the transition. After whatever came next. After the bond that was slowly, steadily forming between them. They spent the remainder of the day preparing. Lin Suyin mapped the convergence chamber's chi flow to identify the optimal position for a Spirit Veil transition. Feng Qiao reinforced the conduit network's defenses and set early warning formations along every surface access point. Wei Liang Chen meditated, letting his inscription channels settle into the pre-transition rhythm that his body was naturally approaching. That evening, Feng Qiao shared something she had not shared before. The archive texts I mentioned, the ones where I saw the first cultivator technique your channels produced. They're not from Spirit Peaks. I found them in a ruin 200 kilometers north, when I was 16. What kind of ruin? A library. Underground, sealed, old beyond anything I'd encountered. The texts were crystallized chi, same material as the Node 2 documents you described. I could only read fragments, but the fragments described a system of linked formations that spanned multiple realms. The network. Part of it. The texts I read focused on a specific function, the selection of keys, and the criteria for each realm's fragment carrier. She looked at Wei Liang Chen, and for the first time, the caution in her expression was completely absent. The text described me, not by name, but by attributes, a formation master attuned to boundary zone Qi, born in the Spirit Peaks region, carrying a resonance pattern that matched the second node. You've known for years. I've suspected for years. Known. Only since you arrived and the convergence array confirmed it. She paused. The texts also described you. A bearer who would arrive from the first realm, carrying an inscription that the network would recognize. They said, and I remember this exactly. The bearer will be methodical and kind, because the lock requires patience and the keys deserve respect. The convergence chamber was very quiet. The formation array pulsed gold. The conduit network hummed. I need you to understand something, Feng Xiao said. I'm not going to bond with you because a 3,000-year-old text said I would. I'm going to bond with you because you walked into my mountain without weapons or threats, told me the truth when lying would have been easier, and let me decide on my own time. Bond 2 resonance. 38%. That's what the text predicted, she added. That you'd earn it. And I'm starting to understand why they were right. They sat in the golden light, 3 cultivators from different worlds, an outer sect reject, an inner sect fugitive, and a mountain hermit, bound together by ancient formations and the simple, stubborn decision to trust each other. And in the system's peripheral display, the spirit veil threshold clicked from 12 days to 9. They settled into their quarters for the night. Lin Suyin took the first watch. Feng Xiao retreated to her workshop. Wei Liang Chen lay in the conduit chamber and felt the mountain breathe around him. The boundary zone's qi flowed through his inscription channels in the base 7 rhythm that had become as natural as his heartbeat. The bond with Lin Suyin was a steady warmth in his chest. The developing connection with Feng Xiao was a lighter, sharper presence, like the first notes of a melody he was learning to hear. The system had one final notification. Spirit veil threshold. 9 days bond 2 resonance. 38% bond 2 window. 4 days remaining note. Bond 2 signal lit up in Spirit Peaks. Lin Suyin's resonance is visible to the system bearer. The path forward requires both advancement and trust. The path forward. Always forward. Through formations and mountains and realms. Toward a cage that held something the first cultivators could not destroy, only contain. Wei Liang Chen closed his eyes and let the mountain's rhythm carry him toward sleep. The bond 2 window was 4 days. Spirit veil was 9. Something would have to give, and the question was whether it would be the timeline or the threshold. Chapter 16 Training on the Move was a concept that Lin Suyin had refined during their 6-day journey to Spirit Peaks, but Feng Xiao elevated it to an art form. The conduit network was a training ground without equal. Its natural qi flow provided resistance for cultivation exercises. Its crystallized walls served as formation practice surfaces, and its branching passages created navigation challenges that required spiritual sense and physical agility in equal measure. Feng Xiao ran them through the network like a drill instructor who happened to be a genius. She set formations at intersections that could only be bypassed through specific qi manipulation techniques. She created obstacle courses of condensed energy that forced Wei Liang Chen to use his inscription channels in ways he had never attempted. She designed cooperative exercises that required Lin Suyin's foundation forging precision and Wei Liang Chen's base 7 resonance to work in harmony. Your channels are powerful but undisciplined, Feng Xiao told Wei Liang Chen after a particularly grueling session. You rely on the inscription's natural geometry without understanding why it works. That's like using a sword as a hammer. It'll get the job done, but you're wasting 90% of its capability. Show me. She did. Feng Xiao's understanding of base 7 formation geometry was intuitive in a way that Wei Liang Chen's theoretical knowledge was not. Where he processed the patterns through study and analysis, she felt them. The rhythm of 7, the nested harmonics, the way the proportions created resonance cascades that amplified energy exponentially. The base 7 system isn't arbitrary, she explained, sketching formation diagrams on the conduit wall with her finger, each line glowing gold where she touched. It mirrors the 7 nested realms. Each point in a 7-point formation corresponds to a realm, and each connection between points represents a resonance pathway. When you activate your inscription channels in base 7, you're not just circulating qi, you're echoing the structure of reality. That's why the first cultivators used it for the cage. That's why the first cultivators used it for everything. The cage is the most complex application, but the principle is universal. Every formation I've built in this mountain uses the same foundation. She was an extraordinary teacher, patient when patience was needed, demanding when complacency threatened, and always, always precise. Her formation work was not just skill, it was philosophy, a way of understanding reality through the language of geometric resonance. Wei Liang Chen learned fast. His inscription channels, designed by the system to interface with first cultivator geometry, responded to Feng Qiao's instruction as if they had been waiting for exactly this kind of guidance. Within 2 days, his control had improved dramatically. The broadcast that Feng Qiao had warned about was now contained. His qi manipulation was cleaner, and his combat applications of the proto-harmonic strike had become functional. Lin Suyin watched the instruction sessions with the intensity of a scholar observing a master class. She did not participate directly. Her channels were standard, not inscription-based, but she absorbed the theoretical framework and began adapting it to her own formation work. Base 7 formation design applied to standard meridian architecture, she told Wei Liang Chen during a private moment. It's not the same as what you and Feng Xiao are doing, but the principles translate. My barriers are already 30% stronger. You're adapting first cultivator geometry to foundation forging. I'm adapting universal principles to specific applications. That's what formation masters do. She paused, and through the bond, Wei Liang Chen felt a complex emotional current. Admiration for Feng Qiao's brilliance, gratitude for the partnership they were building, and a thread of something quieter that he recognized as Lin Suyin's particular form of affection. The warmth of watching someone she cared about grow into capabilities she had always known he possessed. On the 3rd day of training, Lin Suyin asked the question that had been building since they met Feng Qiao. Can the system be wrong? They were sitting at the convergence chamber's edge, watching Feng Qiao recalibrate the formation array. The question came without preamble, dropped into the silence between one observation and the next. About what specifically? About any of it. The keys, the bonds, the seal. The system says the heavenly Tao selected these women, that the bonds require genuine choice, that the resonant seal is the prepared response to the cage's degradation. But the system was inscribed on your soul by a mechanism we don't fully understand, built by people who have been dead for 3,000 years. What if they were wrong? It was the most important question anyone had asked him since the system activated. Wei Liang Chen gave it the weight it deserved. The first cultivator's letter in Node 2 said, "Do not trust us. We were not perfect," he said. They built an uncertainty from the beginning. The third option in the resonant seal's choice was deliberately removed from the documents. Someone, maybe the first cultivators themselves, decided that the bearer should not have complete information. That's not reassuring. It's honest, which is more reassuring than certainty would be. He paused. The system hasn't lied to me. It has withheld information. It told me the cage's status, the key's locations, the bond mechanics, but everything it has shared has been verifiable. Lin Suyin, the bonds are real. You can feel yours. The cultivation advancement is real. The formation network is real. The mechanics are real. I'm asking about the purpose. The purpose, the resonant seal, the cage, the void sovereign, I can't verify. Not yet. Not until we're deeper into the process. And by then, it might be too late to change course. They sat with that for a moment. The convergence chamber hummed. I think that's the point, Wei Liang Chen said. The first cultivators built a system that requires trust. Not blind trust, earned trust. Every bond requires mutual sacrifice. Every advance requires genuine connection. If the system's purpose were malicious, that structure would be counterproductive. Coercion is easier than consent. Unless the consent is the mechanism. What if the system needs willing participants because unwilling ones would destabilize the seal? Then it still matters that we're choosing freely. The system doesn't control us. It presents us with information and lets us decide. Every step of this process has been our choice. Lin Suyin was quiet for a long time. Through the bond, her emotional state was a churning sea of doubt and hope and the stubborn determination to protect the people she had come to care about. I don't distrust the system, she said finally. I distrust the assumption that we understand what it's for. 3,000-year-old architecture, built by people who admitted they weren't perfect, governing a prison for something that nearly ended existence. There are too many unknowns. Then we keep asking questions. We keep verifying. And we don't commit to anything until we understand what we're committing to. She nodded. The doubt did not leave the bond, but it settled, becoming not an obstacle but a discipline, a commitment to questioning that would serve them better than blind faith. Feng Qiao appeared at the chamber entrance. There's something you need to see. They followed her through the conduit network to a surface exit on the basin's western rim. The sun was setting over the spirit peaks, painting the qi mist in shades of gold and amber, and the view was so beautiful that Wei Liang Chen nearly forgot why they were there. Then he saw the village. It was a small settlement at the base of the western peak, 20 houses, a communal garden, a formation workshop. Standard Spirit Peaks community, populated by low-rank cultivators and their families. It had been destroyed. Not recently. The damage was days old, the smoke long dispersed, but the destruction was methodical. Every building had been collapsed. Every formation had been disrupted. The communal garden was ash. Mirrored masks, Feng Xiao said. She pointed to the ground near the village's entrance, where a shattered ceramic mask lay in the dust. The mask's surface was reflective, literally mirrored, and its design was unfamiliar. Shattered mirror sect? No, different symbol. The shattered mirror sect uses a cracked mirror motif. These masks are whole, perfectly reflective. I've never seen this design. The system analyzed the mask. Artifact analysis type, ceremonial mask, formation enhanced origin, unknown. Design does not match any cataloged sect or organization formation signature. Contains trace resonance matching the primordial cage's outer ward node. This artifact was created by an organization with direct knowledge of the cage's formation structure. This is not the Shattered Mirror sect. This is a third entity. A third entity. A third player in a game that already had too many participants. The villagers? Wei Liang Chen asked. Relocated. The attackers didn't kill anyone. They moved them. I tracked the footprints east for 10 kilometers before the trail went cold. Feng Xiao picked up the shattered mask. Whatever organization this is, they wanted the village gone, but the people alive. Why? The village was built on a Qi nexus point. A minor one. Nothing compared to the convergence chamber, but aligned with the conduit network's outer ring. She looked at him. They're not after us. They're after the network. Lin Suyin knelt beside the mask fragments, her formation senses probing the residual energy. The resonance signature matches the cage's outer ward. That means someone out there has been studying the cage directly, not through documents or secondhand accounts, but through direct observation. The system pulsed. Note, the masked organization has been referenced in historical documents as the observers, entities that have monitored the cage since its creation. Their purpose and affiliation are unknown to the system. This information was not previously available because the system's awareness is limited to the formation network's range. The masked organization operates outside the network. Observers, monitoring the cage for 3,000 years. Operating outside the formation network that the first cultivators had built. Wei Liang Chen stood in the destroyed village, holding a mask that reflected the sunset, and felt the game expand around him. Sha wanted to exploit the cage. The Grand Architect wanted to control the keys. And now, a third force, older, more mysterious, possibly connected to the cage itself, was clearing territory near the conduit network. We need to move faster, he said. Feng Xiao nodded. I agree. The bond window is closing, and the mountain isn't as safe as I thought. How fast can you move? She looked at him with the sharp, focused expression that meant she was calculating. Fast enough. But you need to reach Spirit Vale first. Your current rank can't sustain the pace I'm thinking of. How long until Spirit Vale? At the Convergence Chamber's accelerated rate? 6 days. The bond window closes in 4. Feng Xiao was silent for a moment. Then she said, then we don't wait for Spirit Vale. We form the bond at Foundation Forging and let the advancement come after. Lin Suyin stepped forward. The bond requires mutual sacrifice under mortal risk. You can't manufacture that. I don't intend to manufacture it. Feng Xiao looked at the destroyed village, at the masked fragments, at the tracks leading east. Something is coming. Something that threatens this mountain and everyone on it. When it arrives, the sacrifice will be real. The mirrored mask caught the last of the sunlight and threw a reflection across Wei Liang Chen's face. His own features, warped by the mask's curved surface, staring back at him from an artifact created by an organization that had been watching the cage since before the Hollow Peak sect existed. The system's display showed a captured document notification, one he would read later, in the privacy of the Convergence Chamber. Captured documents mention a Grand Architect who has located 2 keys. The Grand Architect, Villain, not just a Shattered Mirror sect leader, a figure who had been building toward this moment for years, if not decades. And somewhere out there, masked observers were clearing the ground for something that even the system could not predict. Chapter 17, The Masked Ones returned on the 5th night. Wei Liang Chen was on watch at the conduit network's primary surface exit when the system's proximity detection flared with 7 distinct spiritual signatures, each one masked, not by formation techniques, but by something that the system classified as void-adjacent energy. The signatures were not invisible. They were wrong, like looking at a color that did not belong in the visible spectrum. They moved in formation. 5 advanced along the basin floor, while 2 held elevated positions on the western ridge. Their movement was silent, coordinated, and purposeful, They were heading toward the convergence chamber's surface access point. Wei Liang Chen retreated underground and sealed the exit behind him. The conduit network's chi flow masked his movement as he sprinted through the tunnels, his inscription channels broadcasting a warning pulse that Feng Qiao had taught him to use. She was already awake when he reached the convergence chamber. So was Lin Suyin. 7, he said. 5 on the ground, 2 elevated. Void-adjacent signatures. Feng Qiao's expression hardened. They found the convergence point. The village attack was reconnaissance. They mapped the network's outer ring and traced it inward. Can you hold them? I can hold this mountain against an army. But void-adjacent energy doesn't respond to standard formation work the way normal chi does. It slips through. Then we don't rely on formations alone. Wei Liang Chen looked at Lin Suyin. Your barrier technique. Can you adapt it to block void-adjacent energy? I've never encountered void-adjacent energy. You're encountering it now. Lin Suyin closed her eyes and extended her spiritual senses upward, through the rock, toward the surface. Through the bond, Wei Liang Chen felt her concentration, a laser-focused intensity that he had come to associate with Lin Suyin at her most capable. It's different from normal qi, she said after a moment. The frequency is inverted. Where qi oscillates up, this oscillates down. My barrier technique works by matching the frequency of incoming energy and canceling it. If I invert my barrier's oscillation, you'd create a void-adjacent counter-frequency. Theoretically. Then do it practically. She did. It took 4 minutes of concentrated effort, but when Lin Suyin's modified barrier snapped into place around the convergence chamber, the void-adjacent signatures on the surface recoiled. Through the system's detection, Wei Liang Chen watched them halt, regroup, and begin probing the barrier's edges with cautious, testing pulses. It's holding, Lin Suyin said. Her face was pale with effort. But it won't hold forever. The void-adjacent energy is eroding my qi faster than I can replenish it. How long? 2 hours. Maybe 3. Feng Qiao was already at her formation array. I can channel the conduit network's qi into Lin Suyin's barrier. That extends the timer. But it ties the network to the defense. I lose offensive capability. Do it, Wei Liang Chen said. Then he turned toward the chamber's exit. I'll buy time. Wei Liang Chen, Lin Suyin started. I'm not fighting them. I'm talking to them. He climbed to the surface through a secondary exit that the masked ones had not yet located. The night air was cold, the spirit peaks, chi mist swirling around his ankles like silver smoke. He could feel the 7 signatures, 5 still probing Lin Suyin's barrier, 2 on the ridge. He walked toward the nearest ground-level operative and stopped 10 meters away. The masked figure turned to face him. The mirrored mask reflected Wei Liang Chen's own face back at him, calm, determined, and very young. I know you're studying the cage, Wei Liang Chen said. I know you've been watching it for 3,000 years. And I know you're here because the conduit network connects to the cage's outer formation grid. The masked figure did not respond. But it did not attack, either. I'm the system bearer. The heavenly Tao inscribed the destined bonds system on my soul. I have 1 bond formed, a second in progress, and 5 more to go. I am the person your organization has been waiting for, or the person your organization has been guarding against. Either way, this is a conversation, not a fight. Silence. The mask reflected moonlight and mist and the faint glow of the barrier formation that protected the mountain below. Then the figure spoke. The voice was flat, inflectionless, stripped of personality. The architect has located 2 keys. Wei Liang Chen felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. The Grand Architect? You know about him. We have monitored the architect for 11 years. His understanding is incomplete but dangerous. He believes the cage's energy can be siphoned. He is wrong. The energy would consume him, but in the process, it would weaken the cage's structure by approximately 4%. 4%. Currently survivable. But the cage is at 87% structural integrity. At 83%, the Void Sovereign gains limited influence over reality within a 2-kilometer radius of the nearest breach point. The system confirmed this with a terse notation. Void Sovereign Influence Threshold. 83% cage integrity. Current cage integrity. 87% note. The masked organization's data is consistent with system readings. Their monitoring is accurate. Why are you here? Wei Liang Chen asked. At the conduit network. What do you want? Maintenance. The outer formation grid requires periodic recalibration. The village was built on a calibration point. The inhabitants were relocated to ensure safe working conditions. You could have asked them to move. We do not engage with local populations. That is not our function. What is your function? The masked figure was silent for 5 seconds. Then, we are the maintenance protocol. The first cultivators created us to preserve the cage's infrastructure until the bearer arrived. Our function is preservation. Your function is choice. Maintenance protocol. Not an organization, a system. A parallel system to the one inscribed on Wei Liang Chen's soul. Designed not for the bearer, but for the cage itself. Are you allied with me or against me? Neither. We maintain. You choose. These functions are parallel, not interactive. Then stop threatening my allies. The woman who built the formations in this mountain, Feng Xiao, is the second realm key. Your maintenance is endangering the bond. Another pause. Longer this time. Acknowledged. Calibration of this node will be postponed. We will work around the key's formations. The figure turned and began walking toward the ridge. The other 4 ground-level operatives disengaged from the barrier simultaneously, their void-adjacent probes withdrawing like receding tide. Wait, Wei Liang Chen said. The captured documents from the village. They mentioned the Grand Architect and 2 keys. Where did you get that intelligence? The figure stopped, but did not turn back. We monitor everything relevant to the cage. The architect, the elder, the chorus, the keys. You. A pause. The documents were left for you to find. Consider them a courtesy. Then the 7 figures dissolved into the chi mist, their void-adjacent signatures fading until the Spirit Peak's night was empty and quiet and humming with nothing but the mountain's natural energy. Wei Liang Chen stood in the moonlight for a long time. Then he returned to the convergence chamber. Feng Xiao and Lin Suyin were waiting. Both looked exhausted. Lin Suyin from sustaining the modified barrier, Feng Xiao from channeling the network's chi. They're gone, he said. They're a maintenance system, created by the first cultivators to preserve the cage. A maintenance system that destroys villages and terrifies populations, Feng Xiao said flatly. They don't understand people. They understand infrastructure. We're infrastructure to them. The bearer, the keys, the network. I am not infrastructure. No, you're not. And I told them that. Feng Xiao looked at him. Through the system's proximity detection, he felt her emotional state shift, the anger softening, not disappearing, but making room for something else. Gratitude, maybe. Or recognition. You negotiated with them, she said. I told them the truth and asked them to stop. And they listened. They listened because the first cultivators built them to listen to the bearer. No. Feng Xiao shook her head. They listened because you treated them as rational entities and spoke to them with respect. The bearer's authority is a lever, but respect is the fulcrum. Bond 2 resonance. 44% the bond was climbing. Not because of cosmic mechanics or resonance alignment, but because Wei Liang Chen had stood between a woman who was learning to trust him and a threat she could not face alone, and he had resolved it with words instead of violence. The Grand Architect's document had confirmed what they already suspected. Wieland knew about the keys, had located 2, and was building toward a plan that could weaken the cage. But now they had something new, the knowledge that a parallel system existed, that the cage had its own maintenance protocol, and that the protocol would cooperate, or at least not interfere, as long as Wei Liang Chen continued to earn its compliance. The game had expanded again, and the pieces were moving faster than ever. Chapter 18. The captured documents from the destroyed village revealed more than Wei Liang Chen had expected. Feng Xiao spread them across the convergence chamber's floor, 7 sheets of formation-preserved text, each one written in a script that the system translated automatically. The maintenance protocol had left them deliberately, a courtesy that carried the weight of 3,000 years of accumulated intelligence. The first document was a dossier on the Grand Architect, Wieland, leader of the Shattered Mirror sect. His cultivation rank was Sovereign Tier, rank 8, 3 ranks above Wei Liang Chen's current foundation forging, 2 above Feng Xiao's spirit veil. His specialty was formation-based energy manipulation, and his research into the primordial cage had been ongoing for 23 years. 23 years, Lin Suyin said. He started before any of us were born. The second document described Wieland's plan in clinical detail. He did not want to open the cage. He wanted to drill into it. His formation disruption techniques were designed to create temporary conduits between the cage's energy reserves and the physical world. Through these conduits, he would siphon the sealing energy that the first cultivators had used to contain the Void Sovereign. The sealing energy was not chi. It was something older and more potent. The concentrated spiritual force of 7 primordial rank cultivators who had poured their own advancement into the prison's walls. Wieland believed that if he could absorb this energy, it would push him past Sovereign Tier and into Realm Shaper or beyond. The maintenance protocol said this would fail, Wei Liang Chen said. That the energy would consume him and weaken the cage by 4%. Wieland clearly disagrees. Wieland is wrong. But being wrong with Sovereign Tier cultivation is still extremely dangerous. The 3rd through 5th documents were intelligence reports on the realm keys. The maintenance protocol had been tracking all 7 since birth, monitoring their cultivation development, their resonance fragment activity, their proximity to the formation network's nodes. Feng Xiao read her own dossier with an expression of controlled fury. They've been watching me since I was born. My mother's pregnancy. My first cultivation exercises. The day I found the ruin. They knew about the resonance fragment in my soul before I did. They're a maintenance system. Monitoring is what they do. Monitoring is what they excuse. They had 30 years to tell me what I was carrying. Instead, they watched. Her anger was justified, and Wei Liang Chen did not try to diminish it. The maintenance protocol had treated the keys as components, pieces of infrastructure to be tracked and preserved, not people to be informed and respected. When the seal is complete, he said, I'll make sure they answer for that. Feng Xiao looked at him. The anger did not leave her eyes, but it made room for the bond resonance, the steady pulse of connection that had been growing since their first meeting. You keep making promises, she said. Eventually, you'll have to keep them all. I intend to. The sixth document was the most significant. It described the Shattered Mirror Sect's operational plan for the Spirit Peaks region, a plan that was not limited to the monitoring arrays and the military assault they had already experienced. Wieland had agents embedded in 3 of the basin's independent cultivation communities. These agents had been in place for 2 years, building relationships, gathering intelligence, and waiting for the order to act. Their mission was to identify and secure the second realm key, Feng Xiao, and transport her to Wieland's primary facility, a location called the Spiral Stage. The Spiral Stage was described as a formation complex designed to extract resonance fragments from realm key bearers, not through the bond mechanism that the system required, through forced extraction, a process that would remove the fragment from the key's soul and transfer it to a containment vessel. The process would kill the key. Wei Liang Chen read that sentence 3 times. Then he read it to Lin Suyin and Feng Xiao, watching their faces as the words settled. Lin Suyin's expression went cold. Through the bond, her emotional state was a glacier, vast, deep, and absolutely lethal to anything that came near it. Feng Xiao's expression did not change. Her emotional state, through the system's proximity detection, was a single, clear note. Resolve. He wants to extract the fragments by force, Feng Xiao said. Kill the keys, harvest the resonance, and build his own version of the seal. A version he controls. A version that serves his purpose, siphoning the cage's energy. It won't work, Wei Liang Chen said. The system is explicit, the bonds require genuine choice. Forced extraction would produce a fragment without the resonance alignment that makes the seal functional. Wieland doesn't know that. His research is based on external observation, not system access, which means his plan is fundamentally flawed. A fundamentally flawed plan executed by a sovereign-tier cultivator with years of preparation and embedded agents in our territory, Lin Suyin said. The flaw doesn't make it safe. It makes it catastrophic in a different way. She was right. Wieland's plan would not produce a functional seal, but the extraction process itself would damage the keys, damage Feng Xiao, and the failed attempt would create spiritual disruption that could affect the cage's stability. We need to neutralize his embedded agents, Wei Liang Chen said, before they receive orders to act. Feng Xiao stood. I know which communities have been infiltrated. The conduit network carries gossip as well as qi. I've had 3 years to learn who belongs and who doesn't. You knew about the agents? I knew there were outsiders who didn't fit. I didn't know who they worked for until now. She picked up the 6th document. This gives me names. I can handle the rest. Not alone. Not alone, she agreed. But the conduit network is my territory. Inside it, I can isolate the agents without direct confrontation. She was not boasting. She was stating a fact. 3 years of formation work had given her control over the Spirit Peaks underground infrastructure that no external force could match. The agents might be Spirit Veil or higher, but inside the conduit network, Feng Xiao was operating with home field advantage that multiplied her effective power several times over. The 7th document was brief. A single page, containing a notation that the maintenance protocol had added separately from the intelligence reports. Bearer note, for Wei Liang Chen, only the Grand Architect has 1 key under observation. This key is in the Azure Tide sect territory. Her name is Yuan Mei. She is Meridian Burst rank. She is aware of the resonance fragment in her soul, but does not understand its nature. The Architect's agents are in place. The extraction timeline is unknown but imminent. If you wish to prevent extraction, you will need to reach Yuan Mei before the Architect does. Distance to Azure Tide sect, 890 kilometers east. The maintenance protocol was helping them. Not altruistically, it was preserving the keys, which was its function. But the practical effect was the same as an alliance. Wei Liang Chen folded the document and placed it in his inner pocket. The weight of 2 concurrent threats, Wieland's agents in Spirit Peaks and Wieland's agents near the third key settled onto his shoulders with a heaviness that had nothing to do with gravity. One problem at a time, Lin Suyin said. She had read the last document over his shoulder, and through the bond, her emotional state was a controlled urgency that mirrored his own. Spirit Peaks first. Then Yuan Mei. Spirit Peaks first, he agreed. They moved Feng Xiao into the conduit network, tracking her 3 years of accumulated intelligence to the communities where Wieland's agents hid. Lin Suyin to the convergence chamber, reinforcing the defensive formations with her improved barrier technique. Wei Liang Chen to the surface exit, where the Spirit Peaks dawn was breaking over the mountains in shades of gold and silver. The system displayed one final notation. Threat assessment. Comprehensive Elder Sha Dongming. Repositioning. Intent unknown. Rank. Heaven Gate, 7 to 12. Grand Architect Wieland. Agents embedded in Spirit Peaks and Azure Tide. Extraction plan active. Rank. Sovereign Tier, 8/12. Maintenance protocol. Cooperative but neutral. Function. Cage preservation. Hollow Chorus. Referenced in captured documents. Worship the Void Sovereign. Believe its release will end void erosion. Not yet encountered directly. Note, a more sophisticated threat has been identified. The architect's plan encompasses multiple keys simultaneously. This is not opportunism, it is strategy. Strategy. 23 years of it. Against a system bearer who had been cultivating for less than a month. Wei Liang Chen looked at the dawn and felt the weight of the odds against him. Then he looked at the bond in his chest, the steady warmth of Lin Suyin, the growing resonance of Feng Qiao, and felt the weight of the trust that had been placed in him. The odds were irrelevant. The trust was everything. Chapter 19, The Spirit Veil Breakthrough, came without warning. Wei Liang Chen was 3 days into Feng Xiao's counter-infiltration operation, helping to monitor the conduit network's chi flow for signs of the embedded agent's activity, when the threshold hit him like a wave breaking over a wall. One moment, he was seated in a secondary conduit chamber, his inscription channels cycling at their normal accelerated rate. The next, the channels erupted. Every pathway in his spiritual architecture lit up simultaneously, the base 7 geometry flaring with energy so intense that the conduit walls cracked and the ambient chi in the chamber compressed into visible sheets of light. Spirit Veil Transition, initiating channel integration with soul architecture. Beginning warning. Inscription channels are non-standard. Integration process will diverge from normal parameters. Estimated duration, unknown. Lin Suyin reached him first. She crashed through the conduit entrance, Feng Xiao's resonance dampener already in her hand. The device Feng Xiao had built to contain his broadcast during the transition. Put this on, she said, pressing the dampener against his chest. Can't move, then hold still. She activated the dampener. The gold disc flared, and the resonance broadcast that had been flooding the conduit network cut off like a valve closing. Wei Liang Chen's channels continued their eruption, but the signal stayed contained, cycling inward instead of outward. The transition was different from foundation forging. Foundation forging had restructured his channels, a renovation, expanding existing architecture. Spirit Veil was an integration, his soul and his body and his chi merging into a unified system. The inscription channels, which had always existed as an overlay on his physical form, were now becoming part of his physical form. His skin glowed. Faintly, along the lines of the inscription channels, a golden tracery appeared. Base 7 geometry made visible, written on his body like a formation etched in living flesh. The glow pulsed with his heartbeat, dimmed, and then settled into a permanent but subtle luminescence that was only visible in low light. Spirit Veil, achieved rank. Spirit Veil, for 12. Channel architecture, fully integrated. Soul and body unified through inscription geometry. Physical manifestation, geometric tracery visible under low light conditions. Concealable with conscious effort. Cultivation speed, x 7.3. Foundation resonance x3 plus boundary zone x2.4. Note: Spirit Veil integration has granted passive spiritual awareness. You can now perceive the emotional states of nearby cultivators without system assistance. Passive spiritual awareness. He tested it, extending his senses outward through the conduit chamber. Lin Suyin was beside him, and he could feel her emotional state without the system's mediation. The same empathic connection the bond had always provided, but clearer and more detailed. Relief. Concern, love, unspoken but unmistakable. And from Feng Xiao, who had arrived at the chamber entrance during the transition, admiration. Not romantic, not yet. Professional admiration, the respect of one practitioner for another's achievement. layered over the resonance bond that had been building between them. Meridian burst, rank 5, was the next threshold. The system estimated 40 days at current rate. That's too long, Feng Qiao said when he shared the number. The bond window closes tomorrow. Then the bond forms at Spirit Veil. The bond forms when the conditions are met. Mutual sacrifice under mortal risk. She looked at him with an expression that was calm and certain and utterly free of pretense. I've been waiting 3 years for something to be worth risking my life for. You've given me enough to decide. Feng Qiao, don't tell me to wait. Don't tell me to be careful. I am the most careful person on this mountain, and I am telling you, I have decided. Bond 2 resonance, 51%, 51%. More than half. The bond was ready. The resonance alignment was sufficient. The emotional foundation was strong. The mutual respect was genuine. All it needed was the catalyst, a moment of genuine sacrifice under mortal risk. And then the system delivered the notification that changed everything. Alert, Shattered Mirror Sect. Embedded agent activation. 3 agents in the Spirit Peaks Basin have received orders to execute. Target, Feng Qiao method. Coordinated formation disruption assault on Convergence Chamber timeline. Imminent. Estimated 2 hours additional. Grand Architect Velan has dispatched a personal strike team. Arrival, 6 hours. Bond 2 formation window. Final day, 2 hours. The embedded agents were moving. Wei Liang Chen looked at Feng Qiao. She looked back at him. Through the system's proximity detection, her emotional state was a single, unwavering line. Ready. I know about the agents, she said. I've known for 2 days. I've been waiting for them to act. You what? I said I could isolate them through the conduit network. I could have. I chose not to. Why? Feng Qiao smiled. It was the first genuine smile he had seen from her. Not sharp, not guarded, but warm and fierce and utterly committed. Because the bond requires mortal risk. And I would rather fight beside you when the risk is real than manufacture a crisis that means nothing. She had planned this. Not the agent's activation. That was Velan's timing, not hers. But she had anticipated it, positioned for it, and chosen to let it happen because the bond needed authentic danger to catalyze. You're terrifying, Lin Suyin said with quiet admiration. I'm prepared. There's a difference. The next 2 hours were a masterclass in tactical formation deployment. Feng Qiao activated defensive arrays throughout the conduit network, sealing secondary exits, reinforcing the convergence chamber's walls, and positioning energy reserves at strategic nodes. Lin Suyin contributed her modified barrier technique, the void-adjacent counter-frequency she had developed during the maintenance protocol encounter. The barrier would not stop formation disruption attacks, but it would buy seconds of warning time. Wei Liang Chen prepared himself. Spirit Veil had given him true combat capability. His inscription channels could now project base 7 resonance patterns as offensive techniques, including the proto-harmonic strike that Feng Qiao had recognized as a first cultivator combat art. They waited. The agents came through the eastern conduit. 3 Spirit Veil cultivators wearing formation disruption gauntlets that crackled with energy designed to unravel the conduit network's chi structure. Their approach was professional, coordinated, and preceded by a wave of disruptive energy that collapsed 3 secondary tunnels. Feng Qiao's mountain fought back. The conduit network redirected. Qi surged through backup channels, bypassing the collapsed sections and concentrating defensive energy at the convergence chamber. The walls of the primary conduit hardened, formation arrays locking into combat configuration, and the natural qi flow accelerated to a velocity that turned the tunnel into a wind channel of spiritual force. The first agent hit the wind wall and staggered. His disruption gauntlet flared, trying to unravel the qi flow, but Feng Qiao's formations were layered 7 deep. For every layer he disrupted, 6 more activated. Lin Suyin struck from the convergence chamber's entrance, her qi lance punching through the disrupted layers and catching the second agent in the shoulder. The agent spun, his gauntlet crackling, and fired a disruption pulse that shattered Lin Suyin's barrier. Wei Liang Chen stepped forward and used the harmonic strike. It was not the proto-version, the uncontrolled, instinctive pulse he had produced during earlier encounters. This was trained, focused, guided by Feng Qiao's instruction and powered by Spirit Veil energy cycling through inscription channels at full resonance. The strike hit the third agent's gauntlet and resonated with the disruption energy inside it, amplifying the energy until it exceeded the gauntlet's containment. The gauntlet exploded. The agent screamed and clutched his hand. The skin was burned, the fingers broken, but the injury was survivable. The disruption energy dissipated harmlessly into the conduit walls. The first agent recovered and charged. He was good, Spirit Veil combat training, disciplined technique, years of experience. He closed the distance in 2 steps, and drove a disruption-charged fist toward Wei Liang Chen's chest. Feng Qiao intercepted. She materialized from the conduit wall, literally, her body phasing through the formation-reinforced stone as if it were water, and caught the agent's fist in a formation trap that locked his hand in place. The agent's eyes widened behind his formation visor. "This is my mountain," Feng Qiao said. She locked eyes with Wei Liang Chen across the trapped agent's body. Through the system's perception, he saw the bond resonance spike, 51% to 63% to 78% in a single heartbeat. And then the second agent fired his remaining gauntlet at Feng Qiao's back. Wei Liang Chen did not think. He dove. His body crossed the space between them in less than a second, powered by spirit veil movement speed and inscription-enhanced reflexes. The disruption pulse hit him square in the chest. It felt like being unmade. Every chi channel in his body screaming as the disruption energy tried to unravel his spiritual architecture. The inscription channels held. The base 7 geometry, woven into his soul by the heavenly Tao itself, resisted the disruption with a stubbornness that transcended technique or power. The energy crashed against his channels like a wave against a sea wall, broke, and dissipated. It hurt. Stars bloomed in his vision, and his legs buckled. But he was alive, and Feng Qiao was alive, and the bond. Bond 2. Sealed mutual sacrifice under mortal risk. Confirmed Wei Liang Chen intercepted a lethal disruption pulse to protect the key. Feng Qiao exposed herself to melee combat to protect the host. Resonance fragment. Merged soul echo. Active ability. Sense cultivator's emotional states and hidden intentions. The convergence chamber blazed with gold light. The formation array at its center erupted, sending resonance cascades through the entire conduit network. Every tunnel, every chamber, every node in Feng Qiao's 3 years of work pulsed with the harmonic frequency of a completed bond. The 3 agents, caught in the resonance wave, collapsed. Not from damage, from sheer spiritual pressure. The bond's formation event generated a pulse of aligned energy that overwhelmed their disruption gauntlets and left them unconscious on the conduit floor. Wei Liang Chen lay on his back, staring at the convergence chamber's ceiling, and felt the second bond settle into his soul beside the first. Lin Suin's warmth. Feng Qiao's clarity. 2 notes of a song that was learning its own melody. Soul echo activated, and the world expanded. Every emotion within his perception range, every hidden intention, every concealed fear, every suppressed desire, became visible, not as images or words, but as textures. Lin Suin, fierce joy wrapped in protective concern. Feng Qiao, stunned triumph layered over exhausted relief. The unconscious agents, confused pain fading into the blank stillness of dreamless sleep. Wei Liang Chen, Feng Qiao said. She was kneeling beside him, her hand on his chest, her eyes bright. "Are you alive?" "Mostly." "Then get up. Veland's strike team arrives in 4 hours, and I want to be ready." He got up. His chest ached where the disruption pulse had hit, but the inscription channels were already healing the damage. Base 7 geometry knitting the spiritual tissue back together with mechanical precision. They bound the agents and sealed the eastern conduit. Feng Qiao reinforced every defensive formation in the network, her work energized by the bond's completion. Wei Liang Chen extended soul echo across the basin's surface, mapping every spiritual signature within range, friendly, neutral, hostile. And somewhere far to the southeast, at the coordinates from Sha's meeting notes, an anonymous message was being composed. The system displayed it in his peripheral vision. Anonymous message detected source, unknown, routed through 3 relay points content. Enter spirit peaks from the north. She is worth the risk. Recipient, Wei Liang Chen, message deposited at Conduit Network's northern access point. Note, the message's routing conceals its origin, but the formation signature matches the maintenance protocol's communication style. The maintenance protocol was guiding him. Not overtly, not as an ally, but as a system performing its function, preserving the keys, facilitating the bonds, maintaining the cage. Enter spirit peaks from the north. But they were already in spirit peaks. The message was not for now. It was for later, for the next stage, the next key, the next realm. Wei Liang Chen filed it away and focused on the present. Veland's strike team was coming. 4 hours remained, and the bond hummed in his chest with the clear, resonant tone of a lock accepting its second key. Chapter 20. The approach to Spirit Peak's northern rim took them through the conduit network's deepest channels, where the chi was so dense it condensed on the tunnel walls in sheets of blue-white crystal. Feng Qiao led the way, her knowledge of the underground system turning every junction into a tactical advantage, every dead end into a prepared fallback. Behind them, Veland's strike team had arrived at the basin, 12 Spirit Veil and Core Ascension cultivators, the most powerful force the Shattered Mirror sect had deployed. They entered through the southern passes, formation disruption arrays blazing, and immediately encountered the full weight of Feng Qiao's defensive grid. The mountain fought for them. Every formation Feng Qiao had built over 3 years activated in sequence, creating a layered defense that slowed, redirected, and scattered the strike team across the basin's surface. The conduit network's chi flow shifted to support the defense, and the natural energy of the boundary zone amplified the formation's power. But it would not last. Wieland's team was too strong, too numerous, and equipped with disruption technology specifically designed to counter formation-based defense. 3 hours, Feng Qiao said, monitoring the battle through the conduit network's sensory nodes. That's how long the grid holds. After that, they reached the convergence chamber. We won't be there, Wei Liang Chen said. No, we'll be at the northern rim. She looked at him and Lin Suyin. I've prepared this for a long time. The northern exit leads to the spirit realm boundary, the thinnest point between the mortal realm and the deeper layer. From there, we enter territory that the Shattered Mirror sect cannot follow. The spirit realm? The transition zone. Not fully the spirit realm, but close enough that mortal realm cultivation techniques degrade. Wieland's people won't risk it without preparation. They moved through the conduits at speed. Wei Liang Chen's spirit veil rank allowed him to match Feng Qiao's pace, and Lin Suyin, still foundation forging, ran with the desperate efficiency of someone who refused to be the weak link. Soul Echo painted the world in emotional textures. Through the mountain stone, Wei Liang Chen could feel the strike team's advance, cold determination, professional focus, the occasional spike of frustration when a formation trap triggered. He could feel the basin's civilian cultivators, fear, confusion, anger. And he could feel the convergence chamber's formation array, pulsing with the residual energy of the bond's completion, broadcasting a resonance signal that the strike team was following like a beacon. The bond's completion pulse, he said. They're tracking it. I know. I can't suppress it. It's woven into the network now. The bond changed the mountain's resonance frequency. Then we need to give them something else to follow. Feng Qiao grinned, the sharp, predatory expression of a formation master about to deploy something devastating. Already done. She triggered a formation she had set 3 years ago, during the first week of her residency in Spirit Peaks. It was buried in the deepest layer of the conduit network, connected to every node in the system, and designed for exactly this contingency. A resonance decoy, broadcasting a false bond signal from a chamber on the basin's opposite side. The strike team's advance shifted. Through Soul Echo, Wei Liang Chen felt their confusion as 2 identical signals competed for their attention. The real bond resonance at the northern rim, and the decoy at the southern basin. The team split, 6 heading south, 6 continuing north. 6 was better than 12. But 6 core ascension cultivators were still far beyond what 3 spirit veil and foundation forging fighters could handle directly. They reached the northern rim. The conduit exit opened onto a cliff face above a valley that shimmered with energy unlike anything Wei Liang Chen had seen. The chi here was layered, normal mortal realm energy on top, and beneath it, something deeper, older, carrying frequencies that resonated with his inscription channels in a way that made every cell in his body hum. The boundary zone, Feng Qiao said. She stood at the cliff's edge, the wind pulling at her short hair, the dawn light painting the valley in shades of gold. Below us is where the mortal realm ends and the spirit realm begins. Not a border, a gradient. The deeper you go, the more the rules change. And Wieland's people won't follow into the gradient without specific preparation. Their cultivation techniques are calibrated for mortal realm chi. In the boundary zone, standard techniques lose coherence. But your techniques won't. My techniques are based on the formation geometry that defines both realms. They work everywhere. The strike team's northern contingent was approaching. Soul Echo tracked them, 6 signatures, moving fast, their formation disruption arrays carving through the conduit network's remaining defenses. We need to go now, Lin Suyin said. They climbed down the cliff face. Feng Qiao's formation knowledge turned the descent into a controlled slide, chi anchor points providing handholds that appeared and disappeared as needed. The boundary zone's energy thickened as they descended, and Wei Liang Chen's inscription channels responded with increasing intensity. The base 7 geometry singing as it entered the environment it had been designed for. At the valley floor, the gradient was palpable. The air was denser, the light refracted differently, and the spiritual energy carried an undercurrent that felt like the hum of a distant engine. The 6 strike team members reached the cliff top. They looked down at the boundary zone, and through Soul Echo, Wei Liang Chen felt their hesitation, professional caution, the recognition that the terrain below was beyond their operational parameters. One of them, the team leader, a core ascension cultivator with cold, methodical emotions, spoke into a communication crystal. Targets have entered the spirit realm boundary gradient. Requesting guidance. The response was too faint for Soul Echo to catch, but the team leader's emotional response was clear: frustration, obedience, withdrawal. Stand down. Perimeter containment. No entry into the gradient. They held position at the cliff top. They did not follow. Wei Liang Chen, Lin Suyin, and Feng Xiao stood in the boundary zone, the gradient's energy swirling around them, and felt the weight of pursuit lift. They'll wait, Feng Xiao said. And when Velan arrives personally, he'll have to decide whether the gradient is worth the risk. Is it? For a sovereign tier cultivator? Possibly. His formation knowledge is extensive enough to compensate for the chi degradation. But the boundary zone is unpredictable, the gradient shifts, the rules fluctuate, and the deeper layers have their own ecosystem. Then we use the time the gradient gives us. Feng Xiao nodded. She turned to face the valley, the vast, shimmering expanse of boundary zone that stretched toward mountains that looked subtly wrong, their proportions following a geometry that was not quite mortal realm. Spirit Peaks has been my home for 3 years, she said. I built everything I have into that mountain. Leaving it behind is, she paused, necessary. Through Soul Echo, her grief was real, deep and heavy and threaded with the particular sadness of someone who had poured years of work into something beautiful and was now walking away from it. We'll come back, Wei Liang Chen said. Maybe the mountain will be different when we do. She squared her shoulders. The conduit network will endure. It's woven into the mountain's geology. Velan can't destroy it without destroying the mountain itself. And the convergence array will keep pulsing. When we return, if we return, it'll be waiting. The system displayed the route ahead. Route 2 Azure Tide Sect Territory Distance. 890 kilometers east, via boundary zone. 670 kilometers, due to spatial compression. Estimated travel time. 14 days. Boundary zone movement acceleration. Bond 3 realm key. Yuan Mei, Azure Tide Sect Mistress. Meridian Burst. Rank 5. Status. Dormant. Resonance fragment active, but unrecognized warning. Grand Architect Velan has agents in Azure Tide territory. Extraction timeline unknown. 890 kilometers. 14 days. And at the end of it, a woman who did not know she carried a piece of a cosmic lock, pursued by an organization that wanted to tear it from her soul. We should move, Lin Suyin said. She took Wei Liang Chen's hand. Not for the resonance shadow this time, but because the boundary zone's shifting energy was disorienting and the physical contact grounded them both. Feng Xiao took his other hand. Her grip was steady, her emotional state settling from grief into the focused resolve that characterized her. 3 cultivators, 2 bonds, 1 system, and a journey that would take them deeper into the unknown than any of them had ever ventured. They walked into the boundary zone. Behind them, the spirit peaks receded into the gradient's haze. Ahead, the landscape rippled with energy that followed rules they were only beginning to understand. The system pulsed with a final notification, not a warning, not a status update, but something that felt almost like encouragement. Bond status, 2-7 resonance seal, 28.6% complete primordial cage integrity, 87% time to critical threshold, 43 years, estimate, subject to revision. Note, the second bond has expanded the system's awareness. New data is being processed. Stand by for updated threat assessment. Cliffhanger. Elder Shah has deployed all forces to capture both Wei Liang Chen and Lin Suyin. The system warns. Bond 2 is now monitored by the cage itself. The window is 7 days, and the sovereign is beginning to stir. The cage had registered the second bond. And somewhere in the depths of a prison that had held for 3,000 years, something vast and patient shifted in its sleep. The sovereign was aware now. Not fully. Not yet. But the bonds were accumulating, and with each one, the cage's occupant grew a little more conscious, a little more interested, a little more alive. Wei Liang Chen walked into the boundary zone between worlds, carrying 2 bonds in his chest like twin heartbeats, and the hum of his inscription channels sang in harmony with a prison that was slowly, inexorably, learning to listen. 7 days. That was the window the system had given them. 7 days before the monitoring intensified, before the sovereign's stirring became something more, before the next phase of a 3,000-year plan entered its critical stage. Behind them, Shah's forces converged on Spirit Peaks. Before them, the Azure Tide sect waited with a third key and a Grand Architect's agents already in place. And the clock, the vast, cosmic clock that the first cultivators had wound 3 millennia ago, continued its patient, implacable count toward a choice that would define the future of 7 nested realms. The boundary zone's light shifted, and the 3 of them disappeared into the gradient, leaving nothing behind but the echo of footsteps and the fading hum of 2 sealed bonds singing in the dark. Chapter 21. The boundary zone between realms was not a place. It was a negotiation. Wei Liang Chen understood this within the first hour of walking. The ground beneath his feet did not behave the way ground should. It shifted in texture between steps, packed earth giving way to something that felt like compressed sand, then to stone that hummed with a vibration too low for the ear to catch, but that registered in the bones. The light came from no particular direction, a diffuse glow that made shadows stretch and contract in patterns that obeyed a geometry he could not parse. Feng Xiao moved through it like a woman returning to a childhood home she had explored every corner of. Her steps were precise, confident, her formation master's instincts translating the zone's shifting rules into something she could navigate by feel. The gradient follows a 7-fold symmetry, she said without turning around. Same as the inscription channels the system gave you. Same as the base structure of the realms themselves. When you feel the ground change, it's shifting between harmonic layers, not random, just operating on a frequency you haven't learned to hear yet. I can feel it, Wei Liang Chen said. And he could. Soul Echo painted the boundary zone in textures that had nothing to do with touch, vast, impersonal patterns of energy that moved like tides, each one carrying a different quality of spiritual force. It's like standing inside a machine that's running in 7 different directions at once. Close enough. Feng Xiao paused at a junction where 3 paths diverged, all of them leading through the same gap in the rock ahead, somehow. The boundary zone compresses distance. 890 kilometers in the mortal realm maps to about 670 here. 14 days of travel instead of 30. Lin Suyin walked between them, her hand resting on the hilt of the jade-handled sword she had taken from the sect armory during their departure from Hollow Peak. She had not spoken much since they entered the gradient. Through Soul Echo, Wei Liang Chen read her emotional landscape, tension wound tight around a core of determination, with occasional flickers of something softer that she was deliberately suppressing. You're quiet, he said. I'm listening. She gestured at the gradient. Everything in here talks. The rock talks. The air talks. Even the light makes noise, if you know how to hear it. Feng Xiao looked at her with new interest. You can hear the harmonic layers? I can hear something. It sounds like, Lin Suyin tilted her head, like a string instrument played by someone who does not know the song yet, but is learning it note by note. That's the cage, Wei Liang Chen said. The words came from somewhere he had not expected, not from his own knowledge, but from the system's interface, which had been unusually quiet since they entered the gradient. A notification flickered at the edge of his awareness. Boundary zone acoustic phenomenon. The primordial cage's resonance extends into the gradient zone. Lin Suin's sensitivity is atypical for her cultivation rank. Possible correlation. Bond 1 has enhanced her perceptual range beyond standard parameters. The bond changed you, Wei Liang Chen told Lin Suin. Not just me, you. The system says your sensitivity is beyond what your rank should allow. Lin Suin's expression was complicated, something between pride and unease that Soul Echo rendered as amber and deep blue twisting around each other. I did not ask for changes. Neither did I. The difference is that you have a system explaining yours. It was a fair point. Wei Liang Chen filed it away. The bond was supposed to be mutual, but the information asymmetry was not. He had a system narrating the process, and she had only her own perceptions to work with. That gap needed addressing. I will share everything the system tells me, he said. About you, about the bonds, about the changes. No filters. You have been sharing. I will be more thorough. Lin Suin studied him for a long moment. Through Soul Echo, the amber and blue settled into something steadier, a dark gold that he was learning to associate with trust that had been tested and held. Good, she said. They walked for 3 more hours before Feng Xiao called a halt. The gradient had deposited them in a clearing where the air stabilized enough to breathe without effort, and a natural chi spring bubbled from the rock like water from a mountain stream. The energy it carried was heavier than mortal realm chi, denser, more complex, with undertones that resonated with the inscription channels in Wei Liang Chen's meridian system. Camp here, Feng Xiao said. She began setting formation markers around the perimeter, not the complex defensive grid she had built at Spirit Peaks, but simpler constructions, early warning arrays, and chi stabilization nodes. The gradient shifts at what passes for night here. You don't want to be moving when it happens. What happens during the shift? The harmonic layers rotate. If you're between positions, you can end up several kilometers from where you were standing, embedded in rock that wasn't there a second ago. She placed the last marker and activated the array with a pulse of spiritual energy. The formation keeps us anchored to this specific harmonic position. Wei Liang Chen sat beside the chi spring and let the energy wash over him. His inscription channels responded eagerly. The base 7 geometry that the system had etched into his soul hummed in sympathy with the boundary zone structure, and his cultivation speed, already tripled by foundation resonance, accelerated further. The chi flowed into his meridians like water, finding its level. The system confirmed what his body was telling him. Cultivation environment. Boundary zone harmonic resonance detected. Foundation resonance amplification increased by factor of 1.8 in this zone. Current effective cultivation speed, x 5.4 normal rate. Note, this zone's energy structure is compatible with inscription channel geometry. Extended cultivation sessions in this environment will accelerate progression toward core ascension, rank 6. Core ascension, he murmured. 2 ranks above his current meridian burst. In the mortal realm, that would take months even with foundation resonance. Here, with the amplified rate, days, Feng Qiao said, reading his expression. Maybe a week. The boundary zone is where the old sects used to send their elites for accelerated progression. It's why the Spirit Peaks region was considered sacred territory, the gateway to the gradient. Your formation skills came from training here? Partly. I spent 6 months in the boundary zone when I was 17. Learned more about formation geometry in those 6 months than in 5 years of conventional study. She sat across from him, her back against a boulder. That was before the Shattered Mirror sect decided my knowledge was too valuable to leave uncontrolled. Through soul echo, her emotional state shifted, the focused competence giving way briefly to something harder, older. Edged with a fury, she kept banked like coals beneath ash. They burned my original work. Every formation diagram, every theorem, every proof. 3 years of research, gone in an afternoon. Wieland offered me a position. Generous, he said. My work in his framework, my name attached, but his direction guiding it. I declined. So he hunted you. He hunted my knowledge. He wanted the formation principles I had discovered in the gradient, the base 7 geometry, the harmonic layer interactions, the ways the realms nest inside each other. That knowledge is the key to building formation arrays that work across realm boundaries. And for a man who wants to siphon the primordial cage's sealing energy, cross-realm formation work is essential. Lin Suyin was listening with her eyes closed, her breathing synchronized with the chi spring's rhythm. Then destroying your research was never about punishment. It was about monopoly. Yes, if my work exists only in my head, then controlling me means controlling the knowledge. If I had published, if other formation masters had access to the principles, Feng Qiao shrugged. He would still want me, but I would be less irreplaceable. The fire they built, Feng Qiao's formation work producing a flameless heat source that radiated warmth without light, cast no shadows. The boundary zone's ambient glow continued its steady, directionless illumination, making the clearing feel like a room without walls. They ate in relative silence. The spiritual food Lin Suyin had brought from Hollow Peak was supplemented by chi-infused lichen that grew on the boundary zone's rocks, bland but nourishing, its energy compatible with their cultivation. The system said the Grand Architect has already found the third key, Wei Liang Chen said, breaking the quiet. Yuan Mei, sect mistress of the Azure Tide sect. She's Meridian Burst, rank 5. Wieland has agents in Azure Tide territory, Feng Qiao confirmed. He's been building networks across the continent for decades. The Azure Tide sect is powerful enough that he can't move against it directly, but he can position people, intercept communications, apply indirect pressure. Do you know anything about Yuan Mei? By reputation. She took control of the Azure Tide sect 3 years ago after her predecessor died, in what was officially ruled a cultivation accident. She is methodical, cautious, and does not tolerate interference. She will not welcome you. The system indicated the same. The system is correct. Yuan Mei has a term for people like you. Well, like the version of you that the rumors describe. Collectors. People who gather bonds and connections not for the people involved, but for the power they provide. I'm not collecting anyone. Feng Qiao's expression softened, barely, a fraction of a degree. I know that. I would not be here otherwise. But Yuan Mei does not know you. She knows only the rumors, and the rumors paint a picture of a low-rank cultivator who has somehow formed 2 bonds with women above his station and is heading toward a third. That picture is not wrong. It's not right either. Context matters. Intent matters. And Yuan Mei, from what I know, is extremely good at reading intent, but she needs to see it firsthand. Through soul echo, Wei Liang Chen felt the sincerity in Feng Qiao's words. And beneath it, a thread of worry, not for him, but for Yuan Mei. A woman who carried a cosmic fragment in her soul without knowing it, pursued by forces she could not see, about to be approached by someone who matched the profile of exactly the kind of threat she would have been trained to reject. The system pulsed. Bond 3 monitoring update. Realm key. Yuan Mei, Azure Tide Sect Mistress current status. Active, unaware of resonance fragment external threats. Shattered Mirror Sect. 2 agents confirmed in Azure Tide territory. Hollow Chorus. Reconnaissance probe detected. Withdrawn. Warning. Yuan Mei has received intelligence about Wei Liang Chen from multiple sources. Her current assessment classifies him as a potential threat. Approach will require direct demonstration of intent, not verbal persuasion. She has already been warned about me, Wei Liang Chen said. Of course she has. Velan would have made sure of it. The more hostile she is toward you, the harder the bond becomes to form. And the harder the bond is to form, the more time Velan has to position his pieces. It was elegant, in a ruthless way. Wei Liang Chen could not fault the strategy, even as it made the path ahead more treacherous. Velan was not trying to prevent the bond. He was trying to control the conditions under which it formed, to make Wei Liang Chen desperate enough to force the process rather than earn it. And a forced bond, the system had warned, would produce an unstable fragment. A fragment that could be extracted. We travel for 14 days, Wei Liang Chen said. We arrive at Azure Tide's borders. And then I walk into a hostile sect, face a woman who has been told I'm a threat, and somehow demonstrate that I'm not. All while Velan's agents watch and report every move. Yes, Feng Xiao said. And if she refuses to see me? Then you wait. The bond cannot be forced. The system said it requires genuine connection. Genuine connection requires time and trust, neither of which can be manufactured. Lin Suyin opened her eyes. Then we make the time count. 14 days of travel, 14 days of preparation. We learn everything we can about the Azure Tide sect, about Yuan Mei, about the local politics. And we train. She looked at Feng Xiao. Can you teach me the formation basics? Not the complex arrays, the foundation principles. If the boundary zone amplifies cultivation, I want to use every hour of it. Feng Xiao considered her for a moment, then nodded. The base 7 geometry is intuitive once you see it. I can show you the patterns. And I need to understand soul echo better, Wei Liang Chen said. It activated during the bond, but I've been using it on instinct. I need precision, the kind of precision that lets me read a sect mistress's intentions accurately enough to respond to them in real time. The chi spring burbled. The boundary zone hummed. And the 3 of them settled into the clearing with the focused efficiency of people who understood that the 14 days ahead were not rest. They were the proving ground for everything that came next. The system's final notification for the day settled into Wei Liang Chen's awareness like a stone dropping into still water. Supplementary alert. Elder Sha Dongming has dispatched couriers to 6 major sects and 3 independent powers, labeling Wei Liang Chen as a rogue cultivator with a dangerous stolen artifact. The description is close enough to the destined bond system to concern informed parties. Feng Xiao's name has been attached to the alert as a co-conspirator. Lin Suyin's name has been redacted. Sha considers her a victim, not an accomplice. This may create leverage he intends to exploit later. Wei Liang Chen shared the notification with both women. Feng Xiao's expression went flat. Lin Suyin's jaw tightened. He's isolating us, Lin Suyin said. He's trying to, Feng Xiao corrected. But Sha does not understand the boundary zone. His couriers travel mortal realm routes. By the time his messages reach the Azure Tide sect, we will be at their doorstep, and I have communication channels that Sha does not know about. She pulled a small formation stone from her pack, one of the encoded communication nodes she had mentioned during their time in Spirit Peaks. I built a relay network across the boundary zone's harmonic layers. It cannot be intercepted by mortal realm methods. I can reach 3 people. A formation master in the western provinces, a trade broker in the Azure Tide sect's commercial district, and, she paused, and a woman I trained with. She works in the Azure Tide sect's intelligence division. She owes me a significant debt. If I contact her, she can provide an accurate read on Yuan Mei's disposition, not the public persona, but the private assessment. Do it, Wei Liang Chen said. Feng Xiao activated the relay. The formation stone glowed with a pale blue light, and through soul echo, Wei Liang Chen felt the pulse travel outward, not through physical space, but through the harmonic layers themselves, bouncing between resonance points in the gradient like a signal bouncing between mirrors. The response came faster than expected. A voice, filtered through the formation relay's encoding, spoke in clipped, professional tones. Feng Xiao, I was beginning to think the Shattered Mirror sect had buried you. Not yet. I need an assessment. Of Yuan Mei's current disposition toward an approaching cultivator named Wei Liang Chen. Silence. Through the relay, soul echo was attenuated but functional. Wei Liang Chen caught fragments of the speaker's emotional state, surprise, calculation, and something that tasted like caution. You are traveling with the collector. I am traveling with a man who has been labeled the collector. The label is inaccurate. The sect mistress has reviewed 6 intelligence reports. 3 are from shattered mirror sources that she has already identified as compromised. The remaining 3, another pause. The remaining 3 are internally generated. Yuan Mei's own analysts. Their conclusion is that the collector is either a weapon being wielded by an unknown force or a genuine anomaly that requires direct assessment. Which conclusion does the sect mistress favor? She is not committed. She is waiting. But I will tell you this, because I owe you 3 years of survival. She has a personal interest. Something changed in her chi structure 6 months ago, a disturbance she has not been able to identify or resolve. She has consulted 4 medical cultivators and 2 spiritual diagnosticians. None of them found anything. The resonance fragment. Active but unrecognized, exactly as the system described. I understand, Feng Qiao said. Can you arrange an audience? Not from the outside. She will need to invite you. But I can ensure that your arrival is reported to her directly rather than filtered through the intelligence division's standard channels. That is enough. Thank you. The relay went silent. Feng Qiao deactivated the formation stone and looked at Wei Liang Chen. She has been warned about a collector, Feng Qiao said. But she has also been experiencing changes she cannot explain. When you arrive, she will be hostile, but she will also be curious. That curiosity is the opening. Wei Liang Chen nodded. He lay back against the rock and let the boundary zone's energy wash through his meridians, feeling the cultivation speed humming through him like a current in deep water. 2 bonds. 14 days. And at the end of the road, a woman who was already beginning to feel the pull of a connection she had not chosen and did not want. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. In the darkness behind his lids, the system's interface glowed faintly. A map of connections, bonds sealed and bonds to come, a web of resonance that stretched across realms. Somewhere in that web, Yuan Mei burned like a distant star, bright, fierce, and absolutely determined to be no one's prize. Chapter 22. The second day in the boundary zone began with Feng Qiao's formation training. She set up a teaching array at dawn, or what passed for dawn in the gradient, a subtle brightening of the ambient glow that signaled the harmonic layers had completed their nightly rotation. The array consisted of 12 formation stones arranged in a pattern that Wei Liang Chen recognized, a compressed version of the base 7 geometry that the system had inscribed into his channels. You already carry the fundamental structure, Feng Qiao told Lin Suyin, who sat cross-legged at the array's center. The bond with Wei Liang Chen has modified your chi flow to incorporate elements of the inscription channel geometry. You're not starting from zero. You're starting from a foundation that most formation students spend 2 years building. I didn't notice any changes. You wouldn't. The modifications are structural, not conscious. Your chi follows new pathways because those pathways now exist in your meridian system. What I'm going to teach you is how to use them deliberately instead of accidentally. Wei Liang Chen watched from the edge of the clearing, splitting his attention between the lesson and his own soul echo training. He had been experimenting with the ability's range and precision since entering the gradient, and the boundary zone's enriched spiritual environment was producing results. Soul echo, in the mortal realm, had functioned like a broad emotional radar. He could sense feelings, intentions, the general quality of a person's inner state. Here, with the gradient's harmonic layers amplifying the signal, the ability was developing texture. He could distinguish not just emotions but their origins, whether a feeling came from the surface mind, the deep subconscious, or the soul itself. It was the soul-level readings that interested him most. The bonds, the resonance fragments, the system, all of these operated at the soul level. If he could refine soul echo to read soul-level data with precision, he would be able to sense the resonance fragment in Yuan Mei before they even met, to understand its state and condition, to approach the bond with information rather than intuition. He focused on Feng Qiao. Her surface emotions were familiar, focused teaching mode, professional satisfaction at Lin Suyin's quick comprehension, the background hum of anxiety about their destination. Deeper, he found grief, spirit peaks, her lost work, the years of running, determination, crystalline, structural, load-bearing, and affection, distributed across multiple targets. Lin Suyin, Wei Liang Chen, the formation arts themselves, the abstract concept of knowledge that should be free. At the soul level, he found the bond. It was not what he expected. The bond between them was not a chain or a bridge or any of the metaphors he might have chosen. It was a harmonic, a shared frequency that existed in both their souls simultaneously, like a note played on two instruments that resonated because they were tuned to the same pitch. The bond did not connect them. It synchronized them. And through that synchronization, he could see the soul echo of Feng Qiao's resonance fragment, a complex pattern etched into the deepest layer of her being, shimmering with an energy that was older than any cultivation system he had encountered. The fragment was the same base 7 geometry that the system used, the same geometry that the boundary zone followed, that the realms were built on. The fragment was a piece of the universe's operating language, and the bond had given him the ability to read it. Soul Echo Calibration Update. Depth, soul level access confirmed. Boundary zone amplification. Range, 200 meters, gradient enhanced, mortal realm equivalent. 50 meters, precision. Individual emotional signatures distinguishable at soul level bond resonance fragments. Visible and analyzable at current depth node. Extended practice will expand range and precision. Recommend daily calibration sessions during boundary zone transit. Wei Liang Chen. Feng Qiao's voice interrupted his focus. Stop staring at my soul. It's distracting. He blinked. You can feel it. The bond resonates when you examine it. It's like someone plucking a string I can't see, but can feel vibrating. She did not sound angry, more bemused, with an edge of scientific curiosity. Can you actually see the fragment? Yes. He searched for words that would mean something to a formation master. It's the base 7 geometry, but in its purest form. The version in my inscription channels is a copy. The version in your soul is the original notation. Feng Qiao's eyes widened. Through soul echo, her intellectual excitement flared like a bonfire. The original notation. That means the resonance fragments aren't derived from the formation geometry. The formation geometry is derived from them. The first cultivators based the entire cage's structure on the pattern they found in the keys. Or the heavenly Tao put the pattern in the keys because it was the same pattern it used to build the cage. Chicken and egg. She was grinning now, the sharp, focused grin of someone who had just discovered a new theorem. Either way, it means the fragments are fundamental, more fundamental than the cage itself. If the bond gives you access to read them, then as you collect more bonds, form, Wei Liang Chen corrected. Not collect. As you form more bonds, the soul echo's ability to read the base notation will increase. By the 7th bond, you should be able to read the complete pattern, the full operating language of the primordial cage. That's not just power, that's comprehension. The system said the choice is reinforce or release. Comprehension would let me understand what I'm choosing between. Yes, and that, I think, is the point. The heavenly Tao didn't pick you because you're powerful. It picked you because you're supposed to understand. Lin Suyin, still sitting in the formation array, spoke without opening her eyes. Or because you're the kind of person who would try to understand before choosing. There's a difference. It was a subtle distinction, but an important one. The heavenly Tao might have selected for comprehension as a trait, or it might have selected for the disposition to seek comprehension. One implied destiny. The other implied character. Wei Liang Chen preferred the second interpretation. It meant the choice was still his. The rest of the morning passed in training. Feng Qiao's instruction was methodical and efficient. She broke down the formation principles into components that Lin Suyin could practice independently, and each component built on the modifications the bond had already made to Lin Suyin's qi structure. By midday, Lin Suyin could activate a simple formation marker without external energy, drawing on the boundary zone's ambient qi through pathways that Feng Qiao's training had opened. It was elementary work, but the speed of her progress was remarkable. The bond is a catalyst, Feng Qiao said, watching Lin Suyin's 6th successful activation. Her qi structure was modified to be compatible with formation geometry. I'm not teaching her something new. I'm giving her the vocabulary for something her body already knows how to do. Will the same be true for the 3rd key? Possibly. Each bond modifies both you and the key. If the modifications are cumulative and complementary, then each subsequent bond should produce a more capable network. She paused. Which, from a structural perspective, is exactly what you would want if you were building a seal that required 7 people to activate. The system confirmed her analysis. Network dynamics note. Feng Qiao's assessment is accurate. Each bond creates a bidirectional modification between Wei Liang Chen and the respective key. These modifications are designed to be cumulative. Current network, 3 nodes, Wei Liang Chen, Lin Suyin, Feng Qiao, 2 bonds. Projected network at bond 7, 8 nodes, 7 bonds. Full harmonic synchronization. Wei Liang Chen shared the notification. Feng Xiao nodded, unsurprised. 8 nodes, Lin Suyin said. 7 keys in you. The system counts me as a node. The keys are the locks. I'm the key to the locks, Lin Suyin said. Which makes you the most important person in the network and also the most vulnerable. Through Soul Echo, her concern was genuine and sharp-edged. Not worry for a bond partner. Worry for a person she cared about, carrying a weight that grew heavier with each bond formed. 1 step at a time, Wei Liang Chen said. 14 days. Let's use them. They moved for 6 hours after the midday meal, covering ground at a steady pace that the boundary zone's spatial compression turned into significant distance. Feng Xiao navigated by reading the harmonic layers through a set of formation instruments she carried, thin metal rods that vibrated at different frequencies depending on which layer was dominant. The landscape shifted with each harmonic transition. Dense forest gave way to open plains, then to a mountain valley that should not have existed in the space they were crossing. Each transition was seamless. The gradient wove the terrain together with the fluid logic of a dream, where one scene becomes another without a discernible boundary. Late in the day, Soul Echo picked up something new. A signal, faint, at the edge of his expanded range, carrying an emotional signature that was different from anything he had encountered before. Not human, not exactly. It was structured, organized, carrying a pattern that resonated with the base 7 geometry in his channels. Stop, he said. Feng Xiao and Lin Suyin halted. Both had learned to trust his perceptual abilities in the boundary zone. Something ahead. Not human, but structured. He focused, pushing Soul Echo to its limit. The signal resolved slowly, like a blurry image sharpening. It's a formation. An active formation, operating on the same harmonic frequency as the bond. Feng Xiao's hand went to her pack, where she kept her formation tools. Active? In the boundary zone? That would require a formation master who understands the base 7 geometry. Someone who has been here before. Or someone who never left. They approached carefully. Feng Xiao set detection arrays at regular intervals, and Wei Liang Chen monitored the signal through Soul Echo. It grew stronger as they advanced, and more complex. The pattern was not a single formation but a network, layered and interlocking, covering an area of several hundred meters. When they found it, they stopped. A camp. Not temporary, permanent. Built into the boundary zone's terrain with the precision of someone who had spent years adapting to the gradient's rules. Formation markers dotted every surface, each one tuned to a different harmonic layer, creating a stable pocket of normalized space within the shifting gradient. The air inside the pocket was clear, the ground solid, the light consistent. And sitting at the camp's center, surrounded by formation diagrams spread across the stone floor, was a woman. She looked up as they approached, and through Soul Echo, Wei Liang Chen read her in a single pulse. Suspicion, layered over calculation, draped around a core of exhausted vigilance that had been burning for so long it had worn grooves in her psyche. She was measuring them, not as threats, but as variables. The woman was in her middle years, though cultivation age was unreliable. Her hair was white, not age white but chi white, the color that came from prolonged exposure to high-density spiritual energy. Her robes bore no sect markings. The formation tools arrayed around her were of extraordinary quality. You're the one making the resonance noise, she said, looking directly at Wei Liang Chen. 2 sealed bonds. 1 unsealed but active. The formation geometry in your channels is broadcasting like a signal fire. I could feel you from 3 harmonic layers away. You're a formation master, Feng Xiao said. It was not a question. I was. Now I'm a hermit who lives in the gradient and studies the patterns that nobody else can see. The woman stood, and Wei Liang Chen noticed that her left arm ended at the elbow, an old wound, long-healed. My name is Shen Tao. I have been in the boundary zone for 11 years, and you are the first people to find my camp because you are the first people broadcasting on a frequency that matches my detection arrays. The bond's resonance, Wei Liang Chen said. Specifically, the harmonics of 2 sealed bonds interacting with the gradient's natural frequency. The interference pattern is distinctive, and it matches something I've been studying. She gestured at the formation diagrams on the ground. The primordial cage's pulse. I've been monitoring it from here for a decade, recording its patterns, analyzing its structure, trying to understand what it is and how it works. Feng Xiao was already looking at the diagrams, her expression shifting from caution to intense fascination. These are cage pulse recordings? The resolution is extraordinary, far beyond anything I've seen in the archives. The boundary zone is the best observation point in the 7 realms. The gradient strips away the noise, leaves the signal clean. I've mapped the cage's pulse across all 7 harmonic layers, its daily rhythm, its seasonal variations, its response to external stimuli. Xintao looked at Wei Liang Chen again, including its response to bond formations. 2 months ago, it registered bond 1. 3 days ago, bond 2. Each time, the pulse pattern shifted, a new harmonic added to the baseline. What does the shift mean? It means the cage is listening. It was designed to register the bonds. The whole structure is keyed to the resonance seal. When a bond forms, the cage adjusts its internal geometry to accommodate the new harmonic. It's preparing. Preparing for what? Xintao's expression was grim. For the seal's completion. For the choice. Reinforce or release. That is what the cage was designed to present to whoever completes the 7 bonds. How do you know about the choice? Because I have spent 11 years reading the cage's architecture, and the choice is built into its foundations. The first cultivators did not create a simple prison. They created a decision machine, a structure that would force the universe to make a choice about the entity it contained. The bonds are the input. The seal is the mechanism. The choice is the output. She looked at them with eyes that held 11 years of isolated study and the particular weariness of someone who understood something enormous and had no one to share it with. I did not expect you to find me, she said. But you are here, and I have information you need. Stay the night. Let me show you what the cage looks like from the inside of the gradient. You need to understand what you're walking toward. Through soul echo, her sincerity was absolute. No deception, no hidden agenda. Just the fierce, exhausted need of a scholar who had found her life's work and was desperate for someone who could act on what she had learned. Wei Liang Chen looked at Feng Qiao. She nodded, professional respect mixed with academic hunger. We'll stay, he said. Xintao's relief was palpable, a wash of warm color through soul echo that made her look, for just a moment, like someone who had been holding her breath for 11 years and had finally remembered how to exhale. Outside the formation pocket, the boundary zone hummed. And at its outer perimeter, too faint for any of them to notice yet, a masked scout watched from 2 harmonic layers away and reported their position through a relay that operated on a frequency Feng Qiao's detection arrays were not calibrated to catch. Chapter 23 Xintao's observation work was meticulous. She had built an array of formation instruments across the camp, resonance receivers tuned to the cage's pulse, harmonic analyzers that stripped the boundary zone's background noise from the signal, recording arrays that preserved the pulse patterns in crystal matrices. The data she had accumulated over 11 years filled 14 storage crystals, each one dense with information. The cage pulses once every 72 hours, she explained, leading them through the instrument array. Each pulse carries a complete snapshot of the cage's internal state, structural integrity, energy distribution, the sovereign's activity level, erosion patterns. It is the cage's heartbeat, and it has been beating for 3,000 years. Feng Qiao was already examining the nearest resonance receiver with the intensity of a starving woman presented with a feast. The resolution, you're capturing subharmonic detail. That requires a receiver sensitivity that standard formation instruments can't achieve. Standard instruments are designed for mortal realm conditions. The boundary zone allows for a different approach. Xintao demonstrated, activating a receiver. A pulse of light traced through the instrument's crystal matrix, and a 3-dimensional pattern materialized in the air above it. The cage's most recent pulse, rendered in 7 colors corresponding to the 7 harmonic layers. Wei Liang Chen stared. The pattern was vast, intricate, and hauntingly beautiful. 7 nested structures, each one following the base 7 geometry that he carried in his channels, spinning around a central point of darkness that pulsed with a slow, patient rhythm. That dark center, he said. The sovereign. Or rather, the sovereign's impact on the cage's energy flow. The cage was designed to contain it. But containment is a relationship. The sovereign's presence shapes the cage just as the cage shapes the sovereign. They have spent 3 millennia influencing each other. You can see the sovereign through the pulse data? I can see its outline, its behavior patterns, its responses. Xintao pulled up a sequence of pulses, a time-lapse showing the last month of recordings. The central darkness shifted, contracted, expanded. Not random, deliberate. Watch this sequence. 3 days ago, when your second bond sealed, the pulse pattern changed. The central darkness, the sovereign's signature, shifted its rhythm. Where before it had been slow and regular, it developed a stutter, a momentary acceleration that resolved into a new, slightly faster baseline. It noticed, Wei Liang Chen said. It did more than notice. It adjusted. The sovereign has been maintaining a consistent behavior pattern for 11 years, the entire time I've been observing. Bond 1 produced the first change. Bond 2 produced the second. Each bond makes the cage more permeable in a specific harmonic, and the sovereign responds by, how do I put this? Leaning into the new opening. Leaning. Not pushing, not attacking the permeable point. Leaning, like someone pressing their face against a window to see outside. Xin Tao's voice carried a mix of academic precision and something less comfortable. I've been studying this entity for a decade. It has never, in all that time, attempted to breach the cage. Not once. It adjusts, it responds, it observes, but it does not attack. That contradicts everything the sects teach about the sovereign. The sects teach what the first cultivators reported 3,000 years ago. 3 millennia is a long time, even for an entity of unmade reality. Things change. She paused. Or they don't. That's the question the choice is designed to answer. Lin Suyin, who had been examining the recording crystals with the careful attention she brought to everything, looked up. You said the choice is built into the cage's foundations. But the first cultivators intended the cage to be temporary. The letter we found said as much. So the choice was always supposed to happen. Yes, the cage is not a permanent prison. It's a holding cell with a built-in trial date. The bonds are the jury. The seal is the verdict. And Wei Liang Chen, Xin Tao looked at him. You are the judge. I did not ask for the role. No, the heavenly Tao assigned it. Which raises its own questions about agency and predetermination. Questions that I suspect the first cultivators intended the seal's bearer to grapple with. The conversation was interrupted by a sharp pulse from one of Xin Tao's perimeter arrays. She moved with the reflexes of someone who had lived alone in dangerous territory for over a decade. Fast, fluid, and utterly silent. Formation disruption signature, she said, reading the array's output. Someone is probing the gradient with counterformation techniques. Shattered mirror methodology. Feng Qiao was on her feet. Velan's people. They followed us into the boundary zone. Not followed. They were already here. Xin Tao's expression was dark. I've detected occasional shattered mirror probes over the past 2 years. They've been mapping the gradient, building navigational data. They never found my camp because my formations operate on a different harmonic base. But your bond resonance is broadcasting on a frequency their mapping arrays would detect. How many? Xin Tao activated 3 more arrays in rapid sequence. The data resolved into a tactical picture that she projected above the instrument array. 8. 2 squads of 4, approaching from the western and southern harmonics. They're using formation disruption arrays to stabilize their movement. Crude but effective. ETA, 40 minutes. Core ascension cultivators. Minimum. The formation disruption equipment requires core ascension level energy to operate in the gradient. They might have 1 or 2 heaven gate among them. Wei Liang Chen assessed the situation. 8 enemies, core ascension or above, equipped with formation disruption technology. His party consisted of 3, 1 meridian burst with soul echo and a proto-combat technique he had used exactly once. 1 Spirit Veil Formation Master with extensive defensive capabilities but limited offensive power, and 1 Foundation Forging Cultivator with basic formation training and a sword. Plus a Hermit Scholar with 11 years of boundary zone experience and a comprehensive formation network. Xin Tao, your formation network, is it purely observational? The Hermit Scholar smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. I have lived alone in the boundary zone for 11 years. Observation was the priority. But I am not naive. She gestured at the formation markers that surrounded the camp. These stabilize my living space. They also serve as anchors for a defensive grid that covers a 300-meter radius. I have had to use it 4 times, twice against gradient beasts, once against a group of rogue cultivators, and once against a shattered mirror probe team that got too close. The probe team survived. I redirected them into a harmonic fold that deposited them 600 kilometers south. They spent 2 weeks finding their way back to the mortal realm. Her smile sharpened. The gradient is my terrain. They are walking into a place that does not follow the rules they know. Feng Qiao was already examining Xin Tao's formation markers. These are compatible with my design framework. If you let me link my portable arrays into your grid, I can extend the defensive range and add offensive capability. The boundary zone's energy density makes formation attacks viable at a level that would be impossible in the mortal realm. Do it, Xin Tao said. You have 38 minutes. What followed was a masterclass in collaborative formation work. Feng Qiao and Xin Tao operated with an efficiency that spoke to shared fundamental training. Different schools, different methodologies, but the same underlying geometry. Feng Qiao's portable arrays slotted into Xin Tao's grid like pieces of a puzzle designed by separate architects who had used the same blueprint. Wei Liang Chen positioned himself at the formation grid's primary junction, the point where Feng Qiao's offensive arrays and Xin Tao's defensive grid intersected. From here, he could feed his qi into either system, amplifying the formations with the inscription channel energy that the boundary zone was continuously pouring into him. When they arrive, Feng Qiao said, Placing the last array, the defensive grid will slow their advance and fragment their formation disruption arrays. My offensive arrays will exploit the gaps, but the gradient gives us another advantage they won't expect. The harmonic layers, Xianxia said. The harmonic layers. If I can shift the local resonance frequency during the engagement, their movement becomes unpredictable. They'll be fighting the terrain as much as fighting us. I can manage the shift. My instruments track all 7 layers in real time. I can tell you which layer to target and when. Lin Suyin took position at the camp's eastern edge, where the terrain funneled into a narrow passage between 2 rock faces. I hold this choke point. The formation basics Feng Xiao taught me are enough for barrier arrays. They won't be strong, but they'll be unexpected. Wei Liang Chen felt the proto-technique stirring in his channels. The ability he had used once, during the battle at Spirit Peaks, a raw, unrefined manipulation of harmonic energy that had produced an effect resembling a harmonic strike. In the boundary zone, with the gradient's energy amplifying his inscription channels, the technique would be stronger. But it was still unrefined. He had used it instinctively, not deliberately. This time, he needed control. Combat technique assessment, proto-harmonic strike, unrefined resonance manipulation. In boundary zone conditions, estimated power output, equivalent to mid-core ascension combat technique. Duration, single burst per activation. Recovery time, 30 seconds between bursts. Recommendation, use as targeted disruption against formation disruption arrays. The technique's harmonic signature is designed to interfere with formation-based equipment. 30 minutes passed. 20. 10. Soul Echo tracked the approaching squads. 8 emotional signatures, professional, focused, with the controlled aggression of combat cultivators on an assigned mission. No fear, no hesitation. These were not the nervous Spirit Veil operatives that Wei had sent to Spirit Peaks. These were his elite, experienced, disciplined, equipped for the gradient. They've reached the outer perimeter, Xianxia said, monitoring her arrays. Western squad is lead. Southern squad is flanking. Standard pincer. They think we're in a fixed position with limited defensive capability. Let them think that, Feng Xiao said. The Western squad hit the defensive grid first. For cultivators, core ascension rank, their formation disruption arrays blazing with counter-resonance energy. They expected the grid to fold. It was what their equipment was designed for. The grid did not fold. It flexed. Xianxia's 11 years of adaptation had produced defensive formations that operated on harmonic principles the disruption arrays were not calibrated to counter. The squad's advance slowed from a charge to a push, each step requiring more energy to maintain their disruption field. Now, Xianxia said. Feng Xiao triggered her offensive arrays. The boundary zone's energy density was staggering. What would have been a moderate formation attack in the mortal realm became a devastating barrage. Bolts of harmonic energy struck the Western squad's disruption field, each one targeting a different frequency, forcing the 4 cultivators to split their defensive attention across multiple spectra. The Southern squad accelerated, trying to reach the camp before the defensive grid could redirect. Lin Suyin held the choke point. Her barrier arrays, simple, freshly learned, powered by the boundary zone's ambient qi, materialized across the narrow passage like walls of pale blue light. The first attacker hit the barrier at full speed. The barrier cracked. Lin Suyin was foundation forging, and no amount of ambient qi could compensate for the rank difference. But it held long enough to disrupt the attacker's momentum, forcing him to stop and apply his disruption array directly. Wei Liang Chen moved. The proto-harmonic strike activated with a clarity it had not possessed at Spirit Peaks. The boundary zone's energy poured through his inscription channels, and the technique that had been raw and instinctive became something sharper, not refined, not yet, but focused. He directed the burst at the Southern squad leader's disruption array. The harmonic frequency matched. The disruption array, a complex piece of formation technology designed to counter standard formations, met a pulse of energy that operated on the same fundamental geometry as the formations themselves, but from the inside. The disruption array did not break. It resonated, overloaded, and deactivated in a shower of sparks and crystallized qi. That is a first cultivator technique, Feng Xiao said, her voice carrying across the battlefield with absolute certainty. You are using a technique that was designed to interface with formation systems at the architectural level. The Southern squad leader stared at his dead equipment, then at Wei Liang Chen, and through Soul Echo, his professional composure cracked for the first time, a flash of genuine alarm that he immediately suppressed. Regroup, the squad leader ordered. Drop the disruption arrays, their liabilities. Standard combat formation. They shifted. 8 cultivators, no longer relying on their specialized equipment, dropping into conventional combat stances. Core ascension techniques flared, raw chi manipulation, blade projections, movement arts that compressed distance. It was the wrong approach. Without their disruption arrays, they had no defense against the formation grid. Shen Tao activated the secondary layer, a set of formations she had not revealed, buried deeper in the gradient's harmonic structure, invisible to standard detection. The ground shifted. The harmonic layer beneath the attackers rotated, just as Feng Xiao had proposed, and the 8 cultivators found themselves fighting terrain that moved under their feet, that bent around them, that channeled their attacks into harmless dispersal patterns. 2 of the Western squad lost their footing entirely. The gradient swallowed them, not violently, but with the implacable patience of geography. One moment they were standing on solid ground. The next, the harmonic shift had deposited them 300 meters away, disoriented and disconnected from their squad. The remaining 6 pressed forward, but the coordination was broken. What had been a professional pincer became a scattered advance, each cultivator fighting individually against a terrain that responded to their movements with malicious intelligence. Wei Liang Chen used the proto-harmonic strike twice more, targeted bursts that disrupted individual attackers' chi flow at the harmonic level, creating openings that Feng Xiao's offensive arrays exploited. Each strike cost him 30 seconds of recovery, during which Lin Suyin covered his position with barrier arrays that were growing more stable with each deployment. The engagement lasted 12 minutes. When it ended, 2 of the 8 attackers had been deposited in distant harmonic layers by Shen Tao's terrain manipulation. 3 were unconscious from formation strike overload, and the remaining 3 were retreating, moving with the desperate speed of combat cultivators who had encountered something their training had not prepared them for. "Don't pursue," Wei Liang Chen said, though Feng Xiao showed no inclination to do so. "Let them report." "Report what?" Feng Xiao asked, deactivating her offensive arrays. "That the collector has a first cultivator combat technique, a boundary zone ally with 11 years of formation superiority, and a defensive position that their disruption technology cannot breach. It will make Velan recalculate." Shen Tao was already checking her instruments. "The engagement disrupted my monitoring arrays for the duration. Recalibrating now. But I got a reading during your proto-technique activation. The cage registered it." "Registered?" "A micropulse. Outside the normal 72-hour cycle. When you used the harmonic strike, the cage pulsed once, a tiny, localized response, like an echo, as if the cage recognized the technique. The first cultivators built the cage. The technique comes from the same geometry. Of course it recognizes the technique." "Yes, but," Shen Tao hesitated. "The micropulse came from the sovereign's zone, not the cage's structural layer. The sovereign recognized the technique, and it responded." Through soul echo, Shen Tao's unease was a cold blue thread winding through her analytical composure. "It's watching you," she said. "Through the cage, through the bond harmonics, through the gradient itself. You are using its architecture's language, and it is paying attention." The boundary zone hummed around them, and in the cage's depths, something vast and patient processed a new data point. A technique it remembered from before its imprisonment, wielded by hands that had not existed when it was free. The sovereign had been observing. Now it was studying. Chapter 24. The morning after the battle, Shen Tao spread her archive across the camp's central formation array. "You need to understand what the technique is," she said, addressing Wei Liang Chen and Feng Xiao, while Lin Suyin maintained watch at the perimeter. "Not just how to use it, what it is, where it comes from, what it means for the bonds." The archive texts were formation encoded, crystal matrices that projected text and diagrams when activated by a compatible energy signature. Shen Tao's 11 years of research had uncovered fragments from 7 different historical sources, pieced together into a coherent narrative. "The first cultivators developed 3 classes of technique," she began. "The first class was structural, formation arrays, ceiling patterns, the architecture of the cage itself. This is what formation masters study, what Feng Xiao and I practice. The second class was combative, techniques designed to interact with formation structures, to disrupt or reinforce them from the outside. This is what your proto-harmonic strike belongs to. And the third class, connective, techniques that link cultivators together at the soul level, creating resonance networks that amplify all other abilities. This is what the bonds are." Shen Tao activated a crystal matrix, and a diagram materialized, the 7-node network the system had described, but rendered in historical notation. The first cultivators did not build the cage alone. They built it as a network, 7 individuals, each carrying a fragment of the ceiling pattern, linked by bonds that amplified their combined power far beyond what any individual could achieve. The original keys, Feng Xiao said. Yes, they were the prototype. The heavenly Tao recorded the pattern and re-expressed it in a new generation, your generation. The resonance fragments in the current keys are echoes of the original 7, placed by the Tao when it recognized that the cage would need renewal. Wei Liang Chen studied the diagram. The 7-node network was familiar from the system's interface, but the historical notation revealed details the system had not provided. The connections between nodes were not simple links. They were harmonic bridges, each one carrying a specific frequency that contributed to the overall resonance. The pattern of frequencies was not arbitrary. It formed a melody. It's a song, he said. Shen Tao nodded. The oldest texts call it the harmonic of containment. 7 notes, 7 bridges, 7 frequencies that together produce a resonance strong enough to define a boundary between existence and void. The cage is a physical manifestation of that resonance, a song made solid. And the sovereign? The silence between the notes. The sovereign is void, the absence of pattern, the space where the song does not reach. Containing it means surrounding it completely, filling every gap in the melody. That is why the seal requires 7 bonds. Anything less leaves gaps in the harmonic structure. Gaps that the sovereign could exploit. Gaps that the sovereign currently cannot exploit. The cage's structural reinforcement compensates, but the structural layer is eroding. The erosion patterns I've documented show a steady decline in cage integrity, from 94% when I started monitoring to 87% now. At the current rate, the cage reaches critical failure in 43 years. The system gave the same estimate. The system draws from the same data source, the cage's own pulse. But the system may not be showing you the detail I have. Shen Tao activated another crystal matrix. Look at this. The erosion is not uniform. It's concentrated at 7 specific points, one for each harmonic frequency. Each bond you form temporarily stabilizes the corresponding erosion point. Bond 1 stabilized the first frequency. Bond 2 stabilized the second. But the stabilization is temporary. Without the complete seal, each bond's effect degrades over time. How much time? I estimate each bond's stabilization lasts 18 months before degradation begins. Your first bond is 2 months old. The second is days old. By the time you form the 7th bond, the first bond's stabilization will be approaching its limit. A clock within a clock. Yes, the 43-year estimate assumes no bonds are formed. With bonds, the timeline is different, better in some ways, worse in others. The bonds buy time at each erosion point, but also increase the cage's overall permeability. It's a trade-off the first cultivators designed deliberately. Why? Because they wanted the seal bearer to feel urgency without desperation. Enough time to form genuine bonds, not enough time to delay indefinitely. They were very, very good at engineering choices. Feng Xiao had been studying the archived texts with the absorption of someone drinking water after days in a desert. Shen Tao. This archive, these fragments, they contain formation principles I've never seen documented. The boundary zone observation techniques alone would revolutionize the field. I know. And when this is over, if we survive, I intend to publish everything. But for now, the priority is practical. She turned to Wei Liang Chen. The proto-harmonic strike is your most valuable combat asset. In the boundary zone, it's devastating. In the mortal realm, it will be weaker but still effective against formation-based equipment and techniques. I can help you refine it. I've studied the first cultivator combat techniques in theory, and you have the inscription channels to practice them. How long to refine it? With the boundary zone's amplification? 3 to 4 days of focused practice. You won't master it. Mastery requires all 7 bonds. But you can develop reliable control, consistent output, and precision targeting. We have 14 days of travel. We can train while moving. In the boundary zone, training while moving is the best approach. The gradient's shifting harmonics provide natural variation. It's like sparring against an opponent who changes style every few minutes. The system confirmed. Bond 2 resonance update. Formation status, stable soul echo. Active, boundary zone enhanced proto-harmonic strike. Refinement opportunity detected. Boundary zone conditions optimal for technique development. Bond 3 timeline. 12 days to Azure Tide perimeter. Bond formation window estimated at 3 to 7 days after first contact with Yuan Mei. 12 days to Azure Tide, Wei Liang Chen said. Then 3 to 7 days to form the bond. That's 15 to 19 days total. For Bond 3. And then the clock starts on Bond 3 stabilization while you pursue Bond 4, Bond 5, Bond 6, Bond 7. Shen Tao shook her head. The first cultivators designed a relay race. Each bond buys time that the next bond must use. The pace is relentless. Not relentless. Deliberate. They wanted the process to require sustained effort and genuine connection. A collector, someone forcing bonds for power, would burn out before bond 4. And you? I will earn each one. That's the only way the seal works. Xin Tao studied him through soul echo. He let her, or rather, he monitored what she was doing. Her soul echo was not a formal ability, but an intuitive extension of her formation sensitivity, honed by 11 years of studying the cage's emotional signature. She could not read him the way he read her, but she could feel the quality of his intent. Whatever she found satisfied her. She nodded once, decisively. I will travel with you to the boundary zone's exit point. My formation knowledge will accelerate your journey, and I can continue monitoring the cage's pulse while we move. At the exit, I returned to my camp. You're not coming to Azure Tide? I am a hermit, Wei Liang Chen. I left the mortal realm's politics 11 years ago for a reason. But, she hesitated. I will maintain a relay connection. If you need information about the cage, about the sovereign's behavior, about the erosion patterns, I am the best source in existence. We accept, Feng Xiao said, before Wei Liang Chen could respond. Through soul echo, her eagerness was professionally tinged, a formation master who had found a peer, maybe a superior, and did not want to let the connection lapse. They broke camp at midday. Xin Tao packed her instruments with the efficiency of someone who had done it many times, collapsing the formation pocket into a set of portable arrays that fit into a single pack. The camp vanished, the terrain reverting to the boundary zone's natural shifting state. Travel with Xin Tao was markedly different. Where Feng Xiao navigated the gradient by reading its harmonic layers through her instruments, Xin Tao navigated by instinct. 11 years of exposure had given her a feel for the gradient's rhythms that no instrument could match. She led them through harmonic shortcuts, stable corridors that compressed distance even beyond the gradient's natural effect. We'll reach the exit in 8 days instead of 12, she said. The stable corridors are faster, and I know which harmonic shifts to ride instead of avoid. During travel, Wei Liang Chen practiced the proto-harmonic strike under Xin Tao's guidance. Her approach was different from what he expected, not physical drilling, but harmonic attunement. She had him listen to the gradient's shifting frequencies while activating the technique, teaching him to synchronize the strike with the environment rather than fighting against it. The first cultivator techniques were designed for a world that operated on harmonic principles, she explained during one practice session, as Wei Liang Chen directed a controlled burst at a formation target Feng Xiao had set up. The mortal realm has drifted from those principles over 3 millennia. The harmonics are still there, but buried under layers of degraded qi and chaotic spiritual residue. In the boundary zone, the harmonics are clean. Learn the technique here, where the signal is pure, and you'll be able to find this signal in the noise when you return to the mortal realm. The technique improved rapidly. By the end of the 3rd day, Wei Liang Chen could produce a consistent harmonic strike, not the raw burst of the battle, but a focused pulse that hit a specific harmonic frequency and disrupted anything tuned to that frequency. Against formation equipment, it was devastating. Against living cultivators, it was less lethal but still effective. The strike disrupted the target's qi circulation at the harmonic level, creating a moment of vulnerability that conventional attacks could exploit. The system tracked his progress. Bond 2 ability refinement. Proto-harmonic strike, intermediate, power output, equivalent to high core ascension technique, boundary zone conditions. Mortal realm estimate, mid-core ascension. Recovery time, reduced from 30 seconds to 18 seconds between activations. Precision, frequency targeting operational. Can disrupt specific harmonic signatures within a 50-meter range. Note, full harmonic strike mastery requires Bond 4, Heaven Gate key. Current refinement represents maximum achievable level with 2 bonds. Maximum achievable with 2 bonds, Wei Liang Chen reported to the group during their evening stop. The technique has a ceiling until Bond 4, which means you need to approach Yuan Mei with something other than combat power, Lin Suyin said. She had been practicing formation arrays all day, and her barrier technique had progressed from fragile to functional. A sect mistress will not be impressed by a Meridian Burst cultivator's combat ability. She deals with Heaven Gate practitioners daily. The system said direct demonstration of intent, not verbal persuasion. Then demonstrate intent. Walk into her territory without weapons drawn, without the bond broadcasting at full power. Show her that you are not what the rumors describe. The bond broadcasts automatically. Feng Xiao spoke up. I can build a suppression array, not a full mask. That would be deceptive, and if she detected it, the relationship would be poisoned from the start. But a damper that reduces the broadcast range to personal contact distance. She would only feel the resonance if she got close enough to sense it herself. Would that be honest? Honesty is not the same as full disclosure at maximum volume. Walking into her territory broadcasting 2 bond signatures is like walking into a negotiation with your weapons visible. The suppression array is the equivalent of sheathing your sword before entering the room. It was a good analogy. Wei Liang Chen agreed, and Feng Qiao began constructing the array that evening. A small, wearable formation that dampened the bond resonance's broadcast range without suppressing it entirely. On the 4th day of travel, the boundary zone's terrain shifted dramatically. The shifting landscapes gave way to a stable region, a valley of crystallized qi, where the gradient's energy had solidified over centuries into structures of extraordinary beauty. Towers of transparent crystal rose from the valley floor, each one resonating with a different harmonic frequency, creating a symphony of light and sound that filled the air. The crystalline threshold, Shen Tao said, the boundary zone's most stable region. The energy here has been in equilibrium for at least 1,000 years. It's the gradient's anchor point, the place where all 7 harmonic layers overlap without conflict. It's beautiful, Lin Suyin said. And it was, achingly so, the kind of beauty that existed without intent, an accident of physics and time that had produced something that looked like it was designed by a mind of extraordinary aesthetic sensibility. It's also the best place in the 7 realms to observe the cage directly, Shen Tao said. The overlapping harmonics create a natural lens. If you want to see what you're fighting for, she activated her instruments. The crystalline towers responded, their resonance frequencies aligning with Shen Tao's formation arrays to produce a focused observation beam that pierced through the gradient's layers and reached, down, in, through, to the deepest structure of reality. And there it was, the primordial cage. Not a physical object, not a prison in any recognizable sense. It was a pattern, a vast, 7-layered pattern of interlocking harmonics that defined a boundary between existence and void. The pattern was beautiful and terrible, a song frozen in geometry, each layer singing a note that contributed to a chord so complex it hurt to perceive. At its center, the sovereign. Wei Liang Chen had expected darkness. He had expected pressure, menace, the weight of an entity that had threatened to unmake reality. What he found was stillness. The sovereign existed at the pattern's center as an absence. Not empty, not null, but undefined. It was the blank page before the first word, the silence before the first note. It had the quality of potential, of everything that could be but was not yet. And it was watching. Through the observation beam, through the crystalline lens, through the layers of the cage. Wei Liang Chen felt the sovereign's attention settle on him like a vast, impersonal eye-opening. Not hostile, not friendly, observing. Soul echo strained against the distance, trying to read the entity's emotional state. What it found was alien. Not emotions in any human sense, but patterns that mapped roughly onto curiosity, patience, and something that had no human equivalent. A quality of attentive waiting that was neither passive nor active, but occupied some space between the two that no human mind had ever needed a word for. Primordial cage observation, direct visual contact established via crystalline threshold lens. Cage integrity, 87.2%, consistent with pulse data, sovereign activity, observation mode. No hostile indicators. Erosion points, 7 detected, correlated with harmonic frequencies bond stabilization. Frequencies 1 and 2, corresponding to bonds 1 and 2, showing 94% stabilization. Remaining 5 frequencies, standard erosion rate. Note, the sovereign has acknowledged this observation. It is not attempting to interfere. It acknowledged us, Wei Liang Chen said. It always does, Shen Tao said quietly. Every time I've observed through the lens, it acknowledges. Not communication, just recognition. I see you seeing me. That's all. That's more than the histories describe. The histories describe an entity that tried to unmake reality 3,000 years ago. What I've observed for 11 years is an entity that watches, waits, and does not attack. Those are not the same thing. The observation lasted 10 minutes. Then Shen Tao deactivated the lens, and the image faded, the crystalline towers resuming their natural resonance. The group was quiet for a long time afterward. The direct perception of the cage, its beauty, its complexity, the patient entity at its center, had shifted something in each of them. The abstract had become concrete. The choice that waited at the end of 7 bonds was no longer theoretical. Reinforce. Release. The cage was magnificent and terrible and 3,000 years old, and the entity inside it was no longer what it had been. We keep moving, Wei Liang Chen said. They kept moving. For more days of boundary zone travel, training, and conversation that circled back again and again to the cage, the sovereign, the choice. By the time they reached the gradient's exit point, a natural thinning where the boundary zone dissolved into mortal realm conditions. Wei Liang Chen's harmonic strike was refined. His soul echo was calibrated to a precision he had not thought possible, and his understanding of the cage had deepened from abstract knowledge to direct perception. Xintao stopped at the exit point. "This is where I turn back," she said. "The mortal realm has nothing for me that the gradient does not offer better." But she pressed a formation stone into Wei Liang Chen's palm. "This is key to my relay network. Activate it, and I will hear you from anywhere in the gradient. Use it when you need information about the cage. I will be watching. Thank you. Thank me by making the right choice. Whatever that turns out to be." She looked at Feng Qiao. Through soul echo, Wei Liang Chen read the connection between them: professional respect, shared passion for formation work, and the particular warmth of two people who spoke the same intellectual language. "Publish the archive," Feng Qiao said. "When this is over." "When this is over," Xintao agreed. She turned and walked back into the gradient. Within 3 steps, the boundary zone's shifting harmonics swallowed her, and she was gone, back to her instruments, her crystals, her 11-year vigil at the edge of a prison that was also a song. The mortal realm welcomed them back with flat, ordinary sunlight and air that tasted thin after the gradient's richness. The spiritual energy was weaker, the harmonic structure buried beneath layers of noise. But the training held. Soul echo functioned at reduced range, but maintained its precision. The harmonic strike was weaker in the mortal realm, mid-core ascension equivalent, as the system had predicted, but reliable. And ahead, 4 days of travel across conventional terrain, the Azure Tide sect's territory began. The system pulsed. Bond 3 approach status. Distance to Azure Tide sect, 340 kilometers, 4 days travel. Yuan Mei, assessed as hostile. Intelligence network active. Shattered mirror sect agents present. Recommendation: approach via the commercial district. Feng Xiao's contact can facilitate initial contact without triggering the intelligence division's automated responses. For days. And at the end of them, a woman who had been told to fear him. Wei Liang Chen tightened the resonance-dampening array around his wrist and walked toward the rising sun. Chapter 25: The Azure Tide sect's territory announced itself from 50 kilometers out. The spiritual energy shifted, not the dramatic gradient of the boundary zone, but a subtler modulation. The ambient qi gained a blue-green tint that deepened as they traveled east, carrying the salt and mineral tang of ocean-influenced spiritual energy. The Azure Tide sect drew its power from the cerulean coast, where the sea's qi merged with the lands and currents that had shaped the region's cultivation practices for millennia. Wei Liang Chen noticed the surveillance before they crossed the territorial marker. 3 observation posts, he said, soul echo mapping the emotional signatures. 2 on the ridgeline to the north, 1 in the valley to the south. Standard formation-based monitoring. They're tracking our spiritual signatures. Let them, Lin Suyin said. We're not hiding. That's the point. It was the approach they had agreed upon. No stealth, no misdirection, no attempts to bypass the Azure Tide sect's security apparatus. A direct, visible approach that communicated openness, or at least the absence of hostility. Feng Xiao's contact had sent instructions via the relay network. Enter through the commercial district's eastern gate. Present themselves at the guest pavilion. Request audience through standard diplomatic channels. No shortcuts, no name-dropping, no leveraging the resonance connection. Yuan Mei respects protocol, the contact had said. Follow the forms, and she will see you. Break them, and you will not get within 100 meters of her. The commercial district was a city unto itself, a sprawling complex of markets, workshops, and trading houses that served as the Azure Tide sect's economic engine. The population was mixed: sect members, affiliated cultivators, civilian merchants, visiting dignitaries from a dozen different organizations. The spiritual energy was high but controlled, channeled through formation arrays embedded in the district's infrastructure. They entered through the eastern gate at midday. The gate guards, 2 spirit veil cultivators in Azure Tide colors, examined their identification tokens with professional thoroughness. Purpose of visit: diplomatic audience with the sect mistress, Wei Liang Chen said. The guard's expression did not change, but through soul echo, Wei Liang Chen caught a flicker of recognition. His name was known here. The guard consulted a jade slate, then spoke into a communication crystal. 3 visitors requesting audience. Names matched the watch list. Proceeding to guest pavilion per standard protocol. Watch list. Wei Liang Chen filed it away. Yuan Mei had anticipated his arrival, or been warned of it. The guest pavilion was a formation-enhanced compound at the commercial district's heart, designed to house visiting cultivators in comfort while keeping them under constant observation. The rooms were spacious, the spiritual food was excellent, and every surface hummed with monitoring formations that were not even slightly disguised. She wants us to know we're being watched, Feng Qiao said, examining the monitoring arrays with professional interest. These are high-quality, expensive, and deliberately obvious. It's a statement. I see you, and I want you to know I see you. Respect or intimidation? Both. With Yuan Mei, they're probably the same thing. The request for audience was filed through the guest pavilion's administrative office. The response came within 2 hours, faster than standard diplomatic procedure, which typically required 1 to 3 days. The sect mistress will receive one visitor. Tomorrow, sunrise. The Blue Chamber. The administrative functionary delivered the message without inflection, but Soul Echo caught the undercurrent. Carefully suppressed curiosity, professional tension, and a trace of what Wei Liang Chen could only classify as anticipation. One visitor, Lin Suyin said when he relayed the message. She wants to see you alone. She wants to assess me without the complications of companions and power dynamics. Or she wants you isolated and vulnerable. Both can be true. He looked at Feng Qiao. The resonance dampener, is it working? Feng Qiao checked the array. Broadcasting suppressed to contact range. She won't feel the resonance until you're in the same room. Maybe not even then. It depends on her sensitivity. Her contact has been experiencing unexplained qi disturbances for 6 months, Wei Liang Chen said. She's sensitive. She just doesn't know to what. The evening passed in preparation. Lin Suyin drilled him on diplomatic protocol, the Azure Tide sect's formal conventions, the proper forms of address for a sect mistress, the gestures and postures that communicated respect without submission. She had studied the sect's cultural framework during their boundary zone transit, drawing on Feng Qiao's contacts' detailed briefings. Do not bow lower than 45 degrees. That signals subservience, which she will interpret as manipulation. Do not maintain eye contact for more than 3 seconds. Prolonged gaze is a dominance challenge. Address her as Sect Mistress Yuan on first meeting, Mistress Yuan once she invites informality, and Yuan Mei only if she offers it. You've studied her. I've studied the protocols. She is the protocols. The Azure Tide sect's culture is her culture, refined and enforced. If you understand the protocols, you understand something about her. At midnight, Wei Liang Chen sat alone in his room and let the monitoring formations watch him. He did not meditate, did not cultivate, did not practice techniques. He sat with the question that Lin Suyin had raised on the first day and that Feng Qiao's contact's intelligence report had sharpened. What if she's right? The collector. A cultivator who gathered bonds for power, not for connection. The label was wrong. He knew it was wrong, but the pattern it described was not fictional. Power systems attracted exploiters. The destined bonds system, whatever its cosmic purpose, was also a power system. Someone could use it to accumulate abilities, influence, and control without genuine regard for the keys involved. The fact that he was not that person did not mean the concern was invalid. Yuan Mei had been warned about the collector. She had assessed the intelligence, weighed the evidence, and reached a conclusion that classified him as a potential threat. Her conclusion was rational, defensible, and based on available data. Walking into the Blue Chamber tomorrow and saying, "I'm not what they say," would accomplish nothing. Words were cheap, and a skilled manipulator would say exactly the same thing. The only currency that would matter was action. Not one action, a pattern of actions, consistent and sustained, that demonstrated the intent words could not prove. He went to sleep with the monitoring formations humming around him, knowing that Yuan Mei was probably watching the feeds, reading his behavior for clues, building her assessment from the raw data of how a man spent his evening when he knew he was being observed. Good. Let her watch. Let her see him sitting with doubt, preparing with care, and sleeping with the untroubled rest of someone who had nothing to hide. If she was as perceptive as everyone said, she would notice. Chapter 26. The Blue Chamber was a room designed to reveal. It occupied the top floor of the Azure Tide sect's central tower, and its walls were made of a formation-enhanced glass that transmitted spiritual energy in both directions. The effect was deliberate. Anyone inside the chamber was bathed in the ambient qi of the entire sect, exposed to the spiritual pressure of every cultivator within a kilometer radius. For a weak cultivator, the Blue Chamber was overwhelming. For a cultivator with something to hide, it was dangerous. The spiritual transparency made concealment nearly impossible. For Wei Liang Chen, with Soul Echo active and the resonance dampener in place, it was a landscape of information. Yuan Mei sat at the chamber's center, behind a desk of polished blue stone that matched the sect's aesthetic. She was younger than he had expected, early 30s by appearance, though cultivation rank made appearance unreliable. Her features were sharp, angular, framed by hair the color of deep water that fell to her shoulders in a severe cut. Her robes were azure-tied formal, layered blue and silver, immaculate, projecting authority without ostentation. Her cultivation pressure filled the room. Meridian burst, rank 5, and it was everything that rank implied. Wei Liang Chen was also meridian burst, but Yuan Mei's cultivation was mature, refined, the product of years of systematic training rather than weeks of accelerated progression. The difference in foundation was palpable. Wei Liang Chen, she said. Not a greeting. An identification. Sect Mistress Yuan. Her eyes tracked him as he entered. The 45-degree bow, the 3-second eye contact, the measured approach to the desk. Lin Suin's coaching was paying for itself. Through Soul Echo, he read Yuan Mei's assessment process in real time. Approval of the protocol adherence, mild surprise at its accuracy, and beneath both, the cold, analytical focus of someone who was measuring every aspect of his presence, including the resonance dampener. Her eyes flicked to his wrist, where the formation array was concealed beneath his sleeve. Through Soul Echo, recognition, sharper surprise, and a flash of something that was not quite anger but adjacent to it. You are wearing a formation-based suppression device, she said. Please explain. Direct. No diplomacy, no circling. Wei Liang Chen matched her directness. The formation dampens a resonance signal that broadcasts from my chi structure. The signal is a byproduct of a system I carry, a system that identifies certain individuals as relevant to a cosmic mechanism. Without the dampener, the signal would fill this room and potentially cause you discomfort. Why would it cause me discomfort? Because the system has identified you as one of the relevant individuals. The signal resonates with a pattern in your chi structure, a pattern you may have noticed as unexplained disturbances over the past 6 months. The room went very still. Yuan Mei's expression did not change, but through Soul Echo, the controlled analytical landscape of her mind developed fault lines. The disturbances she had consulted 4 medical cultivators about. The changes no diagnostician had explained. Remove the dampener, she said. If I do, the resonance will remove it. He removed it. The bond resonance filled the blue chamber like a bell being struck. The formation glass walls amplified it, the ambient chi carried it, and the spiritual transparency that was designed to reveal turned the resonance into something that both of them could feel in their bones. Yuan Mei's hand went to her chest. Through Soul Echo, Wei Liang Chen watched the impact. Not pain, but recognition. Something in her chi structure that had been dormant for her entire life suddenly had a matching frequency in the room, and the resonance between the two was undeniable. Her face was marble. Her eyes burned. Explain, she said. Everything. From the beginning. He told her. Everything. The system, the bonds, the keys, the primordial cage, the resonance seal, the choice. He told her about Lin Suin and the Wasteland trial, about Feng Qiao and Spirit Peaks, about Shun Tao and the Boundary Zone, about the Sovereign's patient observation. He told her about Velan and Sha and the Shattered Mirror sect, about the Hollow Chorus and their belief that the cage should open. He told her about the choice, reinforce or release, and that he did not yet know which was right. He told her everything the system had shown him, including the parts that made him look like exactly the threat she had been warned about. A cultivator gathering bonds, accumulating power, heading toward a cosmic decision with the authority to make it. It took 40 minutes. Yuan Mei did not interrupt once. When he finished, the blue chamber was quiet. The resonance hummed between them, not a bond, not yet, but the precursor to one. The pattern in her soul and the pattern in his channels recognized each other across the space of the room. 2 halves of a frequency that wanted to synchronize. You are asking me to believe, Yuan Mei said, that the universe has selected me, without my knowledge or consent, to be a component in a mechanism designed by cultivators who have been dead for 3,000 years, and that the activation of this component requires me to form a spiritual bond with a man I met 20 minutes ago. Yes. And you expect me to accept this? No. I expect you to verify it. You have medical cultivators, spiritual diagnosticians, formation experts. Have them examine the resonance. Test it against your records. Research the primordial cage in your sect's archives. I will submit to any examination you require, answer any question you ask, and stay or leave as you determine. I could detain you. You could. You are within my sect's territory. My security forces outnumber your party by a factor of several hundred. Your resonance dampener is off, your bond signatures are broadcasting, and every cultivator in this tower can feel that something unusual is happening in this room. All of that is true. Then why are you not afraid? Through Soul Echo, he felt the genuine curiosity behind the question. She was testing him, not his courage, but his motivations. A man seeking power would be afraid of losing access to the key. A A man seeking control would be afraid of the key asserting her autonomy. A man who genuinely believed in what he was offering would be afraid of what? I am afraid, he said, of making the wrong choice at the end of 7 bonds. Of hurting someone who did not ask to be part of this. Of the sovereign. Of the cage failing before I understand enough to choose wisely. He met her eyes, 3 seconds, no more. But I am not afraid of you, Sect Mistress Yuan. You are not a threat. You are a person who has been placed in a situation she did not choose, just as I have. If you decide to detain me, reject the bond, or throw me out of your territory, those are your choices to make, and I will respect them. The blue chamber hummed. Yuan Mei studied him with an intensity that Soul Echo rendered as a complex layering of analysis, doubt, recognition, and the faintest thread of something that might, in time, become respect. You will submit to examination, she said. Yes. My formation experts will analyze the resonance pattern. My medical cultivators will examine your chi structure. My intelligence division will verify your account against their own records. I agree to all of it. And the bond. You say it requires genuine connection. How do you define genuine? The system says the bond requires shared trials, emotional truth, mutual respect. It cannot be forced. The fragment only merges when the key chooses to let it. The key. That is what the system calls me. Yes. Her expression shifted. The first crack in the marble, a flash of anger that was hot and righteous and aimed not at Wei Liang Chen, but at the universe that had assigned her a role without permission. I am not a key. I am a sect mistress, a cultivator, a woman with responsibilities and relationships and a life that existed perfectly well before you walked into my territory with a cosmic mechanism in your chest. I know. Do you? Because the reports I've received describe a man who has already bonded with 2 women, both of whom appear to have organized their lives around his mission. One abandoned her sect. The other left her mountain. If the pattern continues, am I supposed to abandon my sect as well? My people, my responsibilities, the infrastructure I've spent 3 years building? No. The bond does not require you to abandon anything. Lin Suyin chose to leave Hollow Peak because Elder Sha was hunting us. Feng Xiao chose to leave Spirit Peaks because Velan was closing in. Neither left because of the bond. They left because staying was more dangerous than going. Convenient. True. And verifiable. Your intelligence division can confirm both accounts. Yuan Mei stood. She was tall, taller than him by 2 inches, and the cultivation pressure she radiated increased as she moved, a deliberate demonstration of the power differential between them. You will be housed in the guest pavilion. You will not leave without escort. You will submit to examination beginning tomorrow. You will not attempt to form, strengthen, or initiate the bond. And you will not, under any circumstances, use the resonance to influence my decisions or the decisions of anyone in this sect. Agreed. I have one more question. Ask. She looked at him with eyes that Soul Echo painted in layers of complex, conflicting emotion. What if I never accept the bond? What happens to your seal, your mission, your cosmic mechanism? Then the seal remains incomplete. The cage continues to erode. And in 43 years, less, now, with the bond's acceleration, the sovereign is released without the choice ever being made. And the world? I don't know. No one does. That's what the choice is supposed to determine. So the fate of the world rests on my willingness to bond with a stranger. It rests on your willingness to examine the evidence, make a judgment, and act according to your own principles. The bond is only the mechanism. What it means, what it becomes, that is between us. Yuan Mei was silent for a long time. Through Soul Echo, Wei Liang Chen watched her internal landscape shift, the analytical coldness giving way, degree by degree, to something more complex. Not warmth, not acceptance, but the recognition that the situation was real, the resonance was undeniable, and the man in front of her was either the most dangerous liar she had ever encountered or someone telling the truth about something that defied every framework she had built her life around. Tomorrow, she said, the examinations begin. She turned and left the blue chamber through a door he had not noticed. The formation glass walls dimmed, and the resonance dampener re-engaged as Wei Liang Chen retrieved it from the desk. In the guest pavilion, Lin Suyin and Feng Xiao were waiting. How did it go? Lin Suyin asked. She's going to investigate. She's going to verify. And she's going to do it on her terms, in her time, with her people. That's the best outcome we could have hoped for. It's the only outcome that matters. If she accepts the bond, it has to be because she's convinced, not because she's pressured, manipulated, or afraid. Outside the guest pavilion, the Azure Tide Sect's commercial district hummed with activity. And in the blue chamber above, Yuan Mei stood alone, her hand pressed to the place in her chest where the resonance had been strongest, feeling the echo of something she had not chosen and did not want, but could not deny. The 6-month disturbance in her chi structure had a name now. It had a face, and it was sleeping in her guest pavilion, having handed her every weapon she needed to destroy him and trusting her not to use them. She did not know what to do with that trust, but she intended to find out. In the distance, on the commercial district's southern perimeter, Elder Sha Doming's advanced scouts settled into observation positions. Their master was 4 days behind them, moving with a force that had grown from 3 armed disciples to 30. A small army, funded by sources that Sha had not disclosed to his superiors, aimed at a target that Sha's obsession had transformed from a minor sect nuisance into a personal crusade. The scouts' report was brief. Target confirmed at Azure Tide Sect. Guest Pavilion. Accompanied by 2 women. Sect Mistress is aware. Sha's reply was briefer. Hold position. I am coming. Chapter 27. The examinations began at dawn and lasted 5 days. Yuan Mei's approach was exhaustive. She assembled a team of 7 specialists, 2 medical cultivators, 2 formation experts, a spiritual diagnostician, a chi resonance analyst, and her own intelligence chief, and subjected Wei Liang Chen to a battery of tests that mapped every aspect of his cultivation, his chi structure, the system's interface, and the bond resonance. He cooperated with everything. Every test, every scan, every invasive probe of his meridian system and inscription channels. The medical cultivators were thorough to the point of discomfort. Their diagnostic techniques penetrated to the soul level, examining the bonds and the system's architecture with a precision that left Wei Liang Chen feeling like a manuscript that had been read cover to cover. The inscription channels are not a standard cultivation feature. The lead medical cultivator reported to Yuan Mei on the 3rd day, while Wei Liang Chen sat in the diagnostic chamber listening. They follow a base 7 geometric pattern that is not documented in any medical text. The closest parallel is in our ancient archives, pre-sect-era fragments that describe the first cultivator's meridian modifications. Are they artificial? They were inscribed by an external force, but they have been fully integrated into his soul structure. Removing them would require destroying the soul itself. Whatever placed them did so permanently. And the bonds. 2 sealed harmonic connections. One to an individual currently present in the guest pavilion, Lin Suyin, Foundation Forging. One to an individual also present, Feng Xiao, Spirit Veil. The connections are bidirectional, stable, and carry a harmonic signature that matches the inscription channel geometry. Could they be fabricated? The medical cultivator paused. No, not by any method I know of or have ever read about. Fabricating a soul-level harmonic connection of this complexity would require knowledge of formation geometry that does not exist outside historical fragments. And even then, the connections would need to be genuinely reciprocal, both parties' souls resonating in synchrony. That cannot be forced. Yuan Mei listened without expression. Through soul echo, which functioned even in the diagnostic chamber, though at reduced range, Wei Liang Chen tracked her internal state. The analytical coldness was still dominant, but each day of examination had added layers of confirmation to the base of evidence, and the doubt was slowly, reluctantly, giving way to acceptance. Not of the bond. Not yet. But of the reality that the resonance was genuine, the system was real, and the situation was exactly what Wei Liang Chen had described. On the 4th day, the formation experts presented their analysis of the resonance pattern in Yuan Mei's chi structure. The fragment is real, the lead expert said. It matches the inscription channel geometry and the bond harmonic signatures. It has been present in the sect mistress's chi structure since birth. Our earliest records of her cultivation development show its influence, though it was categorized as an anomalous variation rather than a discrete pattern. The 6-month disturbance. The fragment became active approximately 6 months ago, consistent with the timeline Wei Liang Chen describes for the system's activation and the first bond's formation. The fragment is responding to the system's presence in the world. As the bonds accumulate, the fragment's activity increases. Will it continue to increase? Yes. The fragment is designed to resonate with the seal bearer. As more bonds form and the seal approaches completion, the fragment's activity will intensify. The disturbances the sect mistress has experienced, the unexplained chi fluctuations, the periodic resonance sensations, will grow more frequent and more pronounced. Is there a way to suppress it? Temporarily, with formation-based dampening. But the fragment is soul-level. True suppression would require either bonding with the seal bearer or finding a method to extract the fragment entirely. Extraction, based on our analysis, would be potentially lethal. Yuan Mei's expression was carved from stone, but soul echo revealed the landscape beneath. Anger, fear, resignation, and, grudgingly, deeply, a thread of something that was not quite curiosity, but shared curiosity's forward-leaning quality. On the 5th day, she summoned Wei Liang Chen to the blue chamber alone. "I have verified your account," she said. "The resonance is real. The fragment is real. The system's presence is confirmed by every diagnostic tool at my disposal. And your conclusion?" "My conclusion is that you are telling the truth about the mechanism. The bonds, the seal, the cage, the evidence supports your description. My intelligence division has also confirmed the accounts regarding Elder Shah, the Shattered Mirror sect, and the events at Hollow Peak and Spirit Peaks." She paused. Through soul echo, the stone facade cracked, and the fury beneath it blazed. "My conclusion is also that I have been placed in an impossible position by forces that did not consult me. I carry a fragment that was embedded in my soul before I was born, linking me to a cosmic mechanism I knew nothing about. And the only resolution that does not involve my death or permanent chi disturbance requires bonding with a man who has already bonded with 2 other women. I understand your anger. You do not. You have a system that explains everything, that provides context and guidance and updates. I have a fragment that gives me nothing except disturbances and a growing pull toward a stranger. The asymmetry is not lost on me. Ask me to fix it." "What?" "The asymmetry. Tell me what would make this less unfair, and I will do it." Yuan Mei stared at him. Through soul echo, her fury did not diminish, but it was joined by surprise, the kind that came from encountering a response she had not anticipated and did not know how to categorize. "You cannot fix the fundamental unfairness of a predetermined cosmic role." "No, but I can fix the information asymmetry, the power imbalance, and the lack of agency. What do you need to feel like this is a choice you're making rather than a role you've been assigned?" "Time, information, and the assurance that if I say no, you will leave and not return." "Done. You agree that quickly?" "The bond cannot be forced. The system is clear on that. If you say no, the seal remains incomplete and the cage fails in 4 decades. That is catastrophic, but it is a catastrophe that results from your choice, and your choice is yours to make. Even if it means the end of the world? Even then. Because a seal formed through coercion is a seal built on a lie. And a lie at the foundation of a 3,000-year prison would produce something worse than the sovereign's release." Yuan Mei was quiet for a long time. The blue chamber's formation glass walls hummed with the ambient chi of the sect, and the resonance between Wei Liang Chen's inscription channels and Yuan Mei's fragment pulsed with slow, patient rhythm. "I will take the time," she said. "You and your companions may remain in the guest pavilion. I will provide access to the sect's archives. The primordial cage is referenced in several historical collections that I have not previously made available to outsiders. In exchange, I want full access to the system's notifications and the formation data your hermit colleague has gathered. Shen Tao's data is hers to share. I'll ask, do so, and Wei Liang Chen, yes. If I detect, at any point, that you are using the resonance to influence my judgment, my emotions, or my decisions, I will have you escorted from my territory under armed guard. The resonance dampener stays on in my presence." "Agreed." She dismissed him. He returned to the guest pavilion and found Lin Suyin and Feng Qiao in the central courtyard, surrounded by Azure Tide sect members who were, Wei Liang Chen noted with some surprise, engaged in animated conversation with his companions. "Formation theory," Feng Qiao explained, when she noticed his expression. "The Azure Tide sect's formation division heard about the boundary zone principles from the diagnostic team. They have questions." "Many questions," Lin Suyin added. She was holding a cup of tea and wearing an expression that was part amusement, part strategy. "Feng Xiao has become the most interesting person in the commercial district." Through soul echo, the Azure Tide cultivator's emotional states were a mix of academic excitement, political calculation, and genuine warmth. Feng Xiao's formation knowledge was a social currency that bought goodwill, and goodwill was exactly what they needed. She said yes to time, Wei Liang Chen told them, and access to the archives. "Good." Lin Suyin's expression sharpened. "Then we use the time. I have been talking to the sect members here, the intelligence division's junior analysts, the diplomatic staff, the commercial traders. Shah is coming. His advanced scouts arrived 2 days ago." Wei Liang Chen's jaw tightened. "How do you know?" "Because the Azure Tide sect's commercial traders notice everything that moves through their territory, and 30 armed cultivators approaching from the west is not something they miss." She set down her tea. "Shah has 4 days. Maybe 3, if he pushes the pace." "Does Yuan Mei know?" "Of course she knows. This is her territory. She knows everything that happens within 100 kilometers." Lin Suyin's voice was steady, but soul echo caught the tension beneath it. "The question is what she does about it." The answer came the next morning, when Yuan Mei's intelligence chief, a tall, lean man with the emotional signature of a knife edge, appeared at the guest pavilion. The sect mistress is aware of Elder Sha Dongming's approach, he said. She has instructed me to inform you that the Azure Tide sect does not permit armed incursion by foreign powers. If Sha crosses the territorial boundary with hostile intent, he will be met with proportional force. She's protecting us? She is protecting her territory. Your presence within it is incidental. The distinction was deliberate, and Wei Liang Chen appreciated it. Yuan Mei was not taking sides. She was enforcing boundaries. Sha's approach was an infringement on her authority, regardless of his target. There is a secondary matter, the intelligence chief continued. Our monitoring has identified 2 individuals within the commercial district who are operating under false identities. Their communication signatures match Shattered Mirror sect encryption protocols. Vieland's agents. Inside the sect's territory, probably for weeks. We are preparing to apprehend them, the intelligence chief said. The sect mistress wished you to know, in the interest of the information-sharing arrangement you discussed. It was a test. Yuan Mei was sharing intelligence to see what he did with it, whether he would try to leverage it, manipulate the situation, or simply receive it as the information it was. Thank you for informing us, Wei Liang Chen said. We will not interfere with your operations. The intelligence chief nodded, a fractional movement that Soul Echo tagged with a sliver of approval, and left. She's testing you at every turn, Lin Suyin said. Of course she is. I would do the same. In the archives, the following day, Wei Liang Chen found what Yuan Mei had prepared for him. 3 shelves of historical texts, pre-sect-era fragments, and scholarly analyses of the primordial cage. The Azure Tide sect's collection was different from the Heaven Record libraries. Less comprehensive, but more practical, focused on the cage's effects on cultivation rather than its philosophical implications. One text stood out. A journal, handwritten, dating to approximately 200 years after the cage's construction. The author, a coastal cultivator whose name had been worn from the binding, described the cage's influence on the sea's chi patterns. The cage shapes the currents, the journal read. Not physically, spiritually. The sealing energy flows through the realm's chi network like blood through veins, and the 7 harmonic frequencies are the rhythm of the flow. Where the frequencies intersect, spiritual density increases. Where they diverge, dead zones form. The Wasteland of Severed Roots, the dead zone near Hollow Peak sect, is a divergence point. The Azure Tide coast is an intersection. The wasteland, where the system had activated, where he had nearly died. The journal was saying that the cage had shaped the geography of his entire life, that the dead zone where he had suffered for 18 years was a product of the same mechanism that had chosen him to bear the seal. The irony was not lost on him. The cage had created the conditions that made him worthless, and then chosen him anyway. Either the heavenly Tao had a sense of humor, or the selection criteria valued something other than conventional cultivation talent. He kept reading, kept learning, kept building the understanding that the choice at the seal's completion would require. And in the blue chamber above, Yuan Mei watched the archives monitoring formations and noted, with a precision that matched her reputation, that the man she had been warned about was spending his time studying, not scheming. It was, she admitted privately, not what she had expected from a collector. Chapter 28. Sha Dongming arrived at the Azure Tide sect's western border on a day when the coastal wind carried the scent of salt and imminent violence. Wei Liang Chen felt him from 10 kilometers out. Soul Echo, enhanced by the Azure Tide territory's dense chi environment, painted Sha's emotional signature in colors that were immediately recognizable. The cold, methodical fury that had driven the elders since Spirit Peaks, now sharpened by weeks of pursuit and fueled by a resource investment that had transformed personal obsession into organizational commitment. 30 cultivators. The force Sha had assembled was not a patrol or a strike team. It was an invasion force by any reasonable definition. 20 Spirit Veil and Core Ascension fighters, 8 Meridian Burst specialists, and 2 individuals whose emotional signatures burned with the distinctive intensity of Heaven Gate cultivation. 2 Heaven Gate practitioners, Wei Liang Chen reported to Feng Qiao and Lin Suyin. Sha has allies we didn't account for. The second organization, Lin Suyin said. The one Sha's spy was reporting to before we left Hollow Peak. The Hollow Chorus, Feng Qiao said. The name had appeared in the documents they had captured during the Masked One's encounter, though its full significance had been unclear. They worship the Void Sovereign. They want the cage opened, and they're allied with Sha. Not allied. Using him. Sha wants Wei Liang Chen's system for personal power. The chorus wants Wei Liang Chen to complete the bonds and open the cage. Their goals are temporarily aligned. Capture Wei Liang Chen, extract or redirect his purpose. The methods differ, but the first step is the same. The Azure Tide sect's response was immediate and overwhelming. Yuan Mei mobilized the territorial defense force within an hour of Sha's approach. 60 cultivators, including 4 Heaven Gate practitioners, deployed to the western border in layered formations that combined the sect's ocean-influenced chi techniques with defensive arrays of extraordinary sophistication. But Yuan Mei's response was not just military. She appeared at the western border in person, not behind the defense lines, but in front of them. Standing alone at the territorial marker, in Azure Tide formal robes, with the cultivation pressure of a meridian burst sect mistress filling the air like water filling a basin. Through Soul Echo, Wei Liang Chen watched from the guest pavilion's observation platform, Feng Xiao and Lin Suyin beside him. The distance was too great for detailed emotional reading, but the broad strokes were clear. Yuan Mei was furious, controlled, and absolutely certain of her authority. Sha stopped his force 200 meters from the border. Through the sect's monitoring formations, which Feng Xiao had been given limited access to as part of the information-sharing arrangement, they could see the confrontation. Elder Sha Dongming of the Hollow Peak sect, Yuan Mei said, her voice carrying with the precise projection of someone accustomed to addressing large audiences. You approach Azure Tide territory with an armed force. Explain your purpose. Sha was a tall man, lean and gray, with the weathered features of someone who had spent decades in harsh cultivation environments. His emotional signature, through the monitoring formation, was a study in contained rage, the kind that had been burning so long it had calcified into something structural. I am pursuing a rogue cultivator who has stolen a dangerous artifact from Hollow Peak sect property, Sha said. He has taken 2 women hostage through spiritual coercion and is currently sheltering within your territory. Interesting, Yuan Mei said. My intelligence division has investigated this individual extensively. The artifact he carries is soulbound and was not stolen. The women traveling with him are doing so voluntarily and have confirmed this under independent examination. Your characterization is inaccurate. With respect, sect mistress, you do not have the full intelligence picture. With respect, Elder Sha, I have had 5 days to build a very complete intelligence picture, including the communications between your advanced scouts and 2 Shattered Mirror sect agents who were operating under false identities within my commercial district. Sha's composure cracked. Through the monitoring formation, his emotional signature spiked, surprise, alarm, and the rapid calculation of someone realizing they had been outmaneuvered. The Shattered Mirror sect agents have been arrested, Yuan Mei continued. Their communications have been decrypted. Grand Architect Velan has been offering you resources, funding, cultivators, intelligence, in exchange for Wei Liang Chen's capture. Your pursuit is not a sect matter. It is a collaboration between a disgraced elder and a hostile foreign power. I am acting in the interest of the cultivation world. You are acting in your own interest. The Hollow Peak sect's leadership has been informed of your unauthorized deployment and has revoked your operational authority. Your elder status is under review. Yuan Mei's voice did not rise, but the pressure in it increased. You are standing at my border with an illegitimate force, pursuing a target under my protection, funded by an organization I consider hostile. Leave. The artifact he carries is not your concern. The situation is under my jurisdiction. If you wish to pursue diplomatic channels, submit a formal request through the Continental Sect Council. Until then, you have no authority here. Sha's force shifted behind him. Through the monitoring formation, Wei Liang Chen watched the emotional dynamics play out. Sha's cultivators were wavering. The revelation about the Hollow Peak sect's revocation of authority had undercut Sha's command structure. Several of the Spirit Veil fighters were displaying the emotional signature of doubt, professional soldiers questioning whether their orders still had legitimacy. The 2 Heaven Gate cultivators were different. Their emotional signatures were steady, resolved, and carried the distinctive quality that Wei Liang Chen had learned to associate with the chorus, a zealot's certainty that their cause transcended conventional authority. The 2 Heaven Gate practitioners are hollow chorus, he told Feng Xiao and Lin Suyin. They won't back down because of sect politics. Well, Sha. Through Soul Echo, the answer was already forming. Sha's emotional landscape was shifting, the cold fury giving way to something more desperate. His authority was collapsing, his funding was exposed, his sect had disowned his operation. A rational actor would withdraw, regroup, pursue alternative channels. Sha was not rational. He was obsessed. He's going to do something reckless, Wei Liang Chen said. It happened in the space between one breath and the next. Sha drew a formation-encoded weapon, a blade that hummed with the distinctive harmonic of Shattered Mirror technology, and launched himself at Yuan Mei. The attack was suicidal. Sha was Heaven Gate, rank 7, and his weapon was formidable, but Yuan Mei had 60 cultivators at her back and 4 Heaven Gate practitioners of her own. The attack was not a military action. It was an act of desperation, a man throwing everything at the one target that mattered. Yuan Mei did not retreat. She did not call for support. She met Sha's attack with a technique that Wei Liang Chen recognized through Soul Echo as distinctly Azure Tide, a water-based defensive form that absorbed Sha's initial strike, redirected its energy, and channeled it back at him through the sect's ambient chi network. Sha staggered. His weapon's harmonic shattered against the redirect, the shattered mirror technology overloaded by the Azure Tide's resonance-based defense. He drew a second weapon, a conventional blade, no formation enhancement, and pressed forward. The Azure Tide defense force moved. 60 cultivators converged on Sha's position with the precision of a military formation that had trained together for years. But before they reached him, a second event intervened. The 2 Hollow Chorus Heaven Gate cultivators activated something. Not a weapon, a formation. A massive, pre-deployed array that they had somehow seeded in the Azure Tide territory's chi network over weeks of covert preparation. The formation activated with a deep, resonant pulse that disrupted the sect's defensive formations and created a barrier between Yuan Mei and her reinforcements. Inside the barrier, Sha fought with the ferocity of a man who had nothing left to lose. His Heaven Gate cultivation unleashed techniques that tore the ground, split the air, and targeted Yuan Mei with a relentless precision that spoke to decades of combat experience. Yuan Mei fought back. She was 2 ranks below Sha, but her control was extraordinary. Every technique perfectly calibrated, every defensive form flowing seamlessly into the next. The Azure Tide sect's chi network fed her energy, and her water-based combat style turned Sha's aggression against him, redirecting force, exploiting openings, wearing him down. But Sha was Heaven Gate. The rank difference mattered. For every technique Yuan Mei redirected, Sha had 2 more in reserve. His attacks were not elegant. They were brutal, overwhelming, designed to exhaust a lower-ranked opponent through sheer pressure. She needs help, Lin Suyin said. The barrier is blocking the defense force, Feng Qiao replied, already analyzing the formation. It's hollow chorus work, similar to the formations we encountered at Spirit Peaks, but more sophisticated. I can break it, but I need to be at the barrier itself. Go, Wei Liang Chen said. Feng Qiao moved. She dropped from the observation platform with formation-enhanced agility, crossing the commercial district at a sprint that left civilians staring. Wei Liang Chen followed, Lin Suyin at his side. The western border was chaos. Sha's 30 cultivators, leaderless, their authority collapsed, were in confusion. Some were engaging the Azure Tide defense force in scattered skirmishes. Others were retreating. The 2 Hollow Chorus cultivators maintained the barrier with focused intensity, their emotional signatures bright with the zealot's conviction. Feng Qiao reached the barrier and went to work. Her hands moved in precise geometric patterns, deploying portable formation arrays that interfaced with the barrier's structure. The Hollow Chorus formation was sophisticated, but Feng Qiao's boundary zone training had given her insights into harmonic manipulation that the chorus architects had not anticipated. The barrier cracked. Not completely. The 2 Heaven Gate cultivators were sustaining it with raw power, but the crack was enough. 3 Azure Tide Heaven Gate practitioners pushed through the gap and joined their sect mistress. Inside the original barrier, the fight shifted. 3 Heaven Gate cultivators plus Yuan Mei against 1 Heaven Gate elder with a broken weapon array. Sha's desperation reached its peak. Wei Liang Chen arrived at the barrier's edge. Through Soul Echo, he read Sha with terrible clarity. The cold fury had burned through to something beyond rage, beyond calculation, beyond reason. Sha was not fighting to win. He was fighting to destroy, to take Yuan Mei with him, to punish the universe for the perceived theft of what he considered his rightful power. He activated the harmonic strike. The technique crossed the barrier, not through the crack, but through the barrier's own harmonic structure. The proto-harmonic strike had been a blunt instrument. The refined version was a precision tool. Wei Liang Chen targeted the formation-encoded blade's harmonic. The weapon that Sha had drawn as a backup was also shattered mirror technology, hidden beneath a conventional disguise. The weapon's harmonic shattered. Sha, mid-strike, found his blade dissolving in his hand. The disruption cascaded through his chi circulation, the harmonic feedback disrupting his cultivation for a critical second. Yuan Mei struck. The technique she used was not the water-based defensive forms she had been deploying. It was something older, deeper, a concentrated pulse of Azure Tide energy that hit Sha's destabilized chi network like a wave hitting a weakened seawall. The impact was not gentle. It was not measured. Elder Sha Dongming, Heaven Gate cultivator, senior elder of the Hollow Peak sect, hit the ground and did not rise. The barrier collapsed as the two hollow chorus cultivators abandoned their formation and fled, not in defeat, but in calculated withdrawal. Their mission, to test the seal bearer's proximity defenses, to observe the bond dynamics, to assess the third key's combat capability, was complete. They dissolved into the crowd of retreating cultivators and were gone before the Azure Tide Defense Force could isolate them. The aftermath was swift. Sha's surviving cultivators surrendered or fled. The territorial border was secured. Medical cultivators rushed to Yuan Mei, who waved them off. She was wounded, a deep gash along her left arm, where one of Sha's strikes had penetrated her defenses, but the wound was manageable. Wei Liang Chen reached the border in time to see Sha's body carried away by Azure Tide personnel. Through Soul Echo, there was nothing left to read. The Elder's emotional signature had ceased. The system confirmed what Soul Echo showed. Threat Assessment Update. Elder Sha Dongming. Eliminated. Combat Casualty. Azure Tide Sect Jurisdiction. Hollow Chorus Agents. Withdrawn. 2 Heaven Gate Cultivators. Identities unknown. Shattered Mirror Sect Agents. Apprehended. 2. Currently in Azure Tide custody. Wei Liang Chen's involvement. Harmonic Strike contributed to outcome. Bond 3 Realm Key survived. Assessment. Positive. Sha's body held documents. The Azure Tide Sect's intelligence chief found them during the standard post-combat search. Sealed communications. Encrypted with shattered mirror protocols that contained meeting coordinates, operational plans, and a detailed dossier on the Destined bond system compiled from multiple sources. Veland's meeting coordinates. The intelligence chief reported to Yuan Mei, who was having her arm treated while reviewing the battlefield's aftermath. He has been running Sha as an asset for at least 6 months. The dossier includes information about all 3 current bond holders and intelligence on potential future keys. Share the dossier with Wei Liang Chen, Yuan Mei said. The intelligence chief's surprise was visible even without Soul Echo. Sect Mistress. He is operating with limited intelligence against an adversary who has been studying him for months. The dossier will level the playing field. She looked at Wei Liang Chen, who was standing at the border with blood on his hands, not his own, and the harmonic strike's residual energy fading from his inscription channels. And he has earned it. Through Soul Echo, the assessment was clear. Not gratitude. Yuan Mei did not do gratitude in the conventional sense, but recognition. He had contributed to the defense of her territory without being asked, had used his abilities in support of her authority rather than in pursuit of his own agenda, and had done so at personal risk. The resonance between them pulsed. Not the bond. Not yet, but something shifting in the space between them. The coldness in Yuan Mei's assessment was giving way to something warmer, not quickly, not dramatically, but with the slow, inevitable quality of a tide coming in. The documents on Sha's body laid bare a network of manipulation, surveillance, and coercion that had been operating for half a year. Veland's fingerprints were everywhere, and at the network center, a single, chilling notation. The architect has already found the third key. He had found her, and he had been studying her for months, building a file, positioning agents, waiting for the moment when his knowledge of Yuan Mei could be leveraged against the bond. Wei Liang Chen read the dossier and felt, for the first time, the full weight of the opposition he was facing. Not a single enemy, a system. An organized, funded, intelligent system designed to control the bonds and the seal. The Grand Architect had found the third key. The question was what he intended to do with that knowledge, and how much time they had before the answer arrived. Chapter 29. 7 days after the battle at the western border, Yuan Mei summoned Wei Liang Chen to the Blue Chamber for the 3rd time. The wounds from Sha's attack had healed. Azure Tide medical cultivators were among the best on the continent, and Meridian Burst cultivation accelerated recovery. But the experience had changed something in Yuan Mei's bearing. Not vulnerability. She did not do vulnerable. But a sharpening, a crystallization of purpose that Soul Echo rendered as a deep, steady blue light where the conflicted layers had been. I have completed my assessment, she said. Wei Liangchen waited. The resonance fragment in my soul is genuine, placed there before my birth by forces I cannot comprehend. The bonds you have formed with Lin Suyin and Feng Xiao are authentic, reciprocal, and non-coercive. The primordial cage is real, its erosion is measurable, and the resonance seal is the mechanism by which its future will be decided. Yes, and I have a choice. Bond with you and become part of a mechanism that I did not ask for and cannot fully control, or refuse, and watch the cage fail in 4 decades, knowing that I had the opportunity to participate in the decision and declined. Those are the options the system describes. Then hear my conditions. Her voice was steel. The bond forms on my terms. I choose the timing. I choose the circumstances. I choose what it means for my life and my sect. You do not get to define this relationship, and neither does your system. Agreed. I will travel with your group when we leave Azure Tide territory. Not because the bond requires it, because the intelligence dossier from Shah's documents shows that Velan has agents positioned along every route between here and the next key. Traveling alone, I am a target. Traveling with you, I am part of a defended network. Also agreed. And one more thing. She leaned forward, and through soul echo, the blue light of her resolve carried an undertone of something fragile, an emotion she was protecting fiercely, guarding it against exposure with the same intensity she brought to everything. I am not a key. I am not a component. Whatever this bond becomes, it becomes because two people choose to build something, not because the universe pre-selected us for a role. I have said the same thing to Lin Suyin and Feng Xiao. The system calls you keys. I call you people. Words. Show me through action. I will. Then we are in agreement. She stood. The blue chamber hummed with the resonance between them, stronger now, fed by weeks of proximity, shared danger, and the slow accumulation of evidence that neither of them was what the other had feared. The bond was forming, not yet sealed. Yuan Mei's conditions meant the timing was hers to control, but the resonance was building, layer by layer, like a song approaching its chorus. The system confirmed. Bond 3 formation status. Resonance. Active. Building conditions. Key has set terms. Formation will proceed when key determines readiness. Estimated timeline. Variable. Key's agency governs the process. Note. This bond formation pattern is atypical. Bond 1 formed through shared crisis. Bond 2 formed through professional collaboration. Bond 3 is forming through negotiated agreement. Each bond formation reflects the key's nature. Each bond reflected the key's nature. Lin Suyin's bond had formed in a crisis because Lin Suyin was someone who acted under pressure. Feng Xiao's bond had formed through collaboration because Feng Xiao was a builder and a maker. Yuan Mei's bond was forming through negotiation because Yuan Mei was a leader who controlled her environment through clear agreements and enforced boundaries. The system did not force a template. It adapted to the person. The days that followed were among the most productive of the entire journey. Yuan Mei's decision to join the group, even provisionally, opened the Azure Tide Sect's resources in ways that the guest pavilion arrangement had not. Feng Xiao gained access to the sect's formation division, where her boundary zone knowledge was received with the intensity of scholars discovering a new field. Lin Suyin trained with the sect's combat instructors, and her barrier formation technique progressed from functional to formidable under professional guidance. Wei Liang Chen divided his time between archive research, harmonic strike refinement, and something he had not expected, conversations with Yuan Mei. She sought him out. Not frequently, once a day, sometimes twice, always in controlled settings with the resonance dampener active. The conversations were professional at first, focused on the cage, the seal, the tactical situation. But gradually, over the course of a week, they expanded. Yuan Mei told him about the Azure Tide sect, its history, its politics, the 3 years she had spent rebuilding it after her predecessor's death. She told him about the power structures of the continent, the factions and alliances and rivalries that would all be affected by the seal's completion. She told him about the sea, the way the ocean's chi shaped cultivation along the coast, the techniques that the Azure Tide sect had developed over centuries of working with water-based spiritual energy. And in return, he told her about the Wasteland. About 18 years in the outer sect of the Hollow Peak sect, rootless and powerless, surviving on scraps and stubbornness. About the system's activation and the way it had transformed not just his cultivation, but his understanding of his own purpose. You were nothing, Yuan Mei said during one of these conversations. Not cruelly, but with the blunt precision she brought to everything. By every metric the cultivation world uses, you were nothing. And now you carry a mechanism that will determine the fate of the 7 realms. Yes. Does it bother you? The nothing part or the fate part? Both. The nothing part shaped me. It taught me that power is not the same as worth, and that the people who treated me well when I had nothing are the ones whose judgment I trust. The fate part, he paused. The fate part terrifies me. Not the responsibility. The possibility that I might be wrong. Wrong about the choice? Wrong about everything. Wrong about the bonds. Wrong about the sovereign. Wrong about the first cultivator's intentions. I have a system that provides information, but information is not wisdom. I could have all 7 bonds, complete the seal, face the choice, and still not know the right answer. Is that why you study? I study because the right answer, if it exists, is buried in the details. The first cultivators left breadcrumbs, the letter song I have found, the deliberate flaw in the cage, the fact that they designed the seal to require genuine bonds rather than forced connections. Each breadcrumb is a clue about what they intended the choice to be, or a clue about what they feared the choice might be. It was a perspective he had not considered. Yuan Mei's analytical mind operated differently from his. Where he looked for intention, she looked for anxiety. What had the first cultivators been afraid of when they built the cage? What failure mode had they designed against? They were afraid of permanence, he said, the answer arriving as he spoke it. The cage was temporary by design. The seal requires renewal. They were afraid that someone would choose to make it permanent, to seal the sovereign away forever without ever confronting the question of whether it should be free. And the opposite fear? That someone would release the sovereign without understanding what it had become. 3,000 years in a prison, even a prison as sophisticated as the cage, changes things. The sovereign is not what it was. How do you know? Shen Tao's observations. The sovereign watches without attacking. The cage's pulse data shows behavioral changes over time, from undirected pressure to directed attention. And the first two bonds each produced a response from the sovereign that was not hostile. It acknowledged the bonds. It adjusted. It observed. Observation is not benevolence. No, but it is different from what the histories describe. And the difference matters. Yuan Mei studied him. Through soul echo, even through the dampener's attenuation, the quality of her attention was shifting. Less assessment, more engagement. Less testing, more thinking alongside. She did not reach a conclusion in that conversation. She rarely did. Yuan Mei's decision-making process was iterative, building conclusions from accumulated data rather than arriving at them through singular insights. But the data was accumulating, and the bond, beneath the dampener's suppression, continued to build. On the 9th day, it sealed. There was no ceremony, no dramatic moment, no crisis, no shared ordeal that forced the connection into being. Wei Liang Chen was in the archive, reading a text about the cage's influence on coastal chi patterns. Yuan Mei was in her office, 3 floors above, reviewing the intelligence dossier's updated threat assessments. They were not in the same room. The bond sealed because Yuan Mei made a decision. Through soul echo, which spiked with sudden, overwhelming clarity, Wei Liang Chen felt the moment, a shift in her soul's landscape, a deliberate, conscious choice to accept the resonance fragment synchronization. Not surrender, not capitulation. A decision, made in private, on her own terms, with no audience and no pressure. The resonance fragment merged with his inscription channels. A new harmonic joined the first two. Deeper, more complex, carrying the precise, analytical quality that was Yuan Mei's fundamental nature. The system confirmed what his body already knew. Bond 3 sealed. Realm key. Yuan Mei, Qi Si key resonance fragment. Integrated ability unlocked. Resonance step, spatial displacement technique. Short-range blink, maximum distance 30 meters, requires 5-second recovery between activations. Network status, for nodes, 3 bonds. Resonance seal, 42.9% complete. Resonance step. He tested it instinctively. A thought, a shift, and he was standing at the archive's far wall, 15 meters from where he had been sitting. The displacement was instant and silent, a folding of space that felt less like movement and more like reality rearranging itself to accommodate his intention. The system's notification continued. Bond 3 formation notes. This bond was initiated by the key without the seal bearer's direct involvement. Yuan Mei's decision was autonomous, reflecting her stated condition that the bond form on her terms. The key's chi structure has been modified, Azure Tide cultivation compatibility enhanced, spatial perception sharpened, formation sensitivity increased. The cage has registered bond 3. Harmonic frequency 3 stabilized. Estimated cage integrity adjustment from 87.2% to 89.1%, temporary stabilization. He activated the communication relay, not Shen Tao's, but the guest pavilion's internal system. Feng Xiao, Lin Suyin, the bond has sealed. Feng Xiao's response was immediate. I felt it. The resonance network shifted. There's a new harmonic in the pattern. It feels precise. Lin Suyin finished. It feels precise, like a blade that knows exactly where it's cutting. That's Yuan Mei, Wei Liang Chen said. He found her in the blue chamber, 20 minutes later. She was standing at the formation glass wall, looking out at the Azure Tide Sect's territory, the towers and training grounds and commercial districts that she had spent 3 years building. I made the decision during a threat assessment review, she said, without turning around. I was reading Wieland's operational plans, his contingencies for each bond, his strategies for extraction and disruption, and I realized that my refusal to bond was the only scenario in which he won easily. Every other scenario gave us options. Refusal gave us nothing. You bonded for tactical advantage? She turned. Her expression was composed, But Soul Echo, now enhanced by the bond's direct connection, revealed the landscape beneath with unprecedented clarity. Not tactical calculation, not strategic advantage, grief, relief, and the fierce, guarded hope of someone who had spent 3 years carrying responsibilities alone and had just discovered that she did not have to. I bonded because I chose to, she said. The tactical analysis was the framework I used to reach the decision. But the decision itself was, she paused, and through the bond, Wei Liang Chen felt her searching for honesty the way she searched for intelligence, methodically, thoroughly, without flinching from what she found. The decision was about trust. I have spent 3 years trusting no one completely. You gave me 5 days of examination, 9 days of observation, a battle where you fought for my territory, and conversations that showed me a man who is terrified of being wrong and pursuing the answer anyway. She met his eyes and did not count the seconds this time. That is not a collector. That is a person I can trust. Thank you. Do not thank me. Work with me. We have 4 bonds remaining, a continental scale adversary, and a cosmic mechanism that requires completion within a window I do not yet fully understand. Thank me when we have something to be grateful for. She was, Wei Liang Chen realized, exactly what the network needed. Lin Suyin brought loyalty and perceptive insight. Feng Qiao brought knowledge and creative problem-solving. Yuan Mei brought strategic clarity and organizational power. Each bond reflected the key's nature, and each key brought something the others did not have. The network was 3 nodes strong, and the song was beginning to sound like a chord. Chapter 30, the first activation of Resonant Step in combat conditions came sooner than expected. 3 days after the bond sealed, Wei Liang Chen was practicing the spatial displacement technique in the Azure Tide Sect's training grounds when Soul Echo detected a presence at the commercial district's southern perimeter. Not the organized, professional signatures of sect security, something smaller, quieter, moving with the deliberate stealth of someone who had been trained to avoid detection. He blinked. Resonant Step carried him 30 meters, from the training grounds to the perimeter wall, in the space between heartbeats. The displacement was disorienting but manageable, and the 5-second recovery felt like an eternity in the charged silence. The figure at the perimeter was not what he expected. A woman, mid-20s, civilian robes, no visible cultivation rank. She was standing at the base of the perimeter wall, looking up at the formation arrays with an expression that Soul Echo painted in a complex wash of grief, determination, and the particular quality of resignation that came from having accepted something terrible and decided to act despite it. She was holding a communication crystal. Don't, Wei Liang Chen said. She startled. The crystal pulsed, not with chi energy, but with a formation signature that Feng Qiao would have recognized immediately. Shattered mirror encryption. She was a courier. I'm not going to hurt you, Wei Liang Chen said. I know. Her voice was steady despite the surprise. Through Soul Echo, the grief deepened. Not fear of him, but fear of what she was carrying. The message is for you. Not for the sect. From Wieland? From the Grand Architect? Yes. He said to deliver it to the man with the inscription channels. He said you would feel me coming. She held out the crystal with a hand that did not shake, and Wei Liang Chen read the emotional subtext. This woman was not a willing agent. The grief was for something she had lost, someone she had lost, and Wieland had leveraged that loss in his service. He took the crystal. It activated at his touch, projecting a message in formal script. To the seal bearer, the 3rd bond has sealed. I observed the resonance shift from my monitoring position. Your network is growing stronger, and each bond makes the cage more permeable. You should know that I have positioned agents near every remaining key. Not to harm them, to observe. I do not wish to stop you. I wish to redirect you. The cage's sealing energy is the most potent force in the 7 realms. When the seal is complete, you will have the ability to reinforce or release. But there is a 3rd option, one the system has not shown you because it is not part of the first cultivator's design. The sealing energy can be channeled outward, not to contain the sovereign, but to reshape the cultivation landscape of the entire world. Permanent advancement for every living cultivator. An end to the rank hierarchy that has defined human civilization for millennia. I am not your enemy. I am a man who sees an opportunity that the first cultivators were too afraid to seize. When you are ready to discuss this, activate the crystal with a chi pulse. Grand Architect Wei Liang Chen read the message twice. Then he deactivated the crystal and looked at the courier. Are you free to leave? Yes. He only needed me for the delivery. Then go. The Azure Tide Sect's intelligence division will want to question you. But if you go to them voluntarily and explain the coercion, they will treat you fairly. Through Soul Echo, the woman's grief did not diminish, but a flicker of something lighter passed through it, the faint, hesitant quality of hope that had been absent for a long time. He took my brother, she said. Indentured him to the Shattered Mirror Sect's construction division. If I delivered the message, he would be released. Go to the intelligence chief. Tell him everything. Yuan Mei has resources that Velan does not want her to use. Resources that can help your brother. The woman nodded, once, and walked toward the commercial district's interior. Wei Liang Chen watched her go, and then looked at the crystal in his hand. Velan's offer was sophisticated. Not a threat, a temptation. A vision of universal improvement, of power used for collective benefit, wrapped in the reasonable language of a man who genuinely believed in what he was proposing. And it was wrong. Not in its facts. The sealing energy probably could be channeled outward, but in its assumptions. Velan assumed the cage's energy was a resource to be redirected, not a mechanism performing a function. Redirecting the sealing energy would mean the cage no longer sealed. The sovereign would be released, not through a deliberate choice with the seal's safeguards, but through the side effect of an energy extraction. It was the difference between opening a door and removing the walls. He shared the message with the group that evening. Yuan Mei's response was immediate and surgical. He's offering a false third option to distract you from the real choice. If you channel the sealing energy outward, the cage fails and the sovereign is released in an uncontrolled manner. Velan either knows this and considers it an acceptable trade-off, or he does not know it and his intelligence about the cage is incomplete. Which do you think? His intelligence is extensive but not comprehensive. He has studied the cage from the outside, formation scans, historical records, intercepted pulse data. He has not had access to direct observation of the kind Shun Tao conducts. My assessment. He genuinely believes the energy can be extracted without collateral consequences. He is wrong, and his wrongness will kill people. Feng Xiao was examining the crystal's formation structure. The encryption is advanced, but not unbreakable. I can decode the routing. This crystal passed through 3 relay points before reaching the courier. If I trace the relays, I can identify Velan's monitoring positions. Do it, Yuan Mei said. Lin Suyin was quiet. Through soul echo, her emotional state was complex. Not fear, not anger, but the deep, focused concentration of someone parsing implications. Velan said he has agents near every remaining key, she said. That means he knows who they are. Not just Yuan Mei, the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. He has intelligence we don't have. The system has given me names and locations, Wei Liang Chen said. But has it given you what Velan has, surveillance data, behavioral profiles, leverage points? He's not just watching the keys. He's building files on them. The way he built a file on Yuan Mei. It was a sobering point. Velan had been operating for years, decades, possibly, with resources that dwarfed Wei Liang Chen's. The intelligence advantage was enormous. Then we need to be faster than his agents, Wei Liang Chen said, and smarter about our approach. Or we need allies he doesn't expect, Yuan Mei said. She activated the sect's communication array. I'm going to reach out to a colleague. A woman I trained with before I became sect mistress. She leads the Continental Sect Council's intelligence division. If Velan has agents near the remaining keys, the council should know. Their surveillance network is the only thing on this continent that rivals the Shattered Mirror sects. It was the first time Yuan Mei had leveraged her political connections on Wei Liang Chen's behalf. Through soul echo, the act carried weight, not reluctance, but the careful deliberation of someone committing a political resource and accepting the consequences. The network was growing. Not just bonds, alliances, information channels, political support. Each key brought more than a resonance fragment. Each key brought a world of connections, capabilities, and influence that expanded the network's reach. 3 bonds, 3 keys. And the song of containment was growing louder, each new note adding depth and complexity to a melody that was 3,000 years in the making. The system pulsed with a final notification. Bond status, 3-7 resonance seal, 42.9% complete primordial cage integrity, 89.1% stabilized, temporary, time to critical threshold, 39 years, revised estimate, bonds accelerate erosion timeline, sovereign activity, increased observation. The sovereign has registered 3 bonds. Behavioral model suggests awareness of the seal's progress. Note, Feng Xiao's analysis of the grief carried by the courier is confirmed by intelligence data. Velan's network relies extensively on coercion, indentured families, leveraged debts, controlled resources. The Grand Architect's vision of universal improvement is built on a foundation of individual exploitation. Wei Liang Chen shared the notification. Feng Xiao's grief, not for herself, but for the courier, for the brother, for all the people Velan had compressed into tools for his grand design, was a cold fire in the soul echo landscape. He builds his paradise on other people's suffering, she said, and calls it cosmic balance. "We will stop him," Yuan Mei said. It was not a hope. It was a threat assessment, delivered with the flat certainty of someone who had just added Wieland to her operational target list. Outside the guest pavilion, the azure tide coast's evening wind carried the salt and mineral tang of ocean qi. And somewhere in the distance, monitoring positions tracked the group's movements, analyzed their communications, and reported to a grand architect who was already repositioning his pieces for the next phase of a game he had been playing longer than any of them had been alive. The courier's tracks led south, away from the sect, bare footprints on the stone path, visible for 10 meters before the commercial district's foot traffic obscured them. Bare footprints, not shoes. The woman had been walking without shoes, a sign of poverty or spiritual practice. Wei Liang Chen looked at the tracks and felt the weight of the mission settle more heavily on his shoulders. Every bond brought him closer to the seal, and every step of the journey revealed more of the cost, not his cost, but the cost paid by everyone caught in the mechanism's orbit. He turned and walked back inside. There were 4 bonds remaining, and the road ahead was long, and the Grand Architect's shadow stretched across every mile of it. Chapter 31. The courier's intelligence led them to Wieland's monitoring network faster than expected. Feng Xiao decoded the crystal's routing in 2 days, identifying 3 relay positions that Wieland's agents used to communicate with his command structure. Yuan Mei's intelligence division cross-referenced the positions with their own surveillance data and produced a map that made the scope of Wieland's operation visible for the first time. 37 confirmed agents across the continent, the intelligence chief reported, operating in cells of 3 to 5, with communication relays positioned along major trade routes and cultivation centers. The network has been active for at least 4 years. Wei Liang Chen studied the map. The agent positions were not random. They clustered around specific locations that the system identified as significant. One cluster near a region labeled Heaven Record Library, another in the borderlands of the Immortal Fringe, a third in the deep mountains of the western provinces, near a location the system had flagged as relevant to Bond 6. He's been watching the keys for years, Wei Liang Chen said. Before the system activated. Before I existed as a factor. The resonance fragments have been detectable by sensitive formation instruments for approximately a decade, Yuan Mei said. Wieland likely identified the fragments before he understood what they were. His 4-year operation timeline matches the period during which the fragments began increasing in activity. The fragments started becoming active before the system triggered? Apparently so. The Heavenly Tao's mechanism appears to have a preparatory phase. The fragments become gradually more active as the selection process narrows. By the time the system activated in you, the fragments were active enough to detect. It reframed the timeline. Wieland was not reacting to Wei Liang Chen. Wieland had been preparing for the seal-bearer before the seal-bearer existed. His network, his intelligence, his agent positions, all of it predated the Wasteland trial. He had been building infrastructure for this moment for half a decade. Then his response to the bonds will be pre-planned, Wei Liang Chen said. Not improvised. He has contingencies. For every bond, yes. The dossier from Sha's documents includes partial contingency frameworks for bonds 1 through 4. Beyond that, the detail decreases. He has less intelligence about the later keys. Bond 4. Song Baihe, the Heaven Record Library. Yuan Mei nodded. The system's next key, according to your information. A celestial archivist. Wieland's agent cluster near the library is the densest on the continent. 8 confirmed agents. He's guarding the knowledge, not the key, Feng Xiao said. The library contains records about the cage that he cannot access without inside cooperation. Song Baihe is his access point, or his obstacle. The group spent 4 days preparing for departure. Yuan Mei arranged the Azure Tide sect's affairs with the efficiency of someone who had always known she might need to leave, delegating authority, establishing communication protocols, briefing her senior staff on the situation with the precision and completeness that defined her leadership style. I am not abandoning my sect, she told her senior council. I am pursuing a strategic objective that will determine the sect's security for the next century. The territorial defense remains under your authority. The intelligence division continues normal operations. If I do not return within 1 year, the succession protocol activates. The senior council accepted with the disciplined trust of people who had spent 3 years under Yuan Mei's command and had never known her to make a reckless decision. On the 5th day, they left. For cultivators now, Wei Liang Chen, Lin Suyin, Feng Xiao, and Yuan Mei. The power dynamic had shifted. Yuan Mei was a seasoned leader with political connections, intelligence assets, and combat experience. Feng Xiao was a formation master whose boundary zone training had made her one of the most capable specialists on the continent. Lin Suyin was the quiet foundation, The person who noticed things the others missed, whose bond with Wei Liang Chen was the network's first and deepest connection. The route to the Heaven Record Library led north through the central provinces, a journey of approximately 3 weeks through territory that was politically complex, multiple sects, independent city-states, and unaffiliated cultivators sharing a landscape that had been disputed for centuries. They traveled on foot, avoiding major routes. Resonant Step allowed Wei Liang Chen to scout ahead, 30-meter blinks that let him check intersections, scan ridgelines, and monitor approaching traffic before the group committed to a path. Soul Echo provided a continuous emotional radar, and Feng Xiao's formation arrays created a moving detection perimeter. We're a formation, Lin Suyin observed on the second day of travel. Not a party, a formation, each of us covering a function. The bonds create that, Feng Xiao said. The resonance network synchronizes our responses. We're not consciously coordinating. The harmonics do it for us. Is that safe? As safe as any resonance-based system. The synchronization is a tendency, not a compulsion. We can override it if we choose. Can we? It was a fair question, and Wei Liang Chen did not have a comfortable answer. The bonds were changing them. All of them. Lin Suyin's perceptual range had expanded beyond her rank. Feng Xiao's formation work had gained a harmonic precision it had not possessed before. Yuan Mei's strategic thinking was now informed by a tactical awareness that the bond's network synchronization provided. The changes were beneficial. They were also involuntary. And the question of whether a beneficial involuntary change was acceptable or concerning was one that did not have a simple answer. I will monitor for signs that the synchronization is overriding individual judgment, Wei Liang Chen said. If it begins to, we adjust. How? I don't know yet, but I'll find out before it matters. Lin Suyin nodded. Through Soul Echo, her acceptance was conditional. Trust, but with the watchfulness of someone who remembered that the system was a mechanism, and mechanisms did not always serve the people operating them. On the 8th day, they encountered the first hollow chorus checkpoint. It was disguised as a way station, a rest stop for traveling cultivators, staffed by friendly, welcoming attendants who offered food, shelter, and information. The disguise was competent. Without Soul Echo, Wei Liang Chen would not have noticed the undertone of organized purpose that ran through every interaction like a current beneath calm water. Their chorus, he murmured to Yuan Mei, who walked beside him. I know. The intelligence chief briefed me on their checkpoint network. They're not hostile to us. They want the bonds to complete. But their endgame is different from ours. Their endgame is the cage opening. Ours is the choice. The difference matters. They passed through the checkpoint without incident. The chorus attendants watched them go with the patient, measured attention of people who believed they were witnessing prophecy unfold. On the 12th day, the system pulsed with an unexpected notification. Bond 4 key update. Song Baihe, Heaven Record Library status, aware. She has been researching the primordial cage independently for 3 years. She has found 6 of the 7 key documents. The 7th is in a restricted archive that requires library authority to access. Note, Song Baihe does not know she is a key. She does not know the resonance fragment exists. Her 3 years of research have been driven by an instinct she cannot explain, the fragment's influence on her subconscious. 3 years. Song Baihe had been researching the cage for 3 years, the same time frame in which the fragments had been increasing in activity. The fragment had not given her knowledge. It had given her direction. A pull towards something she did not understand, manifesting as academic curiosity, driving her to assemble the very information that the seal-bearer would need. The system is elegant, Yuan Mei said, when he shared the notification. It does not force. It aligns. The keys are drawn to the work the seal requires, without knowing why. Is that better or worse than being told? It depends on the person. Song Baihe is a scholar. For her, the fragment's influence manifested as intellectual drive, the most natural expression of her nature. She has spent 3 years doing exactly what she would have chosen to do if she had known the truth. And when she learns the truth? That depends on how you tell her. The Heaven Record Library appeared on the 15th day of travel, a massive complex of towers and archives built into the face of a mountain that rose from the central province's rolling landscape, like a monument to organized knowledge. The library was not a sect. It was an institution, maintained by a rotating staff of scholars, archivists, and researchers who serve the cultivation world's collective memory. Wei Liang Chen looked up at the towers and felt, through Soul Echo, a faint but unmistakable resonance. Not from the library itself, from somewhere within it. A harmonic that matched the pattern in his inscription channels, carrying the gentle, methodical quality of someone who had spent years building understanding one careful step at a time. Bonfer was waiting. But first, The shattered mirror sect's agents. 8 confirmed, the densest concentration in Wieland's network. They would be watching the library, monitoring the approaches, reporting every arrival. Standard approach protocol? Lin Suyin asked. Modified, Yuan Mei said. I have a contact in the library's administrative division, a researcher who owes the Azure Tide sect a professional favor. We use the contact to get inside the library's security perimeter, then approach Song Baihe through academic channels rather than diplomatic ones. Why academic? Because Song Baihe is a scholar. She will respond to someone who approaches her work with genuine interest more readily than to someone who approaches her person with political authority. It was good thinking. Each key required a different approach. Lin Suyin had needed crisis. Feng Qiao had needed collaboration. Yuan Mei had needed negotiation. Song Baihe would need intellectual engagement. They entered the Heaven Record Library on the 16th day, through a side entrance that Yuan Mei's contact had arranged. The library's interior was vast, silent, and suffused with a chi field that promoted mental clarity and suppressed emotional turbulence. A formation-based environment designed to optimize scholarly work. Through Soul Echo, the library was a landscape of focused intellect. Hundreds of researchers, each one radiating the particular quality of deep concentration that came from years of academic practice. And among them, one signature that burned brighter than the rest. A warm, steady light that carried the harmonic of the fourth resonance fragment like a candle in a room full of lamps. Song Baihe was in the library, and she had been waiting, not for Wei Liang Chen specifically, but for someone. For the answer to a question she had been asking for 3 years, without knowing what the question was. The bond's resonance stirred. The fourth note of the Song of Containment was ready to be heard. And in the library's restricted archive, the 7th document, the one Song Baihe had not been able to access, waited behind a door that would open only for the seal-bearer's inscription channels. The system pulsed. Bond 4 status, resonance, pre-contact, active window, open note. Song Baihe has been searching for the 7th document for 2 years. She has not told anyone about her search. The document is addressed to the seal-bearer personally. It contains information that will change the nature of the choice. Information that would change the nature of the choice. 7 bonds. And the choice was already shifting. Not just reinforce or release, but something more complex, more nuanced, more human than the binary the system had first presented. Wei Liang Chen walked into the library, carrying 3 bonds in his chest like 3 notes of an unfinished song, and the 4th note hummed in the distance, patient and waiting and ready to transform everything he thought he knew about what was coming. Chapter 32. Wei Liang Chen did not seek Song Baihe immediately. He spent 2 days in the library's public archives, reading. Not about the cage. He had enough information about the cage to occupy weeks of analysis. He read about the library itself, its history, its culture, the community of scholars who had dedicated their lives to preserving and expanding the cultivation world's collective knowledge. Yuan Mei called it inefficient. Feng Qiao called it reconnaissance. Lin Suyin said nothing. But through Soul Echo, Wei Liang Chen caught the faintest thread of understanding. She knew what he was doing. He was sitting with the doubt. 3 bonds. 3 keys. 3 women who had restructured their lives around a mechanism they had not chosen. The pattern was undeniable, and the pattern looked, from the outside, from Yuan Mei's first assessment, from the rumors that had spread across the continent, like collection. He was not a collector. He knew this with the bone-deep certainty that the bonds themselves provided. Each one a two-way street. Each one requiring genuine reciprocity. Each one reflecting the nature of the person it connected him to. But knowing and demonstrating were different things. Song Baihe had spent 3 years researching the cage without knowing why. The fragment in her soul had been guiding her, and she had followed its guidance believing it was her own curiosity. When Wei Liang Chen walked into her life and told her the truth, he would be telling her that 3 years of work, the work she was most proud of, the work that defined her identity as a scholar, had been influenced by a mechanism embedded in her soul before birth. That revelation would either destroy her or transform her. He owed her the space to decide which. So he read. He learned the library's rhythms, its social structure, its unwritten rules. He learned which researchers were senior, which were approachable, which were the gatekeepers of the restricted archives. He learned that Song Baihe was considered one of the library's most dedicated researchers, admired by colleagues, respected by superiors, and completely, stubbornly independent. She has refused 3 offers of senior position. An archivist told him over tea in the library's common room. She says administrative work would interfere with her research. The library's director has stopped asking. What does she research? Ancient sealing techniques. The oldest records we have, pre-sect era, first cultivator fragments. She's been piecing together a historical framework for the original sealing arts for years. The work is extraordinary, the most comprehensive reconstruction anyone has attempted. Has she published? Partially. She holds back the most significant findings because she says they're incomplete. There are gaps in the record that she cannot fill without access to materials that either don't exist or are in restricted collections. The seventh document. The one in the restricted archive that required the seal bearer's inscription channels to access. Song Baihe had been circling around it for 2 years, knowing it existed, unable to reach it, frustrated by a gap in her research that she could not close. On the third day, he found her. Not deliberately, or rather, not through his own deliberation. The library's formation-enhanced environment had a subtle effect on qi circulation, and the bond resonance, even dampened, followed the paths of least resistance through the spiritual architecture. He was walking through the ancient record section when the resonance's pull shifted, a gentle, insistent tug toward a doorway he had not noticed. Through the doorway, a reading room. Small, tucked into the mountain's interior, lit by formation crystals that cast a warm, steady glow. Every surface covered with books, scrolls, formation-encoded crystals, and handwritten notes in a precise, angular script. Song Baihe sat at the center of the room, surrounded by her 3 years of work, reading a text with the absorption of someone who had forgotten the world outside existed. She was not what he had expected. The outline had described her as a celestial archivist. He had imagined someone austere, remote, carrying the distant quality of a person who lived more in books than in the world. What he found was warmth. A woman in her late 20s, dark-haired, with the kind of face that expressed every emotion before the mind decided whether to show it. Her robes were library standard, practical, ink-stained, clearly her second or third best set. Her hands were covered in formation ink. Through soul echo, her emotional landscape was a revelation. Grief, deep, old, structural, the kind that had become part of the foundation rather than something that sat on top. Intellectual passion, burning steadily, a furnace that had never gone out in 3 years of research. And something else, something he did not expect, a thread of loneliness so profound it resonated with the bond in his chest like a struck bell. She looked up. "You're new," she said. Not suspicious, curious. The library's researchers noticed new faces the way cats noticed movement. Visiting researcher or permanent application? Visiting. "I'm studying the primordial cage." Song Baihe's expression changed. The curiosity sharpened, and through soul echo, the intellectual passion blazed, the specific, focused fire of someone who had just encountered their favorite subject in the wild. "The cage. You're the third person this year to come looking for cage records. What's your angle?" "Sealing architecture. The first cultivator's design principles." "That's my work." Not possessive, collegial. The tone of someone who had been researching alone for 3 years and was hungry for intellectual companionship. "I've been building a reconstruction of the original sealing framework. If you're working on related material, we should compare notes." "I would like that." "Good. Come back tomorrow morning. Bring whatever you have, primary sources, formation analyses, anything. I'll show you what I've built." She returned to her text. The dismissal was not rude. It was the automatic reset of someone whose concentration was too valuable to interrupt for long. Wei Liang Chen left the reading room and walked back to the group's quarters with the bond humming in his chest and Song Baihe's loneliness echoing in his memory. Through soul echo, he had read her clearly. The grief was personal, someone she had lost, years ago, a wound that had never healed properly. The research was partly escape and partly tribute. Work dedicated to understanding something vast enough to contain the grief without diminishing it. And the loneliness was the cost of choosing knowledge over connection, of pursuing a question so deep that most people could not follow her into it. "She doesn't need to be convinced," he told the group that evening. "She needs to be accompanied." Accompanied. Yuan Mei's tone was analytical. She has been alone with her research for 3 years. The fragment directed her toward the work, but the work itself isolated her. She's gone deeper into the cage's history than anyone alive, and the deeper she goes, the fewer people can follow. She needs someone who can understand what she's found. And you can? The inscription channels carry the same geometry she's studying. The bonds give me a perspective on the cage that no other living person has. We speak the same language, not the same words, but the same fundamental structure. Then approach her as a colleague, Lin Suyin said. Not as a seal bearer, not as a bond partner, as someone who can follow her into the depth. He did. The next morning, he returned to Song Baihe's reading room with a collection of notes, Shen Tao's cage pulse recordings, Feng Qiao's boundary zone formation analyses, the journal from the Azure Tide archives about coastal qi patterns. He presented them without context, without explaining the bonds or the system, without revealing anything about who he was or why he was there. Songbaiha looked at the notes. Her expression went through a rapid sequence: surprise, recognition, hunger, and a joy so sharp it hurt to witness through soul echo. These are boundary zone observations, she said. Direct observation of the cage's pulse. The resolution is extraordinary. Where did you get these? A hermit formation master who has been monitoring the cage from the boundary zone for 11 years. 11 years. The pulse data alone would fill gaps in my reconstruction that I've been struggling with for. She stopped herself. The joy dimmed, replaced by the scholar's caution. Who are you? My name is Wei Liang Chen. I am researching the cage because I believe the resonant seal will need to be activated within my lifetime, and I want to understand what I'm choosing before the choice arrives. Songbai has studied him. She did not have soul echo, but she had something adjacent. 3 years of reading ancient texts had given her an intuition for truth that operated below the conscious level. The fragment, perhaps, lending its sensitivity to her natural perceptiveness. You believe the seal will be activated, she said. Not might be. Will be. The cage is eroding. The erosion data in those notes shows the trajectory. Unless the seal is activated, the cage fails in roughly 4 decades. I reached the same conclusion 18 months ago. I have not published it because the evidence is incomplete. I'm missing a critical piece. The 7th document. Her stillness was absolute. Through soul echo, the shock was a white flash that burned through every other emotion. How do you know about the 7th document? Because I know who it was written for, and I know how to access the restricted archive that contains it. The reading room was quiet. Songbai's hands, ink-stained and steady, rested on the table. Her eyes were dark, deep, carrying 3 years of questions and the particular pain of someone who had been reaching for an answer that was always just beyond her grasp. Tell me, she said. Everything. And he did. Not because it was tactically optimal or because the system recommended it, because she deserved to know, and the knowing would either break the bond or make it real. Chapter 33. Songbaiha did not speak for 20 minutes after Wei Liang Chen finished. She sat in her reading room, surrounded by 3 years of research, and processed. Through soul echo, her emotional landscape was a storm. Not the violent, destructive kind, but the vast, atmospheric kind. Whether moving across a continent, systems colliding and merging and reshaping the terrain beneath them, the grief deepened first. The recognition that her research, the work she was proudest of, had been influenced by a mechanism she had not known about. The fragment had not controlled her, but it had guided her, and the distinction between guidance and control was one she would need to determine for herself. Then the intellectual excitement. Because the explanation fit. Every gap in her reconstruction, every puzzle she had struggled with, every intuition she had followed without understanding why, all of it resolved into a coherent picture when the resonance fragment was factored in. The cage, the seal, the keys, the bonds. It was the framework her research had been reaching toward, and now it had a name. Then the anger. Predictable, justified, and fierce. 3 years, she said. I have spent 3 years in this room, believing I was pursuing my own curiosity, and the entire time, a fragment embedded in my soul before I was born was pulling the strings. Not pulling, aligning. The fragment did not create your interest in the cage, it amplified it. The research is yours. The dedication is yours. The fragment gave you direction, not motivation. That's a philosopher's distinction. It's an important one. Why? Because the bond requires genuine choice. If the fragment controlled you, if it manufactured your interest, your research, your 3 years of work, then the bond is coercive, and the seal built on it will be flawed. But if the fragment found someone whose nature already aligned with the work, someone who would have been drawn to ancient sealing techniques regardless, then the guidance was cooperation, not control. Songbai's anger did not vanish. But through soul echo, it shifted from the hot, immediate fury of betrayal to the slow, careful burn of someone who was going to examine every assumption, test every conclusion, and arrive at a verdict that satisfied her own standards of evidence. I need to verify this independently, she said. Not your word, evidence. The resonance fragment, the inscription channels, the bond mechanism. I need to examine them myself. Yuan Mei said the same thing. She spent 5 days on examinations. I will spend as long as I need. Agreed. And I want access to the 7th document. If it exists, and if it is what you describe, a message from the first cultivators to the seal bearer, then it is the missing piece of my reconstruction. I have earned the right to read it. You have. Then show me the restricted archive. The restricted archive occupied the library's deepest level, a chamber carved into the mountain's bedrock, sealed with formation arrays that the library's administration had been unable to open for centuries. The arrays were old, first cultivator era, based on the same geometric principles that the inscription channels used. Song Baihe led the way. She knew the library's interior the way a craftsman knew their workshop. Every corridor, every staircase, every hidden passage that connected the public archives to the restricted collections. The other researchers they passed glanced at Wei Liang Chen with the mild curiosity of people who noticed a new face but were too absorbed in their own work to investigate. The restricted archives door was massive, stone, formation inscribed, carrying the residual energy of the first cultivators who had sealed it 3,000 years ago. The formation patterns on its surface were the base 7 geometry that Wei Liang Chen carried in his channels. I've spent 2 years looking for a way past this door, Song Baihe said. Every method I've tried, formation probes, energy analysis, physical examination, has returned the same result. The door responds to a specific resonance pattern that does not match any known cultivation technique. It matches the inscription channels. Then open it. Wei Liang Chen placed his hand on the door. The inscription channels activated, not at his command, but in response to the formation's presence. The base 7 geometry in his soul resonated with the geometry on the door, and the two patterns synchronized with a precision that made the air hum. The door opened. Inside was a small chamber. No shelves, no archive stacks, no formation storage crystals. Just a single pedestal, and on it, a document, preserved by formation energy that had been sustaining it for 3 millennia. Song Baihe approached the document with the reverence of a scholar encountering a primary source of incalculable value. Her hands trembled, the first sign of physical emotion Wei Liang Chen had seen from her. "May I?" It was written to be read. She read it. Wei Liang Chen read over her shoulder, and the system projected the text into his awareness simultaneously. The document was a letter, written in the formal script of the first cultivator era. Its author identified herself as the fourth key, the Heaven Gate key of the original seal, the woman who had held the same position in the first network that Song Baihe now held in the second. "To my successor, you are reading this because the cage has called you, as it called me. You are the fourth note of a song that will determine whether the boundary between existence and void holds or transforms. I was a scholar, as you likely are. The fragment finds scholars. It needs someone who will understand the architecture, who will read the records and grasp the design. The others will bring loyalty, knowledge, strength, strategy, endurance. You bring comprehension. The cage was not built to last forever. This is the most important thing I can tell you, and the thing that the records outside this room will not say clearly. The first cultivators, my companions, my family, built the cage as a holding space, not a prison, a space in which the entity we sealed could exist without destroying existence, and in which existence could develop the capacity to coexist with the entity. 3,000 years was our estimate. 3,000 years for the entity to change, and for the world to grow strong enough to accommodate the change. The flaw in the cage is deliberate. It is the door through which the choice will be made. We built it because we were not certain we were right to seal the entity in the first place. We were terrified of its power, of its nature, of what it represented. But terror is not wisdom, and we refuse to let terror make a permanent decision. The 7 documents I have placed in the world contain the full history of the cage, the full architecture of the seal, and the full truth about the entity. 6 are accessible to anyone who searches diligently. This 7th is for the seal bearer alone, and for the key who brings comprehension. Here is the truth that changes the choice. The entity we sealed is not evil. It is unmade. It is potential without form, existence without structure, the raw material of reality before reality was organized. We feared it because we were structured beings encountering the unstructured. We named it the Void Sovereign because we needed a name that justified what we were about to do. 3,000 years. If the entity has developed structure, if it has, in the silence of its prison, begun to organize itself, to learn, to change, then the cage has served its purpose, and the choice should reflect that evolution. If it has not changed, if it remains the annihilating potential we encountered, then the cage must be reinforced, and the next 3,000 years must be endured. I cannot tell you which you will find. I can only tell you that the choice was designed to be honest. Look at the evidence. Trust the bonds. And decide. With hope and uncertainty, the 4th key Song Baihe set the document down. Her hands were no longer trembling. Through soul echo, the storm in her emotional landscape had cleared, not into calm, but into clarity. The vast, atmospheric systems had resolved into a single, coherent weather pattern, purpose. She was like me, Song Baihe said. Her voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of a revelation that had rewritten her understanding of herself. A scholar, chosen because the seal needed comprehension. Yes, and the fragment in my soul, it's her echo. Not her consciousness, not her personality, her resonance. The pattern she contributed to the original seal, re-expressed in someone who could carry it forward. That's what the system describes. Then the 3 years were not manipulation. They were preparation. The fragment aligned me with the work because the work needed to be done, and I was the person best suited to do it. Do you accept that? I accept the evidence. The letter matches my research findings. The timeline matches the cage's erosion data. The description of the entity matches the behavioral observations your hermit colleague has been recording. She looked at him with eyes that carried the particular intensity of a scholar who had just found the keystone of a decade-long investigation. I accept the evidence. The emotional processing will take longer. Take whatever time you need. I will. But Wei Liang Chen. She paused, and through soul echo, the grief flared. Old, deep, the wound that had never healed. The letter says the fourth key brought comprehension, but it also says she was part of a family. The first cultivators bonded, genuinely, deeply, as you describe. The fourth key loved the seal bearer. Yes, I have not loved anyone in 6 years. The person I loved died in a cultivation accident, the same kind of accident that the cage's erosion patterns produce. Void influenced chi destabilization. He was a researcher too. He was studying the same subject, from a different angle, and the subject killed him. The grief was devastating in its clarity. Through soul echo, Wei Liang Chen saw the full shape of it. 6 years of mourning, carried alone, channeled into research that was both tribute and continuation of the work her partner had begun. The cage killed someone you loved, he said. The cage's erosion killed someone I loved. And now the cage is asking me to help decide its future. She laughed, short, bitter, carrying no humor. The universe has a particular cruelty in its assignments. Or a particular faith. In what? In your ability to decide fairly despite your grief. The fragment could have found anyone with the right intellectual capacity. It found you, someone who has personal reason to hate the cage, and who is still capable of examining the evidence without letting that hatred dictate the conclusion. Song Baihe was quiet for a long time. The restricted archives formation energy hummed around them, and the letter from the fourth key lay on the pedestal, its 3,000-year-old ink still sharp and clear. I will examine the evidence, she said, and I will decide for myself whether to accept the bond. That's all I ask. They left the restricted archive together. The door sealed behind them, the formation arrays resetting to their dormant state. Song Baihe walked beside Wei Liang Chen through the library's corridors, and through soul echo, her emotional landscape was transformed. The storm of grief and revelation settling into something that was not peace, but was the ground from which peace might eventually grow. The fourth note was preparing to join the song, and the letter from the first cultivator's fourth key had rewritten the choice, not reinforce or release, but a question. Has the entity changed? The answer waited in the depths of the cage, patient as it had been for 3,000 years. Chapter 34. The days that followed were a period of shared work that redefined what Wei Liang Chen understood about collaboration. Song Baihe's research occupied a domain of knowledge so deep and so specialized that entering it felt like descending into the boundary zone, a different landscape, operating by rules that required translation before they could be understood. Her 3-year reconstruction of the first cultivator's sealing architecture was not a document or a diagram. It was a living framework, constantly revised, endlessly detailed, mapping every aspect of the cage's design from its broadest structural principles to its smallest harmonic details. Wei Liang Chen contributed what the inscription channels gave him: direct perception of the cage's geometry, the bond harmonics, the resonance patterns that the first cultivators had woven into the sealing architecture. Song Baihe contributed what her research gave her: historical context, theoretical frameworks, the accumulated knowledge of 3 years spent studying the cage from the outside. The combination was staggering. Within a week, their shared work had produced insights that neither could have reached alone. Connections between the cage's structural layers and the bond harmonics, patterns in the erosion data that matched the first cultivator's original design specifications, a detailed map of the deliberate flaw and its relationship to the seal's activation mechanism. Feng Xiao joined the research sessions regularly, contributing her formation expertise. Yuan Mei attended periodically, her strategic mind finding practical implications in the theoretical findings. Lin Suyin sat in the reading room during evenings, not contributing to the research directly, but listening, observing, and occasionally asking questions that cut through the accumulated complexity to the essential truth beneath. The cage is a conversation, Lin Suyin said one evening, after a particularly dense research session. Not a prison, a conversation between the entity and existence. The sealing architecture creates the conditions for the conversation. The seal determines when the conversation ends. Song Bai has stared at her. Through soul echo, the intellectual excitement was a white-hot flare. Yes, that is exactly what the first cultivator's design implies. A structured interaction between two fundamentally incompatible forms of existence, mediated by a framework that allows both to coexist without destroying each other. And the choice at the seal's completion is whether the conversation has reached a point where the framework is no longer necessary, where the entity and existence can coexist without mediation. Song Bai's eyes were bright. That is what the fourth key's letter meant. The cage is temporary because conversations end. The question is whether this one has ended well. Has it? I don't know. The observation data suggests the entity has changed. Shun Tao's recordings show behavioral evolution over at least a decade. But behavioral change is not the same as fundamental change. The entity might have learned to appear different without actually being different. How would you tell the difference? Song Baihe was silent. The question, how to distinguish genuine change from sophisticated mimicry in an entity of unmade reality, was the core problem of the entire mission. And it did not have an answer. Not yet. The seal bearer will need to assess the entity directly, she said. When all 7 bonds are complete, the resonance seal will allow direct communication. That communication will be the basis for the choice. And the comprehension key, you, will be the person who interprets the communication. Yes. Song Baihe's voice was quiet. I will be the one who tells you whether the entity's words mean what they appear to mean. Are you ready for that responsibility? No, but I will be. She looked at her 3 years of research, the notes, the diagrams, the formation-encoded crystals that filled every surface of her reading room. That is what all of this has been for. The bond did not seal during the research period. Song Baihe was deliberate about it. She had heard from Yuan Mei about the conditions and terms she had set, and Song Baihe's approach was similar but distinct. Where Yuan Mei had demanded time and verification, Song Baihe demanded understanding. She needed to comprehend the bond at a theoretical level before she would accept it at a personal one. Wei Liang Chen respected the pace. Each bond reflected the key's nature, and Song Baihe's nature was to understand before she committed. The understanding came on the 14th day. They were in the restricted archive. Song Baihe had obtained special permission to use it as a secondary research space, and Wei Liang Chen's inscription channels kept the door accessible. She was studying the letter from the 4th key for the 9th or 10th time, her focus so intense that the reading room's formation crystals dimmed in response to the spiritual energy she was channeling into her perceptual abilities. I dreamed of you, she said. Wei Liang Chen looked up from his own research. Through soul echo, Song Baihe's emotional landscape was different, the analytical focus giving way to something more personal, more vulnerable than she typically allowed. 3 years ago, before I began this research, I dreamed of a man holding a key, standing at a door that was also a wound. The fragment. Yes, the fragment sent me the dream. Not as communication, as resonance. The pattern in my soul was responding to the heavenly Tao's selection process, and my sleeping mind translated the resonance into imagery. A man holding a key, standing at a door that was also a wound. The key is the seal. The door is the cage's deliberate flaw. And the wound, she paused. The wound is what the cage represents. The first cultivator's inability to coexist with the entity. Their fear, their decision to seal rather than engage. The cage is a wound in reality, a place where existence was cut to make room for containment. And the dream showed me standing at it. The dream showed me that someone was coming. Someone who would need my help to understand what the wound was and whether it could heal. Song Baihe set down the letter. She stood and walked to Wei Liang Chen, stopping at arm's length. Through soul echo, her emotional landscape was a single, clear note. The decision crystallizing, the understanding complete. I accept the bond, she said. Not because the system chose me. Not because the fragment guided me. Because 3 years of research have shown me that the cage needs to be understood by someone who will be present at the choice, and I am the person who understands it best. The bond is the mechanism that allows me to be present. I accept the mechanism because I accept the responsibility. The bond sealed. It was different from the previous 3. Lin Suyin's bond had been a pulse, sudden, warm, like a heart beating for the first time. Feng Xiao's had been a harmonic, a frequency locking into place, clean and precise. Yuan Mei's had been a click, a lock engaging, authority establishing itself. Song Baihe's bond was a wave, a slow, deep expansion of awareness that filled Wei Liang Chen's inscription channels with comprehension, not information, but the ability to understand information at a deeper level. The cage's architecture, which he had perceived as complex, resolved into something simpler, not simple, but elegant. The 7 harmonic layers, the ceiling patterns, the erosion dynamics, all of it organized itself in his mind with the clarity of a diagram drawn by a master architect. Bond 4 sealed. Realm key. Song Baihe. Heaven Gate key resonance fragment. Integrated ability unlocked. Harmonic strike. Full. Resonance-based combat technique. Targets specific harmonic frequencies. Effective against formation-based systems and chi-based defenses. Power output equivalent to Heaven Gate combat technique. Network status. 5 nodes for bonds. Resonance seal. 57.1% complete. I can feel the others, Song Baihe said, wonder and analytical precision blending in her voice. 4 notes of a song, each one different. Lin Suyin is the foundation, steady, warm, the note everything else builds on. Feng Qiao is the structure, precise, geometric, the framework that holds the song together. Yuan Mei is the edge, sharp, clear, the note that defines boundaries. And you? I'm the depth, the note that gives the song meaning. Through the bond, Wei Liang Chen felt Song Baihe's comprehension joining the network, and the network responded. Each previous bond shifted, clarified, gained nuance. The song was more than the sum of its parts. For notes, and the harmony was beginning to sound like what the first cultivators had built 3,000 years ago. The harmonic strike, which had been his primary combat technique since the boundary zone training, upgraded from the intermediate refinement to its full form. The power increase was dramatic. Where the intermediate version had been equivalent to a core ascension technique, the full version operated at Heaven Gate level. Against formation-based systems, it was devastating. Against raw chi-based defenses, it was highly effective. The technique is complete, Song Baihe said, analyzing the upgrade with the clinical precision she brought to everything. The 4th key's resonance fragment carries the harmonic architecture for the full strike. The first 2 bonds gave you the foundation. The 4th gives you the completed form. The outline mentioned that full harmonic strike mastery requires bond 4. Not mastery, completion. Mastery will come with practice. But the technique itself is now fully formed. She paused, which means the first cultivators designed the bond progression to deliver specific capabilities at specific stages. Bond 1, cultivation speed. Bond 2, perception. Bond 3, mobility. Bond 4, combat power. Each bond prepares the bearer for the challenges of the next phase. What does Bond 5 prepare me for? Based on the pattern, awareness. Bond 5 should expand your ability to perceive threats at a realm-wide scale. The later bonds prepare you for the cage itself. It was the most complete picture of the bond progression anyone had provided, and it came from Song Baihe's 3 years of research combining with the new perspective the bond's comprehension enhancement offered. The cage's presence intensified. Through the harmonic strike's full activation, Wei Liang Chen could feel the cage more clearly than ever before. A vast, 7-layered song, steady and patient, its harmonic frequencies pulsing with the rhythm of a 3,000-year vigil. And within the song, a single deliberate rhythm shift. The sovereign, acknowledging the 4th bond, adjusting its observation pattern to account for the new harmonic in the network. Not hostile, not welcoming, noticing. For bonds, for notes. And the song was growing stronger with every connection, more complex with every key, more capable of the moment when it would need to face the silence at the cage's center and decide whether the silence had learned to sing. Chapter 35. The departure from the Heaven Record Library was complicated by politics and personal attachments. Song Baihe had spent 3 years building a life within the library's walls. Her research, her colleagues, her routine, all of it was embedded in the institution's fabric. Leaving required not just personal resolution, but practical disentanglement from a network of academic relationships, administrative responsibilities, and ongoing research commitments. She handled it with characteristic thoroughness. Over 5 days, she transferred her non-sensitive research to 3 trusted colleagues, archived her restricted materials in the sealed chamber that Wei Liang Chen's inscription channels could access, and briefed the library's director on a carefully edited version of her reasons for departure. I told her that I've been invited to participate in a field research project related to my ceiling architecture work, Song Baihe said. Which is true. I omitted the cosmic mechanism, the void sovereign, and the fact that the research subject is an active prison containing an entity of unmade reality. Prudent, Yuan Mei said. Necessary. The library's director is a brilliant administrator, but she would feel obligated to report to the Continental Sect Council if she knew the full scope. We are not ready for that level of institutional attention. The group departed the library on the 6th day after the bond sealing. 5 cultivators now, moving north and west toward the territories that bordered the Immortal Fringe, the region where Bond 5 waited. The system's briefing on Bond 5 was sparse but urgent. Bond 5 approach, Realm Key, Mira Ashvale, Immortal Fringe Key rank at contact. Heaven Gate, rank 7, location, Immortal Fringe Borderlands, specific coordinates updating status, captured. The Hollow Chorus is holding Mira Ashvale at a compound in the Fringe Borderlands. She is not being harmed, she is being guarded. Note, the Chorus's interest in Mira Ashvale is protective, not hostile. They believe Wei Liang Chen will open the cage, and they want Bond 5 to form. Their methods, however, are coercive. Captured, Wei Liang Chen said, sharing the notification with the group. The Chorus has taken the 5th key. Not taken, contained, Yuan Mei said, her strategic mind already parsing the implications. If they wanted to prevent the bond, they would harm her or move her beyond reach. They're holding her because they want to control the conditions of the meeting, which means they have a plan for what happens when we arrive, Feng Qiao added. The Chorus has been facilitating the bonds, clearing paths, removing obstacles. This is the next stage of that strategy. What about Vilan? Lin Suyin asked. His agents were near the library. Are they near the Fringe as well? Yuan Mei consulted the intelligence map she had been maintaining since the Azure Tide dossier. Vilan's agent presence thins near the Fringe. The void erosion makes conventional surveillance difficult. His formation disruption technology degrades in void-adjacent areas. He has 3 confirmed agents in the Fringe Borderlands, compared to 8 at the library. So the Chorus has the advantage in the Fringe. Yes, and they know it. They chose to hold Mira Ashvale in their territory, where they have control and Vilan does not. The journey to the Fringe Borderlands would take 2 weeks through increasingly difficult terrain. The spiritual energy deteriorated as they moved away from the major cultivation centers, the ambient chi thinning and taking on the gray, ashen quality that characterized void-adjacent regions. Song Baihe was studying the erosion patterns with the focused intensity she brought to all research. The void erosion here is older than the records suggest, she said on the 4th day, examining a patch of dead vegetation where the chi had been completely drained. This area was affected at least 400 years ago. The erosion patterns have had centuries to propagate. The outline described 400 years of decay, Wei Liang Chen confirmed. It's consistent with a breach point. Not a major breach. The cage would have failed catastrophically, but a micro breach, a point where the sealing energy thinned enough to allow void influence to leak through. The erosion spreads outward from the leak point at a rate that matches the degradation I've calculated in my reconstruction. Where's the leak point? Based on the erosion gradient, directly at the Fringe boundary, where the mortal realm's edge presses against the deeper layers. The Immortal Fringe was not a place. Like the boundary zone, it was a condition, a region where the mortal realm's spiritual architecture thinned to the point where other layers of reality became perceptible. The Fringe was where cultivation pushed past mortal limits and entered the domain of immortal energy, and it was also where the cage's influence was strongest, because the cage existed at a depth that the Fringe approached. On the 7th day, they found the abandoned village. It was exactly what the outline had described, a small settlement, recently evacuated, with signs of orderly departure rather than flight. The buildings were intact, the infrastructure was functional, and the spiritual formations that had sustained the community were still operating on residual power. Abandoned this week, Feng Qiao confirmed, examining the formation arrays. The power cells have 6 to 8 days of charge remaining. The evacuation was planned and executed with care. Someone helped these people leave. The Chorus, Wei Liang Chen said. Through soul echo, the village carried the emotional residue of its former inhabitants, fear, relief, trust, and the particular quality of gratitude that came from being rescued by people you were not sure you could trust. In one of the buildings, they found the journal. It was sitting on a table, next to a communication crystal that had been deactivated but not destroyed, left deliberately, like a message in a bottle. The journal belonged to a Hollow Chorus field operative. The entries were dated, methodical, and surprisingly candid. Day 1. Void erosion approaching the village perimeter. 14 civilians, including 3 children. The sect refuses to acknowledge the erosion. We begin evacuation preparations. Day 4. Evacuation complete. 14 civilians relocated to the safe zone. The village's spiritual formations will sustain themselves for approximately 10 days before the erosion breaches the perimeter. Day 7. Intelligence reports the Keymaster is moving toward the Fringe. The 5th key has been secured at the compound. She is not happy about the arrangement, but she understands the stakes better than most. Day 9. Final entry. I am leaving this journal for the Keymaster, because he should know what we are. We are not villains. We are not heroes. We are people who have watched void erosion consume our homes, our families, our history for 400 years. The cage is failing. The erosion will worsen. If the seal is not completed and the right choice made, everything we have protected will be lost. Do not delay the Keymaster. Protect him if necessary. Wei Liang Chen set the journal down. The group was quiet. They're not wrong, Songbai has said. About the erosion, about the timeline, about the stakes. The chorus's analysis of the cage's failure trajectory is accurate. Their conclusion is wrong, Yuan Mei said. They want the cage opened. The erosion stops if the sovereign is released, but the consequences of an uncontrolled release are potentially worse than the erosion. They don't see it as uncontrolled. They believe the seal bearer will choose to open the cage, and that the opening will be structured by the seal's mechanism. And if the seal bearer doesn't choose to open it, then the chorus has to decide whether to accept that decision or fight it. The question hung in the air. The hollow chorus was not an enemy in the simple sense. They were allies of convenience, ideological opponents, and potential threats, all at once, shifting between categories depending on the circumstances. The system pulsed. Route advisory. The hollow chorus has cleared the path between the current position and their compound. No hostile forces, no natural hazards, no obstacles. The route is open. Unusual system note. Choose your pace. The cage cannot be hurried. The system is editorializing, Lin Suyin said. It is reminding me that speed is not the same as urgency, Wei Liang Chen said. The chorus wants me to arrive quickly. The system wants me to arrive prepared. Can you be both? I can try. They continued toward the fringe compound, moving at a pace that balanced urgency with preparation. Each evening, they reviewed the intelligence, refined their strategy, and discussed the approaching confrontation with a chorus that wanted to be their ally but might not accept the outcome they were working toward. And in the distance, growing closer each day, the void erosion intensified, a gray, ashen quality in the air, a deadening of the spiritual energy, a silence that was not the absence of sound, but the presence of something that consumed sound the way void consumed structure. The cage's influence was strongest here. Through the harmonic strikes enhanced perception, Wei Liang Chen could feel the cage's pulse as a constant pressure, not physical, but spiritual. The 7 harmonic layers, each one carrying a different frequency of the song of containment, pressed against the fringe's thin spiritual architecture like water against a dam. And within the pulse, the sovereign's attention, not directed at him specifically, not yet, but present. A vast, patient awareness that had noted the approach of 4 sealed bonds and was waiting to see what the 5th would bring. 5 bonds would cross the midpoint, more than half the seal complete. The cage's response to that threshold was unknown. No historical record described what happened when the seal's progress exceeded 50%. The system had no data to offer. The first cultivators had not included a progress report for this stage, because they had not expected the seal bearer to need one. Some things, it seemed, had to be faced without preparation. Chapter 36. The chorus compound occupied a natural formation in the fringe borderlands, a valley where 3 erosion streams converged, creating a pocket of stable chi that resisted the surrounding decay. The compound's architects had amplified this natural stability with formation work that bore the hallmarks of long practice with void-adjacent conditions. Through Soul Echo, the compound was a landscape of conviction. 230 souls, by Wei Liang Chen's estimate, cultivators, support staff, families. Not a military installation. A community. A community that had built itself in the shadow of the cage's erosion and refused to leave. The compound's perimeter defenses were formidable but not hostile. They detected the group's approach, acknowledged it, and opened. Not a gate. A formation shift, the defensive arrays parting to create a passage that was both welcoming and specific. The path led to the compound's center, and along the path, chorus members watched with the quiet intensity of people who had been waiting for something and were not certain whether its arrival was good news. At the compound's center, a woman, not Mira Ashvale. This was the chorus's leader, a woman in her 50s, strong-featured, with the weathered look of someone who had spent decades in void-adjacent conditions. Through Soul Echo, her emotional signature was distinctive, grief layered over conviction, both so deep and so intertwined that separating them would require dismantling the person entirely. You took your time, she said. I was warned not to hurry. By who? The system. It said the cage cannot be hurried. The chorus leader's expression shifted, surprise, quickly controlled. The system communicates with you. Regularly. It's been informative, if not always forthcoming. Does it tell you about us? It tells me you want the cage opened, that you've been facilitating the bonds. That you believe I will choose to release the sovereign. And will you? I haven't decided. Through soul echo, the leader's conviction wavered, not in its foundation, but in its expectation. She had been operating under the assumption that the seal bearer, once fully informed, would naturally arrive at the conclusion that the cage should open. The possibility that he might choose otherwise was real to her in a theoretical sense, but hearing it stated directly was different from theorizing about it. Mira Ashvale is in the compound's protected quarter, the leader said. She is not restrained. She is free to leave whenever she chooses. We asked her to stay because the fringe borderlands are dangerous for a cultivator traveling alone, and because we wanted to ensure that her meeting with you was not interfered with by outside parties. You mean Velan? Velan, the Imperial Cultivation Authority, or any other faction that might want to prevent the fifth bond. The leader's voice carried the flat pragmatism of someone who had fought too many battles to waste energy on diplomatic language. We are your allies, Wei Liang Chen. Our goal is the seal's completion. We disagree about what the choice should be, but we agree that the choice must be made. Then take me to her. Not yet. The leader stepped forward. First, I need you to understand what the erosion has done to my people. Not in the abstract, not in formation data and pulse recordings and scholarly analyses. In person, come see what the cage's failure looks like from the ground. It was not a request he could refuse. Not because of political calculation, but because she was right. He owed it to the people living in the cage's shadow to see what their existence looked like. She led him through the compound, past the central buildings, past the training grounds where young cultivators practiced techniques adapted for void-adjacent conditions, past the medical wing where healers treated patients with qi destabilization symptoms, the same condition that had killed Song Baihe's partner 6 years ago. The medical wing was the hardest. 12 patients, ranging from mild destabilization, treatable, recoverable, to severe erosion damage, manageable, permanent, life-altering. A young woman, no older than 20, whose left hand was translucent. The void erosion had degraded the qi structure of her tissues to the point where they no longer fully existed in conventional space. She was a farmer, the leader said, grew spiritual herbs in the erosion margins. The margins shifted faster than our monitoring predicted. She was in the field when the erosion wave hit. Through soul echo, the young woman's emotional signature was not despair. It was acceptance, the particular, determined quality of someone who had been dealt a severe blow and had decided to continue living anyway. Can it be reversed? Wei Liang Chen asked. With sufficient healing resources, possibly. The Azure Tide sect's medical cultivators could address it. But the Azure Tide sect does not extend its services to fringe communities, and we do not have the cultivation resources to produce the necessary treatments independently. The implication was clear. The chorus's desperation was not abstract ideology. It was this: a young farmer with a translucent hand, 12 patients in a medical wing, for 100 years of erosion consuming the land and the people who lived on it. The cage was failing, and the people closest to it were paying the price. I see it, Wei Liang Chen said. I understand. Then you understand why we cannot accept a choice that perpetuates this. Reinforcing the cage extends the erosion for another 3,000 years. Our communities will be consumed. Our children will grow up in a landscape that dissolves beneath their feet. And if the sovereign is released, then the erosion stops. The void energy returns to its source. The land heals. And the sovereign? We believe it has changed. The behavioral data supports it. The erosion patterns show a deliberate reduction in intensity over the past 20 years. The sovereign is choosing to erode less, which means it has the capacity to choose. Song Baihe, our fourth key, reached the same conclusion from different data. But she also concluded that behavioral change is not the same as fundamental change. It is the best evidence we have. It is. And it's not enough to base a cosmic decision on. The leader looked at him. Through soul echo, her grief surged. The losses she had witnessed, the communities consumed, the people she could not save. And beneath the grief, the conviction that the cage must open, held with a ferocity that was not fanaticism, but survival. Then what would be enough? She asked. Direct assessment. When the seal is complete, I will have the ability to communicate with the sovereign directly. That communication, not inference, not behavioral data, but direct contact, will be the basis for the choice. And if the direct assessment confirms what we believe, then the choice will reflect that. And if it does not, then the choice will reflect that too. She studied him for a long time. The compound hummed around them, 230 people living in the shadow of a failing prison, and the leader of the hollow chorus weighed the seal-bearer's honesty against 400 years of accumulated loss. Take me to Mira Ashvale, Wei Liang Chen said. The leader nodded. Through soul echo, her conviction had not changed. But something else had been added, a thread of trust, thin as spider silk, anchored to the observation that the man in front of her was not dismissing her people's suffering, was not promising outcomes he could not guarantee, and was not pretending that the choice was simpler than it was. She led him to the compound's protected quarter. And there, in a room with windows that looked out over the erosion-scarred landscape of the fringe borderlands, Mira Ashvale was waiting. Chapter 37. Mira Ashvale did not look like a captive. She sat in a chair by the window, watching the erosion patterns with the focused attention of someone cataloging threats. Her bearing was military, straight-backed, alert, carrying the coiled readiness of a cultivator who expected combat and was prepared for it at all times. Her features were sharp, her skin carrying the darkened quality of someone who had spent years in harsh spiritual environments, and her eyes were the color of iron. Heaven Gate, Rank 7. Wei Liang Chen felt her cultivation pressure the moment he entered the room, and it was formidable. Where Yuan Mei's meridian burst was mature and refined, Mira Ashval's Heaven Gate was raw and powerful, the cultivation of someone who had achieved rank through combat and survival rather than systematic training. "You're the one," she said. "Not a question. Wei Liang Chen. I know your name. I know about the system. I know about the bonds. I know about the cage." She stood, and the cultivation pressure increased. Not a threat, but a statement. "The chorus told me everything. They were very thorough. And I have been living in the fringe borderlands for my entire life. My family has held this territory for 6 generations. We know about the cage, the erosion, the keys. We have known for longer than any sect, any library, any formation master in a boundary zone." Through Soul Echo, her emotional signature was a fortress. Suspicion layered over loyalty, both armored with a fierce protectiveness that extended beyond herself to encompass a community, a territory, a people. Mira Ashvale was not a scholar or a leader or a builder. She was a guardian. "You have 3 of them with you," she said. "I can feel it. 3 harmonics, 3 connections, broadcasting from your chi structure like signal fires. What are you? The seal bearer. That's what the mechanism calls you. What do you call yourself?" "A man trying to make the right choice." "Then tell me something. Man trying to make the right choice." She stepped forward, and through Soul Echo, the fortress's gates cracked, not opening, but allowing him a glimpse of what was behind the walls. Grief, of a different quality than the chorus leaders. Not grief for losses past, grief for losses anticipated. Mira Ashvale was protecting her people against a future she could see coming and could not prevent. "My family has watched the cage erode for 6 generations. We have documented the erosion, mapped its patterns, developed techniques for living in void-adjacent conditions. We have buried people who were consumed by the erosion, not quickly, not dramatically, but inch by inch, year by year, their existence eroding as the cage's energy thins. I saw the medical wing. Then you saw the gentlest version. The medical wing treats people who were caught in minor erosion events. You have not seen the erosion front, the point where the cage's sealing energy is thinnest, where reality itself becomes unreliable. My family maintains watch posts along that front. We lose people every year. I'm sorry. I don't want your sympathy. I want to know if you will make the choice that stops this. Not in 40 years, not after 7 bonds and a scholarly debate about the sovereign's evolution, now. The erosion is killing my people now. The choice cannot be made until the seal is complete. 7 bonds, 7 fragments, 7 harmonics. Anything less produces an incomplete seal that cannot activate. I know the mechanism. I'm asking about the intent." Through Soul Echo, the fortress's gates opened wider. Behind the suspicion and the protectiveness, desperation. Not the wild, unfocused kind, the disciplined, controlled kind. The desperation of someone who had been fighting a losing battle for her entire life and needed to know whether reinforcements were coming or whether she was on her own. "I intend to make the choice that the evidence supports," Wei Liang Chen said. "If the sovereign has changed, I will act on that. If it hasn't, I will act on that too. I will not promise an outcome I cannot guarantee." That's a politician's answer. It's an honest one. I have 4 bonds, 4 keys, and 3 organizations trying to influence the choice before I've had the chance to make it. The chorus wants me to open the cage. Velan wants me to redirect the sealing energy. The Imperial Cultivation Authority wants me to reinforce the cage and maintain the status quo. If I commit to any of those outcomes before I've assessed the evidence, I'm not making a choice. I'm being manipulated. Mira Ashvale studied him. Through Soul Echo, the fortress shifted, not opening, not closing, but reassessing its defenses. She was not convinced. She was considering. "My family has knowledge about the cage that no one else has," she said. 6 generations of void-adjacent cultivation has given us techniques, data, an understanding that the sects and the library and your hermit formation master cannot match. We know what the erosion looks like from the inside, not from observation, from experience. Will you share that knowledge? If you earn it. How? The bond. The chorus says it requires genuine connection. My family's knowledge is part of who I am. It is woven into my cultivation, my techniques, my identity. Sharing it through the bond would be the most complete transfer possible. But I will not bond with someone I do not trust. How do I earn your trust? Stay? See the erosion front for yourself. Walk the territory my family has protected for 6 generations. Understand what you're choosing about before you make the choice. It was a reasonable demand. More than reasonable, it was necessary. Wei Liang Chen had seen the cage through formation instruments, through soul echo, through the crystalline threshold's observation lens. He had not seen its effects up close, on the ground, in the lives of the people living in its shadow. I'll stay, he said. Show me everything. Mira Ashval's expression did not soften. But through soul echo, the fortress's assessment shifted, a single degree of warmth in a landscape that had been cold iron for the entire conversation. Tomorrow, she said, at dawn, where clothing you can afford to lose, the erosion front strips unprotected materials. She turned back to the window and resumed her watch. The conversation was over, and Wei Liang Chen had been given his terms. Outside the protected quarter, the chorus leader was waiting. Through soul echo, her expression was carefully neutral, her emotional state a mix of calculation and cautious hope. She will test you, the leader said. I know. The test is real. The erosion front is dangerous, and Mira Ashvale does not coddle visitors. If you want her trust, you will need to earn it in conditions that may put your life at risk. I understand. Good. The leader's expression shifted, from neutral to something more personal. I lost 2 children to the erosion. Not to a single event, to the slow degradation that comes from growing up in void-adjacent conditions. Their chi structures never fully stabilized. They lived in pain. They died young. I'm sorry. As I said to Mira, I don't want sympathy. I want the erosion to stop. How it stops, that is your choice to make. But it must stop. She walked away, and Wei Liang Chen stood in the compound's central courtyard, surrounded by 230 people who were waiting for him to decide their future, and the weight of it settled on his shoulders like a physical load. The system pulsed. Sovereign activity update. The Void Sovereign's observation pattern has intensified. 4 bonds have been registered. The Sovereign's behavioral model shows increased attention to the seal bearer's movements and decisions. Assessment. The Sovereign is watching not just the bond formations, but the context in which they form. It is studying the seal bearer's responses to pressure, grief, and moral complexity. Note, this level of behavioral sophistication was not present in the observation data from 5 years ago. The Sovereign is demonstrating progressive development. The Sovereign was studying him. Not just watching, studying. Learning from his choices, his responses, his moral framework. It was building a model of the person who would decide its fate. And that model building was itself evidence. An entity of unmade potential, learning to understand a structured being's decision-making process. It was the kind of behavioral change that the chorus believed in, and that Songbaiha could not confirm was fundamental. The question remained open. And the answer waited. In the erosion front, in Mira Ashval's test, in the slow accumulation of evidence that would eventually force a choice. Tomorrow, at dawn, the erosion front. The place where the cage's failure was not theoretical but physical, not future but present, not abstract but a young farmer with a translucent hand and a community counting the days until the ground beneath their feet dissolved. Wei Liang Chen returned to his group, shared everything, and prepared for a test that would determine whether the 5th bond would form, and whether the guardian of the fringe would trust the man who carried the cage's future in his inscription channels. Chapter 38. The erosion front was a scar across the landscape. It did not look like Wei Liang Chen had expected. The void erosion was not dramatic. No darkness, no swirling void energy, no visible manifestation of the Sovereign's influence. It was more insidious than that. The landscape simply became less real. Colors faded first. The green of vegetation dulled to gray. The brown of earth became the non-color of dust that had lost its mineral content. The sky, overhead, shifted from blue to a washed-out white that reminded Wei Liang Chen of the formation chamber where the system had activated, the white of potential, the white of things not yet decided. Then the texture. The ground under his feet lost its resistance, becoming soft and yielding in a way that was not mud or sand but something else. Matter losing its commitment to being solid. His boots sank half an inch with each step, not into softness but into ambiguity. This is the moderate zone, Mira Ashvale said. walking beside him with the casual confidence of someone who had been navigating erosion-damaged terrain her entire life. The erosion here has been progressing for about 300 years. It's manageable. Our techniques compensate for the qi degradation. Beyond the moderate zone is the critical zone. Beyond that is the boundary. The boundary of what? Of reality. The point where the cage's sealing energy is thin enough that the sovereign's void influence can directly affect matter. At the boundary, things stop being reliably real. Through soul echo, the erosion front was almost invisible. The technique relied on emotional signatures, on the presence of consciousness, intention, feeling. The erosion front had none of these. It was an absence, a place where the spiritual infrastructure that supported emotion had been worn thin. It was like trying to read a book where the pages were going blank. Mira Ashvale led him deeper. The landscape continued its gradual dissolution. The trees became suggestions of trees, their bark pale and their leaves translucent. The rock formations lost their edges, their surfaces smoothing as the molecular structure that defined their shape weakened. The air itself thinned, not in an atmospheric sense, but in a spiritual one, the qi density dropping with each step, the ambient energy that cultivators breathed as naturally as air growing faint and thin. My great-grandmother established the first watch post at the critical zone boundary, Mira Ashvale said. She was meridian burst, not strong enough to resist the erosion's effects directly, but strong enough to build detection arrays that warned the community when the boundary shifted. Each generation has pushed the detection network further, but the boundary has been advancing faster than our network can expand. How fast? 3 meters per year. In 6 generations, the boundary has advanced approximately 540 meters. That's 540 meters of previously habitable territory that is now beyond the critical zone. Not just uninhabitable, but non-existent in any meaningful sense. Non-existent. The void erosion doesn't just damage matter. It returns matter to potential. The trees, the rocks, the soil, they don't decay or dissolve. They become unmade. Return to the state they were in before the cage organized reality around them. Before the cage organized reality? Mira Ashvale stopped walking. Through soul echo, her emotional signature shifted, the fortress cracking open to reveal something Wei Liang Chen had not seen before. Not grief or protectiveness or suspicion. Respect. For the thing that was consuming her territory. My family's 6 generations of observation have produced one conclusion that no one else has reached, she said. The void is not an enemy. The void is what reality was before the first cultivators structured it. The cage does not just contain the sovereign. It maintains the structure of reality itself. The 7 harmonic layers, the sealing energy, the resonance patterns, they are the scaffolding that holds the physical world in its current form. The cage is structural, not just containment. Yes, reinforcing the cage means maintaining the current structure of reality. Releasing the sovereign means allowing reality to return to its unstructured state, in the local area, at least. The erosion is a preview. It shows what happens when the structure weakens. Song Baiha, who had insisted on accompanying them despite the physical risks, was staring at the erosion front with the particular intensity of a scholar encountering data that rewrote a fundamental assumption. The first cultivators did not just seal an entity, she said. They imposed structure on reality itself. The cage is the framework that makes the physical world possible. Not all of it, Mira Ashvale said. The cage's influence extends across the 7 realms, but the core structure of reality predates the cage. What the first cultivators did was stabilize it, lock the structure into its current form, prevent it from returning to the unstructured potential that the sovereign represents. Then the choice is not just about the sovereign. It's about the nature of reality itself. Yes, that is what my family has been trying to tell people for 6 generations. And that is why the choice matters more than anyone outside the fringe borderlands understands. They reached the critical zone boundary. Here, the erosion's effects were severe. The landscape was a watercolor painting left in the rain, forms bleeding into each other, edges dissolving, colors running together into an undifferentiated gray. The qi density was so low that Wei Liang Chen's cultivation struggled to maintain itself. His inscription channels, which had been humming since the system activated, dimmed to a faint glow. This is as deep as I can take you safely, Mira Ashvale said. Beyond this point, core ascension and below lose coherence within minutes. Meridian burst can sustain for about an hour. Heaven Gate. She gestured at herself. I can maintain for several hours, but the strain is cumulative. The watch posts. Automated. Formation-based detection arrays that my grandmother designed for void-adjacent conditions. They operate on a different principle than standard formations. They don't require ambient qi. They generate their own through a closed-loop resonance cycle. Show me. She showed him. The watch posts were brilliant pieces of engineering. Small, self-sustaining formation arrays embedded in the erosion-damaged terrain, monitoring the boundaries advance with precision that rivaled Xianxia's cage pulse instruments. Each post communicated with the next through a dedicated harmonic channel, creating a mesh network that covered the entire critical zone boundary. Wei Liang Chen examined the formation geometry. Through the harmonic strikes, enhanced perception, the watch post design was familiar. The closed-loop resonance cycle was a variation of the base 7 geometry, adapted for void-adjacent conditions. Your family's techniques are based on the same geometric principles as the cage, he said. Yes. 6 generations of studying the cage's sealing energy have given us a practical understanding of the geometry that the scholars in the library study theoretically. We learn it by living in it. The formation adaptation is remarkable, Feng Xiao said. She had been examining the watch posts with the focused intensity of a formation master encountering novel design principles. The closed-loop resonance. I've been working towards something similar, but from a different direction. Your approach is more practical, less elegant, but more robust in degraded conditions. Mira Ashvale looked at Feng Xiao with an expression that Soul Echo tagged as grudging recognition. Formation Master? Feng Xiao. Spirit Peaks. I've heard of you. Your work on cross-realm formation principles. My grandmother referenced it in her notes. Your grandmother read my work? My grandmother read everything. She believed that the fringe's survival depended on understanding formation geometry at a fundamental level. The connection between them was immediate. 2 formation practitioners from radically different backgrounds discovering that they had been working toward the same destination from opposite starting points. Feng Xiao's theoretical elegance and Mira Ashvale's practical robustness were complementary, and through Soul Echo, both women recognized it simultaneously. They spent 3 hours at the critical zone boundary. Mira Ashvale demonstrated the watch post network's capabilities, shared data on the erosion's advance rate, and showed them the boundary itself, the point where reality stopped being reliable and the void began. Wei Liang Chen stood at that point and felt the cage's pulse from the closest distance he had ever experienced. The 7 harmonic layers were visible through the harmonic strike's perception. Thin, strained. The sealing energy that held reality in its current form wearing thin with each passing year. And through the thin barrier, the sovereign. Not a feeling this time. Not the distant observation he had experienced through the crystalline threshold or the pulse recordings. This was proximity. The sovereign was on the other side of a barrier that was barely holding, and its attention was focused, not on the barrier, not on the erosion, but on him. Observation. A single word, transmitted through the cage's weakened structure, carrying no malice, no threat, no intent. Just the recognition of one awareness encountering another. It sees you, Mira Ashvale said. Through Soul Echo, her emotional signature was steady. No fear, no surprise. She had lived with the sovereign's proximity her entire life. At the critical zone boundary, the cage is thin enough for basic contact. I have felt its attention my entire life. And it feels like being seen by something that does not judge. I have never felt hostility from it. Curiosity, sometimes. Patience, always. And in the last 20 years, something that I can only describe as care. Care. The erosion has slowed in the last 20 years. Not stopped, slowed. The rate of advance decreased by 12%, then 14, then 17. My grandmother noticed it first. She believed the sovereign was deliberately moderating the erosion. Songbai's data confirms the slowdown. Then you have your evidence. The sovereign is choosing to erode less. It is choosing to cause less harm. That is care, imperfect, limited, expressed through the only medium available to an entity sealed behind a 3,000-year-old barrier. But care. The word settled into Wei Liang Chen's mind and connected with everything he had learned. Shun Tao's behavioral observations, Song Bai's analytical framework, the 4th key's letter about the cage being a conversation. Care. An entity of unmade reality, sealed for 3,000 years, learning to care about the structured beings on the other side of its prison. If it was real, if the care was genuine, not mimicry, then the choice was not binary. Not reinforce or release. Something else. But the if was everything. And the only way to resolve the if was to complete the seal and ask directly. They returned from the erosion front at dusk. The compound welcomed them with the quiet efficiency of a community accustomed to the fringe's dangers. In the protected quarter, Mira Ashvale stopped at her door. You saw it, she said. I saw it. Then you understand why the choice cannot wait 40 years. I understand why it feels urgent. I also understand that rushing the choice risks the wrong outcome, and the wrong outcome, in either direction, is worse than waiting. The people in the medical wing cannot wait. I know, and I will carry that knowledge into the choice. Through Soul Echo, Mira Ashvile's fortress shifted. Not opening, not fully, but reconfiguring. The suspicion was still there, the protectiveness still fierce. But the assessment had changed. She had watched him at the erosion front, watched him listen to the sovereign's observation, watched him stand at the boundary of reality and not flinch. We continue tomorrow, she said. I have more to show you. I'll be there. She closed the door. Wei Liang Chen stood in the corridor and felt the weight of the day settle into his bones. The erosion front, the medical wing, the young farmer with the translucent hand, the sovereign's single word of observation, and Mira Ashvile's fierce, grieving, desperate hope that the man with the inscription channels would make the choice that saved her people. 5 bonds. The midpoint. And the choice was growing more complex with every piece of evidence, every conversation, every step deeper into the cage's shadow. Chapter 39. The second day at the erosion front changed the bond's trajectory. Mira Ashvale led him to a watch post that had been damaged by a recent erosion surge. The formation array's closed-loop resonance cycle had been disrupted, leaving the post non-functional and the section of boundary it monitored undetected. Without detection, the erosion could advance unnoticed, potentially reaching a supply route that the compound depended on for outside resources. I need to repair this, Mira Ashvale said. The formation work requires 2 cultivators, one to sustain the closed-loop cycle manually, while the other replaces the damaged resonance crystal. I normally work with a partner from the compound, but he was injured last month. I'll sustain the cycle. She looked at him. Through Soul Echo, the assessment was sharp, clinical. You have the inscription channels. The base 7 geometry should be compatible with the watch post's design. But the critical zone's chi degradation means you'll be sustaining the cycle with your own cultivation energy, not ambient chi. Can your meridian burst reserves handle a 40-minute drain? With the bond's network support, yes. Let's find out. The repair took 53 minutes, not 40. The critical zone's chi degradation was worse than the last calibration, and the damaged resonance crystal required more careful replacement than Mira Ashvale had anticipated. Wei Liang Chen sustained the closed-loop cycle manually, feeding his cultivation energy into the formation array through his inscription channels. The experience was unlike anything he had done before. The watch post formation geometry was the Ashvale family's 6th-generation adaptation of the base 7 principles, similar to his inscription channels, but evolved differently, carrying the practical, robust quality of techniques developed under pressure. Sustaining the cycle required him to match his energy output to the formation's rhythm, a rhythm that was not his own, but that the inscription channels could approximate. Through Soul Echo, he felt the bond's network responding to the strain. Lin Suin's steady foundation, Feng Qiao's structural precision, Yuan Mei's sharp-edged support, Song Bai's deep comprehension, all of them contributing, not consciously, but through the harmonic synchronization that the bond network produced. And through the watch post's formation array, connected to the boundaries detection mesh, he felt the cage. Close. Closer than the crystalline threshold, closer than the observation platforms. The watch post was designed to interface with the cage's sealing energy, drawing on it for baseline calibration. Through the formation, Wei Liang Chen's inscription channels touched the cage's structure directly. The Song of Containment was not a metaphor here. It was a physical reality, 7 harmonic frequencies, each one carrying a layer of the sealing energy, weaving together into a pattern that defined the boundary between structured reality and unstructured potential. The song was beautiful, complex, and tired. 3,000 years of sustained harmony, and the instruments were wearing out. Done, Mira Ashvale said. The new resonance crystal locked into place, the closed-loop cycle stabilized on its own energy, and Wei Liang Chen withdrew. He was breathing hard. The chi drain had been significant. His meridian burst reserves were depleted by about 40%, and the inscription channels were dim with fatigue. You held it for 53 minutes, Mira Ashvale said. My regular partner can hold for 30. The inscription channels are more compatible than standard cultivation. Yes, and the bonds fed you energy during the strain. I could feel the network supporting you through the formation's diagnostic interface. She paused. I felt the others. Not clearly. Not the way you describe Soul Echo, but as presences. For notes of a song. Yours is the 5th. The 5th. You are a node in the network too. The seal bearer. The central frequency. She looked at him with an expression that Soul Echo painted in new colors. The fortress's walls lowering, not all at once but section by section, revealing what was behind them. Not just grief and protectiveness. Loneliness. The same profound, deep loneliness he had felt in Song Baya. The loneliness of someone whose burden was too heavy to carry alone and who had been carrying it anyway. My family has been the fringe's guardians for 6 generations, she said. We have carried this alone. No sect, no library, no continental authority has helped us. The chorus assists, but their help is conditional on their ideology. The compound's people are our responsibility. Not alone anymore. Are you offering? The bond network is a shared load. For keys, each carrying a piece of the seal, each contributing to the network's capacity. The 5th bond adds another piece, and another person who can share the weight. The weight of what? Of the choice, of the knowledge, of the erosion front and the medical wing and the boundary of reality. I am not asking you to bond with me for tactical advantage or cosmic mechanism. I am asking you to let someone else carry part of what you've been carrying alone. Through Soul Echo, the fortress crumbled. Not dramatically. Mira Ashvale was not dramatic. But the walls came down, section by section, and behind them was someone who had been alone with an impossible responsibility for too long and had just been offered the one thing she had never allowed herself to want: help. The bond did not seal then. Not in the critical zone, not at the watch post, not in the damaged terrain at the edge of reality. But through Soul Echo, Wei Liang Chen felt the resonance shift. The 5th harmonic, Mira Ashvale's fierce and grieving and desperately hopeful frequency, beginning to synchronize with the 4 that already sang in his inscription channels. The bond would come, in its own time, in her own way, reflecting her nature as each bond had reflected its keys. The guardian would join the song when she was ready, and the song was waiting for her note. Chapter 40. The 5th bond sealed on a morning when the erosion front shifted. Wei Liang Chen was in the compound's medical wing, treating a patient. Not with medical cultivation, he lacked the training, but with the bond network's resonance. Song Baihe's comprehension had revealed a property of the harmonic strike that the combat application had obscured. The same harmonic frequencies that disrupted formation arrays could, when modulated precisely, stabilize destabilized chi structures. The treatment was experimental. Song Baihe guided the theory, Feng Qiao managed the formation interface, and Wei Liang Chen provided the harmonic energy. The patient was a young man whose chi meridians had been damaged by erosion exposure. Not life-threatening, but chronic, painful, and untreatable by conventional means. The stabilization worked. Not perfectly. The damage was too severe for complete repair, but the young man's chi flow improved by approximately 30%, enough to reduce his pain from constant to manageable. Through Soul Echo, the relief was a warm pulse that spread through the medical wing like sunlight entering a room that had been dark for too long. Mira Ashvale was watching from the doorway. Through Soul Echo, her emotional signature was open. The fortress was down. Not gone. It would never be entirely gone, because it was as much a part of her as the grief and the protectiveness. But the gates were open, and behind them, Wei Liang Chen saw the full landscape of who she was. A guardian, a fighter, a daughter of 6 generations, a woman who had been alone with impossible weight and who had watched a stranger walk into her territory, endure her test, stand at the boundary of reality, and then use the power she had feared to help the people she was sworn to protect. The bond sealed at 3:47 a.m. while the compound slept. Not with ceremony, not with words. Mira Ashvale walked to where Wei Liang Chen was sitting in the medical wing, keeping watch over the patients he had treated, and sat beside him in silence. The resonance between them had been building for days. Through the erosion front, the watch post repair, the treatments, the shared understanding of what the cage's failure meant for real people in real places. She did not say, "I accept." She did not need to. Through Soul Echo, the moment the bond sealed was unmistakable. A surge of harmonic synchronization as the 5th frequency locked into the network, fierce and bright, and carrying the quality of a war drum joining a symphony. Bond 5 sealed. Realm Key. Mira Ashvale. Immortal Fringe Key Resonance Fragment. Integrated Ability Unlocked. Sovereign Sense. Realm-wide Threat Awareness. Detection Range. Entire Mortal Realm. Identifies Void Sovereign Influence, Cage Integrity Fluctuations, and Realm-level Existential Threats. Network Status. 6 nodes, 5 bonds. Resonance Seal. 71.4% complete. Sovereign Sense hit like a wave. The world exploded into awareness. Where Soul Echo read emotions within a radius of hundreds of meters, Sovereign Sense read the entire realm. Wei Liang Chen gasped as information flooded his perception, the cage's pulse, visible from anywhere on the continent. The erosion patterns, mapped in real time across the fringe borderlands and beyond. The Sovereign's position, its attention, its behavioral state. And the Sovereign itself, no longer a distant observation, but a presence. The entity in the cage was aware of Bond 5's completion, and its response was immediate. Not hostile, not welcoming. Something that Wei Liang Chen, with 5 bonds and the comprehension that Song Bai's fragment provided, could finally identify. Interest. Genuine, focused, sustained interest. The sovereign was interested in what was happening, in what he was becoming, in what the seal would mean. It felt like being seen by something that has never seen anything before, Wei Liang Chen said. Mira Ashvil's hand was on his arm, steadying him as the sovereign sense's input threatened to overwhelm. Her touch carried the practical, grounding quality of someone who had lived next to the sovereign's influence her entire life. "Welcome to my world," she said. The compound was stirring. The bond's ceiling had produced a resonance pulse, not as dramatic as the cage's 72-hour heartbeat, but strong enough to wake cultivators with sensitivity to harmonic energy. The course leader arrived at the medical wing within minutes. Through sovereign sense, Wei Liang Chen read her before she entered. The conviction, the grief, the desperate hope, all laid bare by an ability that operated at a scale no previous bond had provided. "The 5th bond," the leader said. "Not a question." "Yes." "Then you are past the midpoint. More than half the seal complete." She looked at Mira Ashvale, still sitting beside Wei Liang Chen, her hand still on his arm. "Are you certain?" "I am certain that he is trying to make the right choice," Mira Ashvale said. "That is enough. For you. Is it enough for the fringe?" "It will have to be." The chorus leader nodded. Through sovereign sense, her acceptance was not wholehearted. The conviction that the cage should open remained absolute. But the trust, the spider silk thread that had anchored itself during the conversation about the erosion, held. She would accept the seal-bearer's process. For now. The night passed. Morning came. And with it, the erosion front shifted. Sovereign sense detected it before the watch posts, a surge in the cage's erosion pattern, concentrated at 3 points simultaneously. The erosion rate spiked by 40%, then 60%, then 80%, the boundary advancing in a sudden pulse that consumed 6 meters of territory in minutes rather than the annual 3 meters it had been maintaining. "Erosion surge," Wei Liang Chen said, and his voice carried the flat calm of someone processing realm-wide data. 3 points, all in the fringe borderlands. The cage's integrity just dropped from 89.1% to 86.3%. Mira Ashvale was on her feet. "Where?" He gave her the coordinates. Sovereign sense provided them with GPS-like precision, translating the cage's harmonic fluctuations into geographical positions. 2 of the 3 surge points were near chorus communities. The 3rd was aimed directly at the compound supply route. "The sovereign is not doing this," he said, reading the cage's pulse through the new ability. "The erosion surge is structural. The bond's ceiling destabilized the local ceiling energy while the cage adjusts to the new harmonic. It's temporary." "How temporary?" "Hours. The cage will restabilize once it integrates the 5th bond's frequency. Hours is enough to consume the supply route." She was right. The erosion's advance, even temporary, would leave permanent damage. The territory consumed would not return when the surge subsided. "Then we stop it," Wei Liang Chen said. "The harmonic strike can stabilize the ceiling energy at the surge points. I need to be at each point physically. The stabilization requires direct inscription channel contact. 3 points simultaneously. You can't be at all 3. "No, but the network can." He reached through the bond network. 5 connections, 5 harmonics, 5 people whose combined capabilities exceeded anything any one of them could achieve alone. Feng Xiao's formation expertise, Song Bai's cage comprehension, Yuan Mei's strategic coordination, Lin Suin's foundation-level stability, Mira Ashvile's void-adjacent experience, Feng Xiao, the supply route. Your formation arrays can interface with the ceiling energy if you use the watch post network as an amplifier. Song Baihe, the southern surge point. Your comprehension of the cage's architecture lets you identify the destabilization pattern and counteract it. I'll take the eastern point. It's the closest to the cage boundary and the most dangerous. "And us?" Yuan Mei asked, arriving at the medical wing with Lin Suin. "Coordinate. The network synchronization lets you channel stabilization energy through the bonds. You and Lin Suin provide the power. We 3 provide the targeting." It was the first time the network had operated as a network, not 5 individuals working together, but a single system, each node contributing its specific capability to a coordinated response. The bond harmonics synchronized their actions, the sovereign sense provided real-time awareness, and the combined power of 5 bonds produced effects that no individual cultivator could match. At the eastern surge point, Wei Liang Chen deployed the full harmonic strike, not as a weapon, but as a tool. The technique's harmonic frequencies matched the cage's ceiling energy, and by targeting the destabilized pattern, he could reinforce the local structure. The inscription channels blazed, fed by the network's combined power, and the erosion surge at the eastern point slowed, stopped, and reversed. At the supply route, Feng Xiao's formation arrays, amplified through the watchpost network, created a barrier of harmonic energy that the erosion could not cross. The technique was a synthesis of her boundary zone training and the Ashvale family's void-adjacent adaptations, and it held. At the southern point, Song Baihe's comprehension of the cage's architecture allowed her to identify the specific destabilization pattern and counteract it with a precision that turned the surge's own energy against itself. The erosion restabilized within 4 hours. The cage integrated the fifth bond's frequency, the sealing energy resumed its normal pattern, and the 3 surge points subsided. The territory consumed during the surge was lost, approximately 18 meters across 3 points, gone forever, but the compound's supply route was intact, and the 2 chorus communities nearest to the other surge points were safe. In the aftermath, the compound gathered 230 people, watching the 5 bondholders return from the surge points, and through sovereign sense, Wei Liang Chen felt their collective emotional signature shift, from the desperate hope of people clinging to a failing system to the cautious confidence of people who had just seen the system work. Mira Ashvale stood beside him, her hand brushing his, not holding, just touching. Through the bond, her emotional landscape was transformed. The fortress was still there. It would always be there, because she was a guardian and guardians built walls. But the walls now had doors, and the doors were open. 5 bonds, she said. 2 remaining. 2 remaining. The next one, Celestia Dawnvale. She's at the outer ward. She has been maintaining the cage's outer seal for 3,000 years. I know. My grandmother met her once. 60 years ago, at the erosion front's old boundary. Celestia was checking the